Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Contemplating the past, contemplating the present, contemplating the future. The moment these three contemplations all reach great perfection, that will be the day I break through to the heavenly venerate realm and enter the primordial era. The bizarre cracks and storms present throughout the entire blessed land intensified even further. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly, his voice still echoing with an eerie, mysterious tone. And the name of this third volume is Forever, the Ancient Scroll. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with dazzling light, as if an invisible lightning bolt struck, exploding in all directions. All the strange scenes within this blessed land seemed to merge together. Vaguely centered around Bai Xiaochun, a massive black hole appeared. This black hole seemed to be in a different space than the eternal immortal realm. Although it rapidly expanded, it had absolutely no effect on the blessed land. Not even a single tree or blade of grass trembled. From now on, the cultivation technique I will practice is the Immortal Longevity Ancient Proclamation Technique. Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head, his right hand waving. Thunder roared within his body. The previously tranquil sky suddenly changed color. Whether it was the people petitioning in the imperial palace, the three ancient heavenly monarchs, or the holy emperor, they all instantly recognized it and looked up. Those powerful figures couldn't discern the underlying meaning. But at this moment, the three ancient heavenly monarchs trembled, their breathing quickening. Simultaneously, their eyes showed shock. This aura, what kind of cultivation technique has Bai Xiaochun created? In the instant of their fear, a terrifying light flashed in the holy emperor's eyes. An extremely intense killing intent surged within him. Although he quickly suppressed this killing intent, his heart was incredibly unsettled. The Tao of Time. Bai Xiaochun didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was immersed in the cultivation method he had devised himself. Although his head was raised, the clarity in his eyes was still the light of deduction. The three thoughts are something extremely difficult to create once. Currently, I can only condense my past, the memories of these many years, into the Tao seed, using memories to nourish the Tao seed. On the day of complete fusion, the true thoughts of the past will blossom. This fusion, even if one day I, Bai Xiaochun, am annihilated and cease to exist, will leave absolutely no trace within my Tao seed, preserving all my memories and all my obsessions. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaochun's face as he closed his eyes. I will not separate a single strand of my Tao seed. Remaining in the hands of the Holy Emperor, I will not be able to be resurrected, but with this past thought, perhaps, to some extent, I have completed my Tao eternally enduring. Furthermore, because of the Tongshan world I once lived in, and the death I experienced once, it's like undergoing reincarnation. Within this eternal past thought, I must also possess a divine ability. This divine ability is experiencing past reincarnation. Bai Xiaochun said this, his eyes suddenly opening. At this moment, his eyes no longer held the light of deduction, but rather images and scenes from his memory. From Mauer Mountain to the earth-shattering events. Spiritual power is power, divine ability is power. Thought power is power, memory is also power from now on. For anyone who has experienced the past, the runes of their memories will transform and become more profound. The longer the years pass, the more earth-shattering the power of the runes. Having gone through the cycle of past reincarnation, memories shattered, gods annihilated, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stood up. In the blink of an eye, a black hole, seemingly non-existent and separate from this eternal world, rapidly expanded beneath his feet. In an instant, his blessed land became hazy, as if a terrifying force wanted to erase it, repeatedly twisting and turning, its recovery speed remarkably fast. There were also invisible ripples spreading in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, whether houses or living beings, they were all affected, sometimes hazy, sometimes twisted, sometimes clear. The three of them, including Gu Tianjun, hadn't gone far and were at the forefront. They were immediately struck by these ripples. They had no intention of avoiding them. In fact, they were eager to experience and feel the divine abilities and cultivation techniques that Bai Xiaochun had created. Furthermore, at this very moment, what was his specific combat power? But as these ripples enveloped them, in an instant, the expressions of the three, including Gu Tianjun, suddenly changed drastically. They quickly retreated, leaving the range of the wave fluctuations in the blink of an eye. Their breathing was somewhat labored, and their eyes revealed a look of fear that they couldn't conceal. The power is ordinary, but it contains an extremely bizarre Dao technique. I seem to see my past, not just see it. I vaguely feel my memories being shaken, as if they are about to materialize from the illusion. After the three exchanged glances, their expressions were very serious. In the Holy Emperor City's imperial palace, every noble and powerful cultivator was terrified. The Holy Emperor sat there, slowly withdrawing his gaze. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he had made a decision. He was about to speak. But at this moment, suddenly an immense force descended upon the eternal immortal realm. The Holy Emperor's expression changed drastically, his breathing becoming rapid. In an instant, his body vanished. When he reappeared, he was high in the sky, radiating an overwhelming sense of gravity. He didn't hesitate for a moment. With a single step, he soared straight into the heavens. This time, it shocked him even more than when Bai Xiaochun broke through his cultivation or when he comprehended and created the Tao. Because others only felt pressure, but not very clearly. It was precisely because he was the primordial emperor that he immediately sensed an overwhelming, roaring aura rushing towards him from the starry sky. At this moment, outside the eternal immortal realm, behind this giant-like lord in the vast, dark starry sky, the incomplete fan-shaped continent, which had formed an invisible vortex of attraction due to Bai Xiaochun's upgrade, not only changed direction, but also greatly increased its speed. But today, after reaching a certain range near the eternal immortal realm, for some unknown reason, its trajectory was adjusted, as if it were precisely the eternal immortal realm. It seemed to be above the eternal immortal realm, because Bai Xiaochun's ascension to heavenly venerate formed an invisible vortex, amplified by some strange force, and suddenly erupted. For this incomplete fan, the gravitational pull was the most astonishing ever. Under this gravitational pull, the fan's trajectory changed once again. After two adjustments, this time the fan's direction was not to glide past the eternal immortal realm, but to directly rush towards it. To be precise, it wasn't rushing towards the eternal immortal realm itself, but towards the giant lord outside it. The fan's speed, already increasing rapidly, accelerated even further. Its movement was incredibly fast, spreading vibrations in all directions. Due to this extreme speed, a faint fiery glow emanated from its outer edges. With a loud bang, the distance between the fan and the eternal immortal realm rapidly shortened. At this moment, if one could stand in the starry sky and look into the distance, they would surely see a burning object resembling a shooting star, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, radiating a terrifying aura, hurtling towards them. The speed was unimaginably fast. If, in the past, even if Bai Xiaochun's advancement to heavenly venerate had affected the fan's trajectory, this fan wouldn't have crashed into the eternal immortal realm. Moreover, the speed and aura wouldn't have been so astonishing. The range would have been much farther. Therefore, neither the evil emperor nor the holy emperor, these two ancient powerhouses, noticed. So now, according to the spreading aura, the explosive speed, and the determined trajectory, all of these things formed a danger, instantly affecting the eternal immortal realm. The first anomaly appeared was the eternal sea. Like being driven by the ebb and flow of the tide, the vast eternal sea suddenly surged with towering waves in an instant. Thunder echoed everywhere. At the same time, a large amount of seawater, like mist, rushed towards the coast of the immortal realm where the evil emperor dynasty and the holy emperor dynasty were located, like a tsunami, directly attacking. Then the beings of the eternal immortal realm, in this instant, all felt an intense sense of oppression rising in their hearts. At the same time, almost at the moment the Holy Emperor ascended to heaven, the three people, including Du Tianjun, within the Holy Emperor dynasty, were all violently shaken and simultaneously looked up. Even Bai Xiaoqun, who had just broken through and created the past, stood up at this moment. In the blink of an eye, as he was about to flee the Blessed Land, his whole body trembled. An intense feeling of oppression and an unimaginable sense of danger that sent shivers down his spine suddenly erupted. This danger comes from the sky. He also raised his head, looking towards the sky. It wasn't just the Holy Emperor dynasty that was like this. At this moment, within the Evil Emperor dynasty, in Evil Emperor City, the Evil Emperor, also a cultivator of the primordial era, trembled all over and appeared in the sky above Evil Emperor City. Then he took a step and also leapt into the far reaches of the sky. Behind the Evil Emperor, figures flashed across the sky, transforming into four figures. Except for the Ghost Mother and another Heavenly Venerate who wasn't in Evil Emperor City, all the remaining Heavenly Venerates had arrived. Their expressions were filled with disbelief as they looked up at the sky. In both Holy Emperor City and Evil Emperor City, the departure of the two great emperors and Heavenly Venerates caused unease among the other cultivators in both cities. At the moment this intense feeling of unease arose, suddenly there were gasps of cold air and murmurs of discussion. What is that? Cries of panic rang out, and in an instant, most people in the eternal immortal realm saw a shooting star in the distant sky, hurtling towards the eternal immortal realm at a speed visible to the naked eye. This speed appeared slow due to the distance, but in reality, its speed was unimaginably fast. At this moment, the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor had moved to the far reaches of the sky, practically gazing into the starry sky. Their perception was more intense than everyone else's. They even saw the scattered light emanating from this shattered fan, seemingly forming some kind of divine technique, like teleportation, and it would collide within a dozen breaths at most. Regardless of whether it was the Holy Emperor or the Evil Emperor, upon seeing this meteor, they instantly realized that its speed. Even they couldn't stop it. However, their expressions were identical, both breathing a sigh of relief. Due to the difference in cultivation levels, others couldn't discern the true nature of it, but they had already guessed the meteor's trajectory. It wouldn't strike the eternal immortal realm, but rather collide with this giant lord. At the same time, as the meteor drew closer, the hearts of these two emperors calmed down completely. The aura emanating from this meteor, while seemingly powerful, was only formidable to others. In their perception, this incomplete fan hurtling towards them merely emitted an ancient aura. However, they didn't leave, remaining there, weary of any unexpected events. Their vigilance remained high. Although its scope is vast, it's ultimately just a remnant of an ancient treasure. It can't shake the fundamentals. However, since it has arrived, this time, I must have 6 positions on the list. The Evil Emperor spoke profoundly, his eyes filled with icy coldness as he looked at the Holy Emperor beside him. It's been a long time since any remnant treasure drifted through the starry sky within my eternal immortal realm. This time, if it weren't for Bai Xiaoqun's ascension to Heavenly Venerate and the formation of a spiritual energy vortex that attracted it, I'm afraid this treasure wouldn't have come. This achievement belongs to my Holy Emperor dynasty. How could I possibly give you 6 positions on the list? Absolutely not. The Holy Emperor smiled, facing the Evil Emperor's icy gaze. He appeared gentle, but his words were utterly unyielding. The Evil Emperor sneered, ignoring the Holy Emperor. He turned his head to look at the rapidly approaching tattered fan. The fan's speed, upon reaching the eternal immortal realm, radiated an overwhelming pressure. Its speed seemed to be guided, almost transforming into a blur. If it were anyone else present, they would certainly not be able to withstand this pressure. Complete annihilation would not be impossible. Only these 2 ancient emperors could stand here, observing the approaching celestial treasure from a distance. Closer and closer after a few breaths, as this enormous tattered fin collided with the right arm of the giant lord, whose size was comparable to a continent. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the eternal immortal realm. Boom! This massive explosion surpassed even the thunder, like the sound of a world shattering, reverberating through the 5 great immortal realms of eternity, causing tsunamis to surge across the eternal sea, deafening all living beings. Simultaneously, it felt as if the entire heaven and earth were shaking. Bai Xiaochun's breath stopped. Although his ears were still ringing incessantly, he remained standing in the sky, his eyes fixed on the heavens. The giant lord's right hand, raised high, was now struck and was on the verge of collapsing. The shattered fan was like a continent, truly astonishing. He vaguely sensed an transcendent aura within it, spreading throughout the immortal realms of eternity, perceptible to all living beings. The overwhelming pressure within made Bai Xiaochun feel as if he were facing an ancient powerhouse like a saint emperor. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his mind already making a judgment. The three people, including Gu Jianjun, not far away, were also greatly shaken. They stared at the tattered fan, a storm brewing in their hearts. Ancient artifact. This aura? It must be the aura of an immortal recorded in ancient texts before the Great Destruction at this moment. It wasn't just Gu Jianjun and his group who were shaken. Several heavenly venerables within the evil emperor dynasty were equally moved. Even Gongsun Wanner, who was outside, showed signs of excitement. Except for the heavenly venerables, the half-god powerhouses in the eternal immortal realm were filled with fervent excitement. Each of them stared at the enormous tattered fan, looking at the incomplete surface of the fan, which resembled a painting of water flowing down from a mountain. Their hearts grew even more fervent. At the same time, following the impact of the fan, the area where it collided with the giant hand was clearly shattered into pieces. The giant hand, seemingly unharmed, remained motionless. The only thing that seemed to shatter was the fan itself, causing countless fragments to fall. Some scattered throughout the starry sky, but others, propelled by the force of the impact, hurtled straight towards the eternal immortal realm. From afar, the number of these fragments was immense, likely exceeding 1,000,000. Each fragment, imbued with astonishing power, resembled 1,000,000 shooting stars crashing down with a thunderous roar. It was at this moment that the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor immediately took action. Due to the great distance, they couldn't clearly see the incantations being made. Only the two immense forces that caused the heavens and earth to change color could be felt. These forces transformed into screens of light, instantly dispersing. One screen of light was dark purple, the other 5 colors, alternating with each other. Wherever they passed, these small fragments instantly turned into dust. As they acted, the divine consciousness of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor naturally spread out, directly enveloping this enormous, dilapidated fan, sweeping across it. The fan was too large, although its surface was damaged. Some parts, whether the fan frame or the surface itself, still barely maintained their integrity. The images on the fan were a world, a treasure of a world. Unfortunately, it no longer possessed much of its aura, drifting in the starry sky, having endured countless collisions. Even the material itself had rotted and become worthless. After the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor secretly shook their heads, their divine consciousness continued to carefully search for a while. Finally, they determined that there was indeed no Lord Realm aura within the fan, only the ancient fluctuations similar to their own. Furthermore, these fluctuations had weakened considerably due to the previous collisions. If it were the former, they would certainly be tempted and carefully search for opportunities. But with the latter, neither the Evil Emperor nor the Holy Emperor were very interested. However, just as their divine senses finished scanning and were about to withdraw, suddenly, amidst the countless fragments destroyed by their divine light screens, a structure the size of a small mountain, in the instant of its shattering and destruction, finally emerged from within a black, flesh-like rock. This rock was incredibly dark, about 1 meter in diameter. At this moment, as the structure shattered and destroyed, it rushed out from within with a thunderous roar, completely disregarding the divine light screens of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor, instantly piercing through and heading straight towards the eternal immortal realm. And during this process, this large rock continuously burned, radiating intense heat. The sudden scene caused both the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor to change color. They immediately realized that this stone didn't come from the shattered fan, but from someone outside the eternal immortal realm. The giant lord? Damn it! Anxiety flashed in the Holy Emperor's eyes. In an instant, his body darted forward, rushing towards the black stone. The Evil Emperor also took a step forward, and in a flash, his right hand formed a hand seal, suddenly pressing towards the Holy Emperor. With a loud explosion, the Holy Emperor's body instantly became blurry. When he reappeared, he was already far away, his face contorted with anger. Evil Emperor, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? We've both tried many times to extract some flesh from this giant lord to deduce the secrets of the ancient lord's ascension. Today we have this opportunity. How could we let you have it? The evil emperor laughed coldly and charged straight towards the black rock. A murderous glint appeared in the holy emperor's eyes as he simultaneously charged forward. Very quickly, the two were in midair, each unleashing their techniques, engaging in a fierce battle. The black rock, moving at incredible speed, was rapidly approaching the ground. Cracks appeared on its surface, and some liquid seeped out. Faintly, a roar seemed to echo from within the rock. Soon, after a deafening explosion, it directly slammed into the eternal sea, raising colossal waves before sinking to the bottom. At the same time, the evil emperor and the holy emperor wasted no time, also plunging into the seabed. Very quickly, the entire eternal sea erupted with earth-shattering explosions. The eternal sea surged with colossal waves, shaking the very foundations of the world. Even the eternal immortal realm trembled. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Afterward, both the holy emperor and the evil emperor emerged from the sea with extremely grim expressions. They exchanged glances, each seeing the undisguised murderous intent in the other's eyes. Holy emperor, you must give me justice. Letting it escape, you should be the one to explain this to me. The two glared coldly at each other. After a few breaths, they remained silent. Each of them left the eternal sea and returned to their respective immortal realms. Upon returning, both the holy emperor and the evil emperor immediately began searching within their respective immortal realms. As for what they were searching for, no one knew except the two of them. Even the matter of the black stone was of little concern to most people. In fact, the giant's hand high in the sky, its tattered fin swaying precariously, continuously emitted an aura that had attracted all the heavenly venerables and demigods. According to rumors, at the time when the Holy Emperor dynasty was forced into a desperate situation by the evil Emperor dynasty, almost wiped out. Although the Holy Emperor was able to break through and become the first ancient being, it was because he discovered a grand hall that had drifted from within the starry sky countless years ago. No one knows what he discovered inside that grand hall. After coming out, he ascended to become an ancient being. I've read ancient texts that since the beginning of the eternal immortal realm's history, every 10,000 years or so, some ruins from the outer heavens would fly down. If not guided down by the eternal immortal realm, they could become earth-shattering treasures for our generation of cultivators. Throughout the eternal immortal realm, the two great imperial dynasties were abuzz with discussion for the next half-month. Countless cultivators were filled with fervent desire for this celestial fan, their longing boundless. Whether it's a demigod or a heavenly venerate, it all proves that this tattered fan contains a considerable amount of ancient aura, possibly. Above it lies an opportunity for ascending to the ancient realm. In the past half-month, Bai Xiaochun had repeatedly paid attention to the tattered fan in the sky, and had also heard discussions from others. He even used his heavenly venerate cultivation to find some ancient books he hadn't seen before. Legend has it that the giant lord from outside this starry sky destroyed all the myriad worlds in the starry sky. It was under his destruction that the entire starry sky turned pitch black. The myriad worlds perished, and no life remained. Only desolate ruins and fragments of shattered remains turned to dust. These ruins occasionally drift near the eternal immortal realm, although not many each time they arrive. They become a source of fortune for the cultivators of the eternal immortal realm. Bai Xiaochun released the jade slip in his hand. After combining everything he knew, he made a judgment about this fan. At this moment, excitement appeared in his eyes. Ancient aura, an incomplete world treasure. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred. At the same time, he felt a little anxious. In fact, this fan wasn't fixed. It was swaying precariously. Anyone could see that it would soon leave the giant's hand and gently float towards the starry sky. It was also unclear why the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor hadn't decided to keep the fan, nor had they issued any orders for anyone to ascend the broken fan to search for the creation. Without their help, even a heavenly venerate couldn't fly onto this fan. This gradually aroused suspicion among all the heavenly venerates of the two dynasties. For half a month, neither the Holy Emperor nor the Evil Emperor had appeared. Fortunately, this didn't last too long. After several more days passed, the missing Holy Emperor suddenly returned. The moment he returned, his divine consciousness swept across the entire Holy Emperor city, summoning all the nobles and dignitaries of the court for an immediate audience. His expression was unreadable, but a hint of worrying flickered in his eyes, causing the powerful cultivators who rushed to the palace to feel uneasy. Even Bai Xiaochun was cautious. He reflected that during this time he hadn't done anything that would cause widespread resentment, and only then did he feel somewhat relieved. In fact, at this moment, the Holy Emperor stood before the dragon throne, coldly looking at everyone, his usual gentle demeanor gone. He seemed to have pulled down his mask, revealing his true self. His eyes held a chilling darkness. His entire being, from head to toe, radiated a powerful aura, creating an oppressive atmosphere that weighed down the entire palace. Even the three of them, including Gu Tianjun, felt uneasy. After exchanging glances, they stood there, heads bowed, speechless. The palace was completely silent. After a long while, the Holy Emperor looked down at everyone below, his mind replaying the events of the past half-month. He had exhausted all means, yet found not a single clue. As for the dilapidated fin in the sky, it seemed like a creation of nature, but it held no appeal for him. On the other hand, it was because of that black stone. He had a bad feeling about it, and instinctively, he didn't want to approach it. However, further investigation is still needed. This time, his purpose in summoning everyone back was to arrange for the cultivators under his command to enter the shattered fen and investigate. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua. A moment later, the Holy Emperor suddenly spoke, his voice low and resonant throughout the palace. The two immediately stepped forward and bowed to the Holy Emperor. I trouble the two heavenly kings to investigate the shattered fen high in the heavens. If there is any fortune, it will certainly be a chance for the two of you. As soon as the Holy Emperor finished speaking, the two heavenly venerables, Gu Tianjun and the middle-aged scholar, suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the Holy Emperor. In their minds, the Holy Emperor's voice echoed, "At the same time, also represent me and investigate whether there is any connection between the shattered fin and the giant lord." A piece of flesh and blood, seemingly real, belonging to the giant lord, fell into the eternal sea and disappeared. When these telepathic messages reached Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's minds, their expressions suddenly changed, becoming serious. Bai Xiaochun watched all of this, feeling a little wary. Although he didn't know what the Holy Emperor had said to Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, he had a strong premonition that something was wrong with this tattered fan. While Bai Xiaochun was pondering, the Holy Emperor continued speaking, listing each of the half-god great venerables who would cooperate with Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua on this trip. Finally, the Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed, looking towards Bai Xiaochun, who was hiding among the crowd. After remembering the bad things this guy had done in Holy Emperor City, and thinking about the petition submitted by the entire court of civil and military officials more than half a month ago, the Holy Emperor inwardly snorted coldly and spoke again. Tongshan Gong has been promoted to Heavenly Venerate, bestowed the title of Tongshan King, and is also participating in this trip. Your Majesty, my health is not very good. Bai Xiaochun's heart suddenly pounded. If it were before today, he would definitely have been tempted. But today, he felt a little uneasy. As he was about to refuse, the Holy Emperor suddenly turned around and walked towards the back hall. Let's decide it this way. 3 days from now, in the Imperial Palace, I will personally see you off. Before leaving, his voice contained an unquestionable tone, as firm as a nail, echoing in all directions. Watching the Holy Emperor's retreating back, Bai Xiaochun's face showed a mournful expression. He felt a little uneasy. He had realized that this journey to the Broken Fan would definitely not be simple. Especially considering the Holy Emperor's disappearance for half a month. It was clearly related to the investigation of this broken fan, and the Holy Emperor's worried gaze. All of this made Bai Xiaochun's heart race. While Bai Xiaochun was moping around, the powerful cultivators of the Holy Emperor dynasty surrounding him felt a sense of schadenfreude, even a silent sigh of relief. In truth, over the past year, they had clearly witnessed Bai Xiaochun's ability to cause trouble. Thinking of the heavenly dragonfish, the lotus seeds, the lotus roots, all of these things made them feel that if Bai Xiaochun continued to stay in Holy Emperor City, with his heavenly venerate cultivation, he would undoubtedly cause chaos and endless suffering. Now that Bai Xiaochun had been banished by the Holy Emperor, in everyone's eyes, this was a wise and valiant decision. However, these thoughts were all hidden in their hearts. no one would show them outwardly. Some even proactively approached Bai Xiaochun to greet him, chatting and laughing. "Congratulations, Tongchun King, on your promotion to Heavenly Venerate." "Haha, we didn't get a chance to congratulate you earlier, Tongchun King. Please don't blame us. Tongchun King truly has received profound divine favor. Such a fortunate opportunity to seek treasures beyond the heavens truly fills us with envy. Congratulations, Heavenly King. May you achieve a resounding victory and reap great rewards on your expedition." The crowd laughed and bowed to Bai Xiaochun, each leaving with a joyful heart. Only Liu Qianhu, despite having experienced many attacks before, still felt that the Holy Emperor's decision seemed somewhat inappropriate. But the more he thought about it, the less he could figure out what was wrong. Finally, he could only sigh, shake his head, and leave. In truth, the little black turtle had tormented him quite a bit these past few days. Therefore, Liu Qianhu, who was originally so enthusiastic, now lacked any concrete evidence and dared not speak carelessly. After everyone had left, Bai Xiaochun frowned and stood there. After a while, he shook his head. Only then did he leave the imperial palace and return to his blessed land. He then sat there, pondering and sighing. "Although I've become a heavenly venerate, I'm much stronger than before. But even the Holy Emperor is clearly having a headache right now. That tattered fin in the air must be extremely dangerous." Bai Xiaochun felt increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. But he understood that the Holy Emperor had issued an order, and finally, his words were like a sharp sword cutting through iron. It was clearly a threat. If he didn't obey, even greater danger awaited him. Instead of constantly being on guard, wouldn't it be better to take a risk? After a moment of dejection, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. He wasn't afraid of death. It was just that he felt many people were going this time. If he was careful and not greedy, with his heavenly venerate cultivation, he could still protect his life. If the Holy Emperor only allowed him to go alone this time, then even if Bai Xiaochun had to flee, he wouldn't hesitate for a single step. "If I'm going, I must prepare well." Bai Xiaochun grabbed his hair, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Then, without wasting any time, he immediately went out. Using the resources he had gathered over the past year, he began openly buying up supplies within the Holy Emperor city. Whether it was runes, magic treasures, elixirs, or other items, he prepared to the fullest extent. At the same time, news of the 3 heavenly venerables sent by the Holy Emperor to investigate the remnants of the celestial fin spread throughout Holy Emperor city and even the Holy Emperor dynasty. This caused a great stir. Especially those unaware of the full situation sought out the heavenly venerables chosen by the Holy Emperor, expressing their desire to accompany them. The Holy Emperor did not stop them. Whether it was Gu Tianjun, Sima Yuhua, or others like the half-god sea-god great venerables, they all had the right to decide how many people to take. But many still knew. Soon, rumors spread that this expedition was extremely dangerous. This caused many to hesitate and back down. But no matter what, the cultivation world will never lack those who seek fortune in danger. A few days later, the sound of bells echoed through the imperial palace. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua led the team, which included 6 half-god sea-god great venerables, along with more than 10 heavenly human powerhouses, and gathered in the imperial palace square. Almost everyone was present, except for Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was sighing as he left the blessed land. He took a step, then turned back, looking at the cave where he had stayed for over a year, his heart unwilling to leave. "I wonder when I'll be able to return next," Bai Xiaochun sighed as he took out the armor he had bought from his storage bag. He had personally selected all the armor. If it weren't for the fact that his storage bags were running low and he needed to be economical, he would have refined all of them more than 20 times. Since he couldn't do that now, he could only buy a few more. Each piece of armor was marked with protective runes. He put them on as he walked. But Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he took out the turtle pattern cauldron and placed it in front of his chest. He also put on his armor. As he put on each piece of armor, from a distance, his originally tall and thin body appeared round. By the time he reached the main gate of the imperial palace, he had worn countless layers of armor. His whole body looked very plump, and his steps were slightly unsteady. And that wasn't all. On his head, he wore a black helmet that emitted bursts of white protective light. Behind him was a newly purchased bowl. This kind of appearance would certainly be familiar to the people of the Reverse River sect. But in the eternal immortal realm, it was the first time it had appeared, leaving everyone who saw it stunned. The palace guards almost didn't recognize the person before them as the mighty Tongshan King, a heavenly venerate. Even the likes of Gu Jianjun, Sima Yunhua, and the sea god Great Venerable, who were waiting in the Imperial Palace Square, were stunned when they saw Bai Xiaochun approaching. In an instant, they were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun's figure, who seemed to have become obese. He appeared to be struggling to walk. He walked step by step past them, and only when he stopped did everyone react. A shock ran through everyone's minds. How can he wear so many things? My God, the protective artifacts on Bai Xiaochun's body could form 100 small teams. He's wearing a helmet on his head. Isn't he bored in this heat? What is this? Look at the cooking pot on his back. Unbelievable. Where did he buy that? Gu Jianjun and the others were all shocked. Needless to say, those heavenly human cultivators were completely shocked by the scene before them. Some even felt their hearts suddenly race. Bai Xiaochun's attire made them reconsider their options. How terrifying must the place they were going to be to cause a dignified heavenly venerate to prepare to such an infuriating extent? Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. After noticing everyone's shock, he felt a little smug. He thought to himself, if he hadn't possessed this kind of sense of danger during his years in the Tongshan world, he would have lost his life long ago. Even though I am a heavenly venerate now, my sense of danger cannot be underestimated. Caution is the best policy. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to express his feelings, a cold snort suddenly echoed from within the Imperial Palace. Everyone around trembled. This included Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua, whose expressions turned solemn as they bowed towards the Imperial Palace. At the same time, the figure of the Holy Emperor emerged from the palace. Even a powerful figure like him, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's current state, couldn't remain calm. Suppressing his emotions and pretending not to see, the Holy Emperor took a deep breath and suddenly raised his right hand. Instantly, his primordial cultivation spread throughout the heavens and earth. A loud explosion resounded, and the weather changed dramatically. A divine light, not descending from the sky, suddenly rose from the ground, soaring straight towards the heavens. It grew faster and faster, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth. As it ascended, it created numerous ripples, spreading in all directions. It was clearly visible even from a great distance. In the blink of an eye, this light seemed to form a pathway, connecting the ground with the shattered fin high in the sky. Gentlemen, why aren't you on your way? The Holy Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua took a deep breath. Their eyes showed determination, and they stepped forward. They followed the light pathway, soaring straight into the sky. The others also flew out one after another. Bai Xiaochun slowly and deliberately became the last to step onto the pillar of light, following the light towards the shattered fan on the ancient treasure high in the sky. The distance to the shattered fin grew shorter and shorter. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and looked down at the ground. In his eyes, the entire Holy Emperor city was getting smaller and smaller, until it was no longer clear. Under this protective light, all the strong winds in the high heavens were completely unable to penetrate. There was also the oppressive power emanating from this giant lord in the sky. Even a heavenly venerate would be unable to resist this pressure, suppressed and unable to leave the eternal immortal realm. Only the ancient powerhouses could withstand this pressure. Only they could rely on their cultivation power to break everyone out of the eternal immortal realm. Very quickly, a loud explosion echoed in everyone's minds. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled. He felt as if his body had suddenly become lighter, as if he had suddenly escaped from some kind of entanglement. He looked around. In his field of vision, a vast expanse of dark starry sky. The moment he saw the dark starry sky all around him, Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled. In that instant, his heart felt like it was about to explode, an indescribable feeling surging within him. This was the first time in his life he had seen a real starry sky. Not within the body of the puppet lord, not in the eternal immortal realm gazing up at it. But he had truly stepped into a boundless expanse of starry sky that seemed to have no end. Initially, he thought the Tongshan world was quite large. Later, he learned that the entire Tongshan world was only the size of a single continent in the eternal immortal realm. Initially, he was in the eternal immortal realm, gazing up at the starry sky. Although he knew the starry sky was vast, it was far from what it was now. Standing in the starry sky, looking at the once immense eternal immortal realm compared to this starry sky, it truly seemed insignificant. This kind of shocking thought, this kind of world being created, this kind of explosive visual sensation caused Bai Xiaochun to forget the danger, forget everything in that instant. The only things that existed were the endless dark void all around him and this colossal lord, this earth-shattering giant. It wasn't just Bai Xiaochun. In fact, except for Gu Zhangjun and Sima Yunhua, everyone else, including the great sea god, felt the same turmoil as Bai Xiaochun. No one spoke, but simply followed the light channel formed by the Holy Emperor's spell, continuously approaching the Lord Giant in front of them. The closer they got, the more the giant stood in the starry sky, his entire being exuding an aura and pressure unseen in the eternal immortal realm, revealing itself before Bai Xiaochun and the others. Approaching the giant lord at such close range, the feeling was completely different from when they were in the eternal immortal realm. This kind of oppressive aura, this terrifying feeling, seemed to contain an immense evil and madness in the starry sky, and the source of all this evil was this giant lord. It was as if they had encountered their natural enemy, making everyone feel immense pressure. It seemed that if this giant could open his eyes, a single glance could instantly reduce everyone to dust. His powerful muscles, his colossal body, his large, strong hands raised, and the faint hint of mockery in his mouth, all of these things were incredibly vivid. Even Gu Zhangjun and Sima Yunhua inadvertently showed signs of caution. In truth, they also felt immense pressure. A giant like this, a lord of the immortal realm, existed outside the eternal immortal realm. If the opponent were truly dead, it wouldn't matter. But if, as the legend said, he was merely in a deep sleep and would one day awaken, then this lord of the immortal realm would become the source of destruction for everything. The closer they got, the stronger the oppressive feeling became. Fortunately, everyone's target wasn't this giant. The divine light emanating from the Holy Emperor's hand landed on the giant's raised right hand. At this moment, the tattered fan on his hand still trembled slightly at the point of impact, as if it could fall off at any moment, once again drifting in the starry sky. The closer they got, the more clearly the fan appeared in everyone's eyes. Compared to when they saw it in the eternal immortal realm, it was even more enormous. This was also a fully unfolded fan. Although half of it was incomplete, the half that remained intact was truly the size of a continent. Over 100 fan-shaped structures existed on this fan. Each structure resembled a straight mountain range, connecting the top and bottom ends of the fan. They seemed to point in hundreds of different directions, but their endpoints were all at the fan's edge. Simultaneously, these 100 fan-shaped structures formed the fan's surface. On it was clearly a landscape painting, forming a vast and boundless world, gradually becoming clearer before everyone's eyes, and slowly filling them with varying degrees of anticipation and longing. However, there was still some distance between this and the giant's body. Therefore, the pressure emanating from this giant was neutralized by the Holy Emperor's divine power, maintaining it within a range that everyone could tolerate. Until Bai Xiaochun's group finally followed the light passage and stepped onto the handle of this broken fan. The light dissipated as the fan's interwoven ribs formed a half circle of incompleteness. At the same time, the fan itself possessed a powerful pressure, seemingly neutralizing some of the oppressive force from the giant lord, allowing everyone, even without the protection of the Holy Emperor's light, to still barely withstand it. However, in terms of sensation, it felt as if massive mountains were pressing down on their bodies, making them extremely uncomfortable. The weight and number of mountains perceived varied depending on their cultivation level. Simultaneously, whether it was due to their proximity to the giant lord or the inherent pressure of the fan itself, everyone's consciousness was unable to leave their bodies. Even their senses were greatly weakened compared to before. They could no longer discern the cultivation energy circulating within each other's bodies, as if it had been cut off. At this moment, no one spoke. After taking deep breaths, Gu Zhangjun and the others immediately observed their surroundings. Everyone else did the same. Bai Xiaochun was no exception. In Bai Xiaochun's observation, the fan they were holding was where the fan's ribs converged. As for the surrounding area, it resembled a series of steps. These fan ribs were layered one after another, joined together at the very edge. And each of these fan ribs, upon closer inspection, didn't seem like a mountain range, but rather gave off a very distinct feeling. It seemed, truly, they were individual paths. This fan is a bit strange. These fan blades are like pathways. What exactly is the purpose of this magical artifact? While everyone was speculating, their eyes flickered. Even if each person had an answer, they didn't voice it directly. But several people gasped for breath. Their bodies instantly moved downwards, following the fan blades. They wanted to enter the world within the fan as soon as possible. However, their figures couldn't go too far before they instantly became blurry. When they reappeared, they were unexpectedly right beside everyone. This scene caused the eyes of the others to flash, and also left the cultivators who had been teleported back stunned. At the same time, the aura of the primordial realm emanating from the fan flickered, causing Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's eyes to burn with desire. However, they hadn't forgotten the Holy Emperor's instructions. At that moment, they were observing the distance towards the far end of this fan-shaped area. There, they could only vaguely see the right hand of the giant lord. Not opening, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the fan-shaped bones. He cautiously looked around, not acting rashly. He seemed to be deep in thought. Just then, suddenly, a beam of light shot up from below the eternal immortal realm, directly connecting to the handle of the fan where everyone was standing. The appearance of this light caused the pupils of Gu Tianjun and the others to contract. Upon closer inspection, they immediately noticed that the source of this light was above the eternal immortal realm. It was the evil Emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun wasn't surprised. After all, the Holy Emperor had sent them, so the evil Emperor would naturally do the same. Very quickly, several figures appeared at the handle of the fan, following the light from the evil Emperor city. Everyone from the Holy Emperor dynasty was on alert, their eyes coldly fixed on it. 3 figures descended first. Each exuded the aura of a heavenly venerate. One of them was an old man with a red mark on his face, looking quite ferocious, especially the coldness in his eyes, making him seem like a malevolent demon. Sima Yunhua, his gaze fell upon Sima Yunhua, a smirk playing on his lips. However, deep within those eyes lurked clearly visible murderous intent. Spirit-devouring supreme being, Sima Yunhua narrowed his eyes, speaking indifferently. Before the two could speak further, the second figure became clear. This was a young man, somewhat resembling Sima Yunhua. Both were dressed in scholarly attire, with a refined and elegant demeanor. At the same time, their handsome features resembled those of a woman. However, the smile on his lips seemed to carry a hint of evil. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, I didn't expect you to come this time. Unfortunately, he had thought he might see Master Chen Su. The young man smiled, his gaze sweeping across. When he looked towards Bai Xiaochun, he clearly paid a little more attention. Humph, Yuan Yaozi, from the moment he betrayed the Holy Emperor dynasty, you have no right to call Chen Tianwang your master. The speaker wasn't Gu Tianjun or Sima Yunhua, but the sea god great venerable beside them. There's a grandmother here, useless fool. What business is it of yours to but eat when I speak? A moment before, Yuan Yaozi had a smiling expression. The next instant, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he glanced at the sea god great venerable. This look directly shook the sea god great venerable's mind, causing him to recoil several steps, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He was even more terrified. He could clearly see that Yuan Yaozi was even more powerful than he remembered. Ignoring the somber expressions of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua, Yuan Yaozi's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Just as he was about to speak, the third heavenly venerate of the evil emperor dynasty descended. Amidst the resounding explosion, a towering figure emerged from within the beam of light. This was a man as sturdy as an iron tower, his physique immense and powerful, his presence causing Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's expressions to change. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. After Gu Tianjun uttered the words Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed as he looked over. Bai Xiaochun had heard of this Guangmu Heavenly Venerate before. Previously, in the small town of the evil Emperor dynasty, his immortal domain was guarded by Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Later, the demon mother was replaced. In fact, if nothing unexpected happened, and it wasn't the previous demon mother chasing after him, but this Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, with Bai Xiaochun's cultivation and combat power at that time, it would have been very difficult to successfully capture him. The burly man was like an iron tower, just standing there. He exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's eyes to narrow. 3 heavenly venerates from the evil emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened. Clearly, all of this was an agreement between the evil emperor and the holy emperor. Both sides sent out equal numbers of people. While Bai Xiaoqun was pondering this, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate stood there, his gaze falling on Bai Xiaoqun, completely disregarding his strange appearance, his voice carrying an undeniable, cold tone. "You're just a useless, mourning dog, Bai Xiaoqun." Seeing this burly man seemingly pointing his spear directly at him, Bai Xiaoqun immediately realized that Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had ill intentions. This kind of provocation certainly concealed some ulterior motive. This time, it was definitely not just a verbal sparring match. A physical fight was highly likely. But clearly, the insults in his words made his intentions even more obvious. "Are you planning to attack me? To subdue me and establish your authority?" Bai Xiaoqun was shocked. While he was considering how to respond, the demon son of the evil emperor dynasty took a step forward. When he looked at Bai Xiaoqun, a strange light flickered in his eyes. "I heard that people from the Tongshan world possess a secret spirit refining technique in their bloodline. I wonder if you could give me a little of your blood." As soon as Yuan Yaozi finished speaking, Bai Xiaoqun immediately gasped. Actually, one Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had already given him a headache. Now this Yuan Yaozi, who didn't seem like a good person at all, was also involved. This made Bai Xiaoqun very uneasy. But before his unease could dissipate, the spirit-devouring supreme being smiled, licking his lips as he looked at Bai Xiaoqun. "I'm not only curious about spirit refining, but I'm even more interested in the soul refining into fire technique unique to your Tongshan continent. I've asked many talented people and learned that you, Bai Xiaoqun, are the only heavenly grade soul refiner in the Tongshan world." A greedy glint flashed in the spirit-devouring supreme being's eyes. Hearing the spirit-devouring supreme being's words, Bai Xiaoqun felt a sudden unease. His scalp tingled. After this seemingly ferocious spirit-devouring immortal actually joined, what he would have to face were 3 heavenly venerables. Damn it, since I arrived here, I haven't said a word. I've been extremely secretive, not provoking or bothering anyone. How did these 3 crazy people end up ganging up on me? Bai Xiaoqun felt anxious, realizing he was outnumbered and outmatched. Instinctively, he looked towards Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua, but their expressions were somber, as if they hadn't seen him and showed no intention of immediately assisting. In their eyes, Bai Xiaoqun and the heavenly venerables of the evil emperor dynasty were outsiders. They also wanted to use this opportunity to test Bai Xiaoqun's combat power after his breakthrough. Seeing Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua's attitude, Bai Xiaoqun's heart grew colder. His breathing quickened. He was racking his brain trying to figure out how to respond. It seemed calm, but in reality, all of this happened within a few breaths. Seeing the 3 figures of Yuan Yaozi staring at him like hungry tigers, Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath and finally took the initiative to step forward. "I'm risking my life. I can't afford to be afraid right now. If I fail to intimidate these 3 madmen, and they join forces, I'm sure I won't die, but I'll definitely be beaten badly. Here, my consciousness can't leave my body, and all my senses are cut off. I can't see their true intentions, and they can't see my preparations either." Bai Xiaoqun gritted his teeth fiercely, but outwardly he laughed heartily, his sleeves fluttering slightly. His eyes revealed a fierce fighting spirit and a hint of contempt. He spoke without any politeness, calmly saying, "It's been several days since anyone has spoken like that to me." Bai Xiaoqun's voice carried a hint of emotion, as if recalling the passionate past of his life. "Furthermore, the person who spoke like that to me was also a heavenly venerate of your evil emperor city. She's called the Ghost Mother." Bai Xiaoqun chuckled faintly, his fighting spirit surging. When he looked at the 3 Guangmu heavenly venerates, he pursed his lips tightly, and the light in his eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, even tinged with a hint of madness. In reality, his heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. "I've suppressed myself for so long, intending to hide in this eternal immortal realm. Fine, come on, come on. One of you 3 will come out, I'll stand here. If you can make me spit out even a drop of blood, you can take me as you please." Hearing Bai Xiaoqun's words, a cold glint flashed in Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's eyes. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. He had wanted to test Bai Xiaoqun's strength. Hearing this, he suddenly stepped forward with incredible speed, instantly appearing in front of Bai Xiaoqun. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and finally brought it down directly with a punch. Bai Xiaochun didn't dodge at all. He knew he absolutely had to intimidate these three heavenly venerables of the evil emperor city. If he dodged and engaged in a group fight, he would inevitably face the combined attack of the three. And those Dan Guqianjun and Sima Yunhua were clearly just watching the show. Unless he himself was also killed, they wouldn't intervene. There was no time to think much now. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation instantly circulated within his body, especially his body's recovery power, which spread throughout his body. At the same time, he immediately opened all the armor he was wearing, especially the turtle pattern cauldron on his chest. Once he finished, if the opponent didn't hit his chest, then he had to immediately prepare to dodge. In an instant, a punch from Guangmu Heavenly Venerate descended. Even on the fan itself, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Even the void in the surrounding starry sky seemed to be partially drawn in, merging into Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's punch, directly striking Bai Xiaochun's chest. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun finally didn't dodge, whether it was Guangmu Heavenly Venerate himself, Yuan Yazi, Gu Chuanjun, or Sima Yunhua, their eyes narrowed. Not to mention everyone around them. Each person focused their attention on the scene. Amidst the deafening explosion, under the single punch of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, Bai Xiaochun's body didn't even flinch. Only the layers of armor on his body shattered and exploded continuously. Yet, he remained completely unharmed. Not a single drop of blood spilled from his mouth. In contrast, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, the towering figure of an iron tower, finally let out a groan. He felt as if he had punched an unbreakable mountain. An unimaginable force of recoil, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, surged forth. His right hand felt like it was about to shatter. His body staggered back several steps, blood gushing from his mouth. His internal organs churned violently, his breathing was ragged, and his eyes widened in terror as he stared at Bai Xiaochun, as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? You've just been promoted to Heavenly Venerate, even with such a powerful body. You absolutely couldn't withstand such a blow from me. You have a protective treasure on you. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's mind trembled, but unfortunately, his consciousness couldn't leave his body, so he couldn't see through the trick. At this moment, he could only rely on his senses to judge. You're too weak. I don't believe you don't have protective treasures on you. The madness in Bai Xiaochun's eyes intensified, as if about to erupt. Even his laughter carried a hint of joy. This was genuine joy. With the turtle pattern cauldron placed on his chest, under his astonishing healing power, his injuries could be instantly healed. However, this turtle pattern cauldron was somewhat problematic. Although it could integrate into his body, it required prior preparation before being removed. At this moment, while proudly displaying his arrogance, Bai Xiaochun brushed aside the remaining shattered pieces of armor on his body with one hand, tossing them aside. Then he took a step forward, looking at Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, whose expression had also changed, and let out a maniacal laugh. Come on, come on, come on, hit me with another punch. With laughter, Bai Xiaochun advanced towards Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps. His right hand was already on the verge of breaking through. Unless he used the Heavenly Venerate's Dao techniques, relying on ordinary spells and physical strength, he simply couldn't break through Bai Xiaochun's body and protective treasures. The terrifying recoil also sent shivers down Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's spine. Seeing Guangmu retreat, Bai Xiaochun's laughter grew even more arrogant. He lightly flicked his sleeve, looking towards Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring immortal, who were both stunned. Yuan Yaozi, right? You wanted blood, didn't you? Come on, come on, come on, hit me. And you, spirit-devouring immortal, quick, hit me. Come on, hit me. Yuan Yaozi, spirit-devouring immortal. At this moment, even though people were emerging from within the descending light of the evil emperor dynasty, no one paid attention to them. Although the cultivators from the evil emperor dynasty weren't heavenly venerates, but rather half-gods and heavenly beings, their appearance would naturally attract attention. But now, everyone here was staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, watching him stand there, arrogantly shouting, looking like he was asking for a beating. Come on, hit me. Yuan Yaozi, devouring spirit supreme, are you going to attack me or not? If you want to, hurry up, I'm ready. Come on, attack me. Bai Xiaochun's voice grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, roaring louder and louder. Yuan Yaozi's expression was extremely grim. Devouring Spirit Supreme, standing beside him, also looked displeased. Like Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, although their divine senses were severed, they could see that Bai Xiaochun possessed some kind of supreme treasure. This treasure was probably something only a Heavenly Venerate's Taoist technique could break. Ordinary techniques were simply ineffective against it. Moreover, the countershock force of this protective artifact was incredibly powerful. Seeing Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's right hand still trembling slightly and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Yuan Yaozi and Devouring Spirit Supreme's expressions became even more grim. They didn't have the same robust physique as Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. If they were to be struck by the countershock, they feared they would be even more miserable. Although it wouldn't cause serious injury, their trip here was ultimately for a stroke of fate. Previously, they thought Bai Xiaochun was weak and had considered subduing him to assert their dominance. But they hadn't expected him to be so difficult to deal with. They couldn't act rashly. At this moment, the two were racking their brains. They had never seen a Heavenly Venerate who would actively challenge someone to a fight like this. This guy is too shameless. He's carrying a protective treasure, and he's telling us to fight him. He did it on purpose just now. Not only were the people of the evil Emperor dynasty unwilling to accept this, but even the people of the Holy Emperor dynasty, who always maintained a dignified demeanor, felt a little embarrassed. Especially Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. After exchanging glances, their eyes widened in disbelief. If Bai Xiaochun weren't a Heavenly Venerate, discovering such a treasure even without seeing its true form, they would definitely have other intentions. But Bai Xiaochun has become a Heavenly Venerate, meaning he has fully matured. Even the evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor, unless they reach a consensus, will not overly cause trouble for him out of mutual apprehension. After all, Bai Xiaochun is arguably the only person in the entire eternal immortal realm who doesn't place his Tao seed in the hands of others, but holds it himself. This seems dangerous, but in reality, it represents his absolute freedom. As for the others, if they betray him, they will have to pay a heavy price, a portion of their Tao seed shattered and destroyed. Everyone's hearts were filled with complex emotions. Bai Xiaochun's rambling continued without end. Guangmu, they won't fight, you fight. Come on, come on, come on. Your right hand is broken. I won't bully you. Use your left hand to hit me. Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted, and he shouted. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's face turned pale, and he snorted coldly, pretending not to hear. But among those standing on the evil Emperor dynasty side was a demigod-level Grand Venerable, who couldn't help but sneer coldly. Bai Tianjun, you, a dignified Heavenly Venerable, a high-ranking figure, should have some decorum befitting your superior. Shouting and making a fuss here. What's the difference between you and a shrewish woman? If you truly have any shame, dare to take down your protective treasure and shout the same thing again. The demigod who spoke was a middle-aged man, as imposing as Guangmu Tianjun. He was also a disciple of Guangmu. Who are you? Bai Xiaochun glanced at the demigod who had just spoken. A sense of unease arose in his heart. He felt this guy's words were sharp. Although he appeared to be a strong man, his glib tongue was anything but simple. I am Li Donghao, all right. I'll take down my magic weapon. Come on, Li Donghao, you come and punch me. If you don't punch me, I can punch you. Bai Xiaochun glared and immediately spoke. His shameless words were unbearable even for the people of the Holy Emperor dynasty. He himself was a Heavenly Venerate, telling a demigod to punch him. Even without protective treasures, Bai Xiaochun was prepared. A demigod's punch, with his Heavenly Venerate level strength, could still severely injure Li Donghao. It was the same as a Foundation establishment cultivator telling a mortal to punch him. Li Donghao was also flustered by Bai Xiaochun's words. He became even more furious and was about to speak. But at this moment, the beam of light from the evil Emperor dynasty dissipated. With the last group of cultivators arriving at the fan, the total number of people had exceeded 49. Then, suddenly, the entire dilapidated fan seemed to be subjected to some kind of restraining spell. All the fan's frame, the remaining thin surface, even everything inside the fan, in that instant, erupted with intense light. This light was so intense that it was blinding in a flash. At this moment, it caused a loud bang in everyone's heads, and they lost all consciousness. Even Bai Xiaochun and his group, who were heavenly venerables, could not escape it. In that dazzling light, their entire bodies trembled. Finally, like those demigods and heavenly beings, they had absolutely no power to resist and directly lost consciousness. In this light, the entire dilapidated fan was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the dark starry sky. This starlight, even concealing the giant lord beside it, caused countless cultivators within the eternal immortal realm to cry out in astonishment upon looking up. What kind of light is that? My God, how is this possible? It's that broken fan. It can actually emit such light. In the evil Emperor Dynasty, the Holy Emperor Dynasty, and across these 5 great immortal realms, countless people noticed the anomaly in the sky. Their minds were shaken. They also sensed an indescribable, immense aura emanating from this star-like, brightly shining broken fan, surging down upon the entire eternal immortal realm. After heavenly venerables like Chen Su and Gongsun Wanner, who were currently residing in the eternal immortal realm, sensed this aura, their minds were instantly overwhelmed by a colossal wave of energy. This aura surpasses the primordial era. The world trembled, the heavens and earth changed color. All the Holy Emperor Dynasty and Evil Emperor Dynasty were terrified, especially the Holy Emperor and Evil Emperor. After sensing this aura, their hearts felt like the world was collapsing. Their expressions completely changed. In an instant, they disappeared from their respective palaces. When they reappeared, they were suddenly high in the sky, outside this fan. Facing the light that shook their minds, they were completely unable to approach, let alone step inside. The aura emanating from this light was the source of their drastic change in expression. The aura of a lord. Damn it. This is not an ancient artifact. This is a supreme treasure left behind by a fallen lord. Ancient artifacts and lord artifacts are completely different concepts. It's important to know that when an ancient treasure appears, the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor, while tempted, wouldn't pay excessive attention. But if it were a treasure belonging to a lord, it could even cause a war between the 2 great imperial dynasties. After all, both the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor have been stuck in the ancient realm for too long, unable to see the path ahead. A treasure belonging to a lord could certainly offer them hope and direction for a breakthrough. But today, watching this hope vanish, the 2 were somewhat driven mad. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through this dazzling light, unable to get even half a step closer. Even after a long time, the light disappeared, leaving an invisible barrier preventing anyone from entering. Perhaps only those currently residing within this treasure, under the watchful eyes of the Evil Emperor and the Holy Emperor, are being targeted. What made them feel a little better was that this time, those entering were all heavenly venerables and demigods whom they highly valued. If anyone broke through in this area, it would be good news for them. Bai Xiaochun, damn it, I never thought I'd let him in. When the Holy Emperor's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun, he regretted it immensely. In the midst of the Holy Emperor and Evil Emperor's complex emotions of regret and extreme remorse, everyone on the fan slowly awoke. After waking up, mist appeared around them, quickly obscuring the Holy Emperor and Evil Emperor's vision. After each person awoke, their eyes showed shock, and their breathing quickened. At the same time, their bodies trembled with excitement. When they looked towards the fan, their eyes revealed a fervent enthusiasm they had never shown before. Even the ancient heavenly venerables and heavenly monarchs were like that. Because of their formidable cultivation, their fervent hope seemed even greater than others. Therefore, their enthusiasm had long since reached an overwhelming level. Bai Xiaochun was no different. Just now, he appeared to have lost consciousness, but in reality, a will resided in everyone's mind, preserving detailed information and answers related to this fan. All of this caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. He never dreamed that this broken fan was completely different from his previous judgment. This wasn't just a place where dangers were buried everywhere. For them, this was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, something they might never encounter in their lifetime. Become the owner of this broken fan. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded, his chest heaving. Suddenly, a roar erupted beside him. Figures rushed towards these fan bones, each choosing one, and swiftly moving forward. According to the rumors, it's true. Bai Xiaochun looked at the people beside him, including Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and his group. They were no longer lingering around him, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Each person stepped onto a path of fan bones. His heart pounded. At this moment, the echoes of the divine consciousness he had received earlier still reverberated in his mind. A storm raged within him, lingering for a long time. This fan was not just an ancient treasure, but a world treasure from some lord. For countless cultivators throughout the eternal immortal realm, the Lord Realm is a realm that drives them mad, making them willing to sacrifice everything to attain it. This applies to both Che condensation cultivators and the two ancient emperors. It's worth noting that from ancient times to the present, only 3 Lord Realms have ever appeared in the entire starry sky. These 3 fell, giving rise to the Evil Emperor Dynasty, the Holy Emperor Dynasty, and the Kui Emperor Dynasty. One can imagine just how supreme and unparalleled a Lord Realm existence is. Although there are varying levels of strength within the Lord Realm, for example, the giant standing outside the eternal immortal realm, appearing both dead and asleep, is clearly the strongest among the Lord Realms. Calling him a supreme being is not an exaggeration at all. Looking out across the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless worlds exist. Within any one of these worlds, a lord could be born. Until now, following a great catastrophe, the legendary extraterrestrial enemy of the eternal immortal realm, that colossal lord, personally destroyed the entire starry sky. Afterward, within this boundless sea of stars, all worlds, all existence, were plunged into darkness and death. And this fan, a treasure passed down from a certain lord of that era, though its body and soul were annihilated, was left behind. Although this artifact is incomplete, only half of it remains, it is still a treasure of inheritance. The so-called inheritance is the true lineage. This is a true inheritance of a certain lord, a treasure of unparalleled power. Its original owner, that unknown lord, after his fall, has been wandering in this dark starry sky, year after year, month after month, circling around and around. Perhaps because there are no living beings within this starry sky, it has never been opened. To this day, it has not found a second owner. And to become its owner, to become the successor of that unknown lord, to obtain his authentic method, there is only one: this fan. Each fan bone represents a path of inheritance. On each path, there are 100 trials. The opening time is 3 months. Within these 3 months, whoever passes the most trials, that person will be the owner of this magical artifact. According to the will that just transmitted into my mind, these 100 trials are the same on each fan bone path. At the same time, each time they pass through a gate, they would receive some rewards. After all, the purpose of this magical artifact was to find an heir, not to kill. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. This point was another reason why the cultivators from the Evil Emperor Dynasty and the Holy Emperor Dynasty were so excited. It was also the main reason why those heavenly human cultivators were so enthusiastic. They didn't aspire to compete with the heavenly venerable to become the owner of the fin and obtain the Lord's orthodox Tao. What they wanted was the reward after passing through the gate. Although no one knew what the reward would ultimately be, this was a treasure of the Lord. Thinking about it, even if the reward was very small, it was enough to make heavenly humans and even demigods overjoyed. Seeing almost everyone around, each person now had a path of bone fan, rushing forward. The fastest person was nowhere to be seen. Bai Xiaochun also hurriedly chose an empty, fan-shaped path and quickly approached. Following the fan-shaped path, Bai Xiaochun continued forward. Before long, he reached the fan's surface. He was about to step inside. But at that moment, suddenly, a fan-shaped structure in the distance emitted a burst of light. In an instant, the figure of a heavenly human Saint Emperor Dynasty cultivator was teleported out, spitting out a mouthful of blood after falling, staggering back a few steps. His eyes showed unwillingness as he sat down cross-legged and began meditating to recover. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun was shocked. This guy looks like he failed. He's a heavenly human, after all. At what stage did he fail? Bai Xiaochun immediately became wary, not acting rashly. He quickly retreated, returning to the side of the heavenly human cultivator. The cultivator saw Bai Xiaochun. Even though Bai Xiaochun was from the Tongchen world, he couldn't ignore the heavenly venerate cultivation level. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. What did you encounter inside? Did you fail? Which stage did you pass? Bai Xiaochun anxiously asked. The celestial monk hesitated for a moment, but dared not conceal anything, and spoke truthfully in a low voice. He was at the first gate, almost passing through, but failed there. According to his description, 5 celestial realm puppets appeared inside the first gate. Only then did Bai Xiaoqun breathe a sigh of relief, especially since, during this process, 7 or 8 celestial beings were successively teleported out from all sides, albeit with varying degrees of injury. None were life-threatening. Bai Xiaoqun felt even more confident, so he adjusted his gear, took out some protective armor from his storage bag, and put it on again. Then he took a deep breath and stepped into the fan-shaped structure once more, reaching the edge, and then taking a step towards the front of the fan. The moment Bai Xiaoqun's foot landed, a loud explosion rang in his ears. The world before him suddenly blurred. When everything cleared, he found himself in a circular area of a square. The square was filled with oppressive power. In front of him stood a colossal statue. The statue was half human, half beast, ferocious and radiating a brutal aura. On top of the statue sat 5 red-furred monkeys, seemingly meditating with their eyes closed. Suddenly, their eyes opened, revealing a deep red color. Their gazes were filled with madness. They instantly turned towards Bai Xiaoqun. Their bodies flashed, transforming into 5 streaks of red light, hurtling straight towards him. At first, Bai Xiaoqun was startled. This place truly blocked his spiritual sense. These 5 monkeys, though seemingly ferocious and bizarre, couldn't detect their cultivation fluctuations because his spiritual sense was cut off. He immediately retreated. But as he did so, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened. Although I can't discern their cultivation level, their speed is too slow. Indeed, this barrier doesn't change based on each person's cultivation level, but is fixed. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes lit up, a feeling of heroism surging within him. He suddenly turned and stopped. Then, he charged straight towards the 5 monkeys. "Anyone who stands in my way will die," Bai Xiaoqun shouted. He felt that the words, spoken from his mouth, were filled with boundless heroism. His speed was so great, even stirring up a storm, and amidst a series of loud explosions, he directly collided with these 5 monkeys. Essentially, Bai Xiaoqun didn't need to use any divine abilities or techniques. The sheer force of his charge was enough to cause 3 of the 5 monkeys to explode with a loud bang before Bai Xiaoqun could even get close, turning into a cloud of mist. The other 2 monkeys barely held out for a split second before Bai Xiaoqun roared past them. Amidst the resounding explosions, they too vanished into mist. Sensing this ease, Bai Xiaoqun's figure appeared atop the statue, hands clasped behind his back, his expression arrogant. He flicked his sleeve. "Anyone who dares to obstruct my path, Bai Xiaoqun, will surely be reduced to dust," Bai Xiaoqun said indifferently. Then, feeling a surge of energy, he prepared to move forward. But the mist formed by the 5 monkeys then coalesced, transforming into a single pill. At first glance, this pill appeared translucent and sparkling, brimming with an unusual aroma. After Bai Xiaoqun captured the pill, although he didn't know its name, based on his understanding of medicine, he quickly realized that this pill surpassed even immortal pills for a heavenly human cultivator, completely free of impurities. This single pill could be compared to 10 heavenly human realm immortal pills in the eternal immortal realm. After retrieving the pill, Bai Xiaoqun's spirits were lifted. Very quickly, the world before him disappeared. What appeared before him was still the fan-shaped bone path. This time, Bai Xiaoqun didn't hesitate at all, suddenly rushing forward. Very quickly, the second gate, the third gate. Passing through each gate, everything in front of Bai Xiaoqun was broken and crushed, and he, with unstoppable force, directly reached the 6th gate. This 6th gate was different from the previous ones. The space of this gate was a void. 9 steps stretched across it, emanating an astonishing pressure. After Bai Xiaoqun reached the 8th step, in this final step, he discovered the secret of the 6th gate. This gate exerted different levels of suppression based on each person's cultivation. "That won't stop me," Bai Xiaoqun snorted. His physical strength was incredibly powerful. Although he felt well against this level of suppression, he still took the final step and broke through the 6th gate. After the world of the 6th gate blurred before Bai Xiaoqun's eyes, when he returned to the fan-shaped bone path, a feather appeared in his hand. This feather, seemingly ordinary, was the reward from the 6th gate. Bai Xiaoqun couldn't understand the purpose of this feather. Roughly speaking, it was probably a refining material. After retrieving it, he continued forward, heading towards the 7th gate. However, the difficulty of this 7th gate was slightly greater. The challenge wasn't about cultivation level. It seemed the challenge was his intuition after his consciousness had been severed. Because this seventh gate was a labyrinth. I hate labyrinths. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun's figure was forcefully teleported back to the square where the fan was held. Failing to pass the challenge, he felt dizzy. Inside the labyrinth of this seventh gate, he searched for a long time but couldn't find the correct path. Each gate had a maximum time limit of 1 hour. Once exceeded, he would be teleported out. While Bai Xiaochun was feeling dejected, cultivators of the heavenly human and demigod levels were successively teleported back from all sides. Most of them had been defeated at the 6th gate. To date, only 7 people have managed to pass through the 6th level. Apart from the group of heavenly venerables including Bai Xiaochun, only the sea god Great Venerable possessed demigod cultivation. Damn it, it's too difficult here. Especially this 6th gate. It's simply impossible to pass. This kind of challenge isn't even prepared for us heavenly beings. This 6th gate, to pass it, you need to be a heavenly venerable. Even a demigod, not everyone can pass. I must pass it. The rewards here are truly astonishing. Especially this 5th gate. The reward is a bottle of meridian refining fluid, and its quality is top-notch. Outside, a single drop of this could be worth more than 10,000 spirit stones. At this moment, on the square, cultivators from the Evil Emperor Dynasty and the Holy Emperor Dynasty were discussing amongst themselves. Although none of them failed at the same hurdle, their beaming faces and barely concealed excitement undoubtedly revealed their exhilaration at this moment. The reward for the 5th gate was the meridian refining fluid. So what will the 6th, 7th, and even the gates after that be? They must be treasures even rarer than the meridian refining fluid. We probably can't know that. However, I saw Guanmu Heavenly Venerate move the fastest. He's already reached the 10th gate. I also saw Guanmu Heavenly Venerate enter the 10th gate. As for the other Heavenly Venerates, they're all at the 7th and 8th gates, and haven't come out yet. Bai Xiaochun, listening to the discussions around him, felt very unhappy and a little uneasy. How did Guanmu Heavenly Venerate move so fast? Looking at his large physique, his head shouldn't be very agile. But he was able to get out of the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to give up. At the same time, the uneasy feeling in his heart intensified. He actually felt that if things continued like this, he might not be able to surpass these guys in this competition. Although somewhat unwilling, Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, then sighed. Oh well, the difficulty will increase later. After all, I've only just been promoted to Heavenly Venerate, and I don't have the same rich experience as those old geezers. If I can't surpass them, then so be it. I'll quietly overcome my own obstacles. Even if I can't become the owner of the fin and don't obtain the inheritance, the rewards will still be considerable. Bai Xiaochun felt bitter, comforting himself for a while. Then he began to consider the labyrinth at the 7th obstacle, but at this moment, suddenly, fin bone fragments located at the 7th and 8th obstacles respectively, emitted teleportation lights. Very quickly, the figures of Gu Tianjun and Yuan Yazi were teleported to the square. When the two descended one after the other, their expressions were somewhat grim. Each of them frowned, then sat down to one side, deep in thought. Bai Xiaochun carefully observed Gu Tianjun had failed at the 8th gate. This Yuan Yazi, who seemed intelligent, had also stopped at the 7th gate. Something's wrong with this 7th level, Bai Xiaochun thought, greatly surprised. He decided to observe further. Soon, several other heavenly venerables were teleported back one after another. Among them, Sima Yunhua had also been defeated at the 7th gate. As for the spirit-devouring supreme being, he returned from the 8th gate. Bai Xiaochun felt increasingly confused the more he observed. At this moment, he felt restless, wondering if he should seek guidance from Gu Tianjun. But after thinking about it, Gu Tianjun had always disliked him. He feared Gu Tianjun wouldn't tell him about this himself. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun sighed and frowned. As for Sima Yunhua, after gritting his teeth, he didn't know how he had managed to communicate with Gu Tianjun, or what great price he had paid. After learning about Gu Tianjun's breakthrough to the 7th gate, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he rushed towards the 7th gate. Yuan Yazi made a similar choice, having made some kind of deal with the spirit-devouring supreme being. Afterward, he also learned the key to passing the gate. His eyes flashed, and almost simultaneously with Sima Yunhua, they entered the 7th gate. This scene made Bai Xiaochun a little worried, especially since these two could appear at the fan bone passage in just half an incense stick's time, laughing loudly. This clearly indicated they had passed the gate. This made Bai Xiaochun's breathing quicken. So fast, Bai Xiaochun's thoughts raced, quickly considering the key points. Suddenly, a powerful light shot up from the 10th gate. In the blink of an eye, as this light diffused, a surge of will erupted from within the entire fan, sweeping across the surroundings. Then, a majestic voice echoed in everyone's minds. The first to pass the 10th gate has appeared, obtaining the status of a prospective disciple. 2 hours will pass until he completes the gate. As this will resonated, the minds of everyone in the square were shaken. At the same time, a teleportation light emanated from the fan-shaped structure of the 10th gate, suddenly dispersing. Immediately afterward, the figure of Guangmu Tianzun appeared in the square. His towering, iron-like figure appeared in an instant, and it seemed as if the entire fan trembled slightly. Vaguely, the light surrounding him seemed to distort, like a stone thrown into water, startling everyone who saw it. This wasn't due to Guangmu's formidable cultivation. It was clearly because he had broken through the 10th barrier, obtaining the so-called status of a prospective disciple, and this Lord's broken fin had shown him a certain degree of approval, especially the will he had just expressed. It was obvious that Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had the privilege of extending the time spent breaking through the barrier. It's conceivable that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, after breaking through the subsequent barriers, beyond the 20th level, he would likely receive even more privileges. If he continued to receive them, then in 3 months' time, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate would have a very high chance of becoming the owner of this fan. Once Guangmu Heavenly Venerate reaches this point, even the evil emperor might not openly try to snatch it. But whether it's borrowing it or trading it with Guangmu, such a stroke of luck will undoubtedly make Guangmu Heavenly Venerate the most likely candidate for advancement to the primordial realm in the future. Everyone present knew this. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate himself understood it perfectly. After emerging from the teleportation light, he was overjoyed, his mood excited and exhilarated. Although he didn't show it on his face, his every movement exuded an undeniable aura of wanting to seize the treasure fan. Bai Xiaochun also took a deep breath, his jealousy intensifying. He snorted softly, turning away as if to ignore it. But even though he avoided it, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was still eager. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun again, his eyes flashed. He didn't know how he did it, but a flicker of insight appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly laughed. Bai Xiaochun, so you're trapped in the 7th gate, truly a useless piece of trash. Currently, among all the Heavenly Venerables, you're the only one who hasn't passed the 7th gate. As soon as Guangmu Heavenly Venerable finished speaking, everyone around was slightly stunned. It's worth noting that this was Guangmu Heavenly Venerable's first return. He had been busy passing through the gates all this time. Yet, he seemed to know everyone outside the gates like the back of his hand. This aroused suspicion. Bai Xiaochun also suddenly looked up at Guangmu Heavenly Venerable. Guangmu's words revealed a crucial point. That is, he seemed to possess some kind of ability, knowing everyone's gate number without even looking. Seeing the speculation in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate laughed heartily. His expression was filled with coldness. Bai Xiaochun, weren't you the one who wanted us to fight you earlier? Don't be impatient. After I become the master of this treasure fan, I will fulfill your request, W. At that, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate stepped aside, sat down cross-legged, and began meditating. Complete silence fell over the surroundings. At this moment, both the cultivators of the Evil Emperor Dynasty and the Holy Emperor Dynasty clearly realized that this prospective son's status seemed to grant him special privileges. Not simply an hour's delay in passing the trial. Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken even more. At this moment, jealousy and fear surged within him like a raging wave. What kind of inheritance is this? This is clearly a lie. Damn it, in my life, I hate lies more than anything. What kind of skill is it to rely on deceitful tactics? Bai Xiaochun roared in anger. I, Bai Xiaochun, am a dignified Heavenly Venerate. I act with integrity and despise those who lie. Fire blazed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. In truth, the opponent's tactics had transformed his admiration and envy into rage. The feeling of being looked down upon, coupled with the threat from Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, made Bai Xiaochun grit his teeth fiercely. No, if this continues, I will be in danger. No matter what, I cannot let this old villain Guangmu succeed. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious, blood vessels gradually appearing in his eyes. He pondered and considered a solution. But he knew that although they were both heavenly venerates, he was outnumbered and outmatched. At the same time, I've just leveled up. And even if it's a battle, these people aren't afraid of death. They can be revived by the evil emperor. But I'm here, and because I can't place my Dao seed with the Holy Emperor once danger arises, it's truly a matter of life and death. This is too unfair. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he felt the other party was being unreasonable. He was racking his brains for ways to deal with them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up and coldly glanced at Bai Xiaochun. Then he followed the fan-shaped bone, rushing straight to the 11th gate. The others around him watched Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's retreating figure with envy. Because of Guangmu's special privilege, everyone was a little provoked. At this moment, they all gritted their teeth and stepped into the fan-shaped bone one by one, continuing to charge through the gate. Very quickly, only 3 to 5 people remained around them. Bai Xiaochun sat there, the bloodshot veins in his eyes growing thicker. If it were just one of them, I could still put up a fight. But today, fighting is impossible. Du Tianjun and Simon Yunhua won't help either. So the only solution is to prevent Guangmu from obtaining this magical artifact. The only way to stop him is for me to become the owner of the artifact sooner. After much thought, Bai Xiaochun came up with many ideas, but the chances of success for each one were very slim. There's only one way. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. After refining the artifact 10 times, all traces on it can be erased. If I can refine this fan 10 times and truly erase the imprint on the fan, then perhaps I can seize the opportunity to imprint my divine consciousness onto this fan. Since then, once successful, I can become the owner of the fan. After considering this point, Bai Xiaochun's heart raced, completely captivated. He even forgot his original purpose was to stop Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. At this moment, his mind was burning with excitement, and his eyes shone brightly. If I become the owner of this fan, Bai Xiaochun was so excited, his breathing became even more rapid, and it took him a long time to calm down. He began to consider how to proceed. This fan was truly enormous. Normally, when refining spirit-infused artifacts, Bai Xiaochun would throw them into the turtle pattern cauldron. But today, wanting to refine this fan, he felt a little troubled, unsure how to do it. This fan can't be shrunk. I wonder if placing the turtle pattern cauldron on top of this fan would be effective. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's heart ached with impatience. But he was cautious and didn't act rashly. There are still people all around here. If they see this, the consequences will be too great. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun feigned to stand up, snorted coldly, and walked towards the fan-shaped structure. He went directly to the 7th gate. Inside this labyrinth, he took out the turtle pattern cauldron, placed it on the ground, and then, with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, began to refine the spirit. But when a flame fell on the turtle pattern cauldron, there was no reaction whatsoever. The fan remained unchanged. Bai Xiaochun, having refined spirit for many years, could tell from the turtle pattern cauldron that this attempt had failed. This scene left Bai Xiaochun feeling disheartened. After retrieving the turtle pattern cauldron, he sat there in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he stood up. Perhaps it's because I'm inside the gate, so I can't succeed. If I were outside, it might be different. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun, filled with unwillingness, immediately chose to leave the 7th gate. He didn't choose the square, but instead chose to sit on this fan-shaped platform, cross-legged, and carefully observe his surroundings. In fact, on this fan, either there was a teleportation array inside the fan's frame, or someone was sitting in meditation on the square where the fan's handle was, so it was rarely empty. Fortunately, after 3 hours, there was finally such a period. Whether on the fan's frame or in the square, while everyone else was rushing through the trials, Bai Xiaochun hurriedly took out the turtle pattern cauldron and placed it on the ground. His left hand pressed the cauldron. His right hand patted his storage bag. From inside, there weren't many multicolored flames, so he quickly took out a single flame, his heart pounding with anxiety, and placed it directly on the turtle pattern cauldron. It must succeed, Bai Xiaochun muttered anxiously, and the single-colored flame disappeared into the turtle pattern cauldron. In an instant, a silver light finally emanated from beneath the turtle pattern cauldron, spreading across the entire fan in a flash. This Lord's Fan artifact is causing a huge commotion. Success! Bai Xiaochun was instantly excited, but he didn't have time to observe carefully. Seeing a teleportation light appear, knowing someone had returned, he hurriedly took the turtle pattern cauldron and, in a flash, stepped into the 7th gate. He waited at the 7th gate for a moment. He had no intention of pushing through the barrier, so he quickly pretended to fail. After teleporting away, he sat there frowning and looking dazed. But in reality, his heart was pounding to the extreme. In fact, although he couldn't see any changes in the fan artifact, the flickering silver light earlier had fueled Bai Xiaochun's anticipation like a raging storm. At the same time, he carefully observed the number of people around him. Finally, after half a day, he found an opportunity when the surroundings were empty. Without a moment's delay, he took out the turtle pattern cauldron and the 2 colors of fire, and began refining the spirit again. In an instant, the silver light flickered again. Bai Xiaochun didn't stop, seizing the opportunity, and began his 3rd and 4th spirit refining attempts. This time, he refined 6 times in one breath. Only then did someone return. He immediately retracted the turtle pattern cauldron, continuing to feign a gloomy expression, sighing there. In reality, he was overjoyed. He wished he could make everyone disappear within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, so he could relentlessly strive until he had finished refining all the spirits. Time passed like this. Very quickly, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Guanmu Heavenly Venerate reached the 15th trial, his momentum constantly rising, like cutting bamboo, breaking and crushing everything in his path, surpassing everyone else from afar. As for the other Heavenly Venerates, they were all in the 9th, 10th, and 11th trials. As a half-god expert, the Sea God Great Venerate also reached the 8th trial. This was his limit, yet he seemed unwilling to give up, pushing through this barrier every day. Most others were the same, stuck below the 7th barrier. Bai Xiaochun's repeated attempts and repeated failures naturally made him a laughingstock. This Bai Xiaochun, a Heavenly Venerate, is stuck at the 7th barrier for so long, just like us. This shows he's the weakest Heavenly Venerate. Even the Sea God Great Venerate is stronger than him. After all, he's just a nobody from this small world of the Tongshan realm. Even if he becomes a Heavenly Venerate, what can he do? He's still too weak. Not only were these demigods and heavenly beings secretly mocking him, but Gujanjun and Sima Yunhua also paid no attention to Bai Xiaochun, harboring a degree of contempt. The 3 Heavenly Venerates of the evil Emperor dynasty felt the same way. At this moment, all 5 Heavenly Venerables were focusing their energy on breaking through the barrier, and truly had no time to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun also had no time to pay attention to these people. He could sense the contempt in their eyes, but he completely ignored it. After several days of refining the spirit, he had refined the fin-shaped artifact 17 times. On the 10th attempt, he was excited, but found that there was no golden light, nor any sign of the imprint being erased, unlike the artifact that had been refined 10 times before. This made Bai Xiaochun dejected. Then he decided that if 10 times didn't work, then 20 times. I hate lies the most. The limit for spirit refinement is 30 times. This Lord-level artifact is extraordinary, but I only want to erase the imprint. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? Bai Xiaochun was filled with mixed feelings, but finally, 3 days later, he found an opportunity and immediately began refining his spirit. 18 times, 19 times. As Bai Xiaochun endured the pain, he took out a few handfuls of 20-colored flames from his storage bag and placed them on the turtle pattern cauldron. The turtle pattern cauldron vibrated even more intensely than before. At the same time, the entire fan instantly transformed from its original silver light into a golden light. And as this golden light flickered for a moment, the astonishing will that had appeared twice before finally descended, sweeping across all directions. Simultaneously, this will finally showed clear signs of disintegration. It seemed as if a force that even this will could not resist was trying to erase it. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened, revealing both anticipation and tension as he sensed the scene unfolding before him. It seemed these two forces were invisibly clashing. Clearly, the destructive force formed by the spirit refining seemed to be at a higher level than the will of the broken fan. However, this force appeared somewhat weak. The will of the broken fan, though seemingly a level lower, was still very powerful, like a small tiger facing a large adult dog. Under this confrontation, the destructive force formed by the spirit refining quickly seemed no match, and under the sudden expansion of this will, it would be forcefully eliminated. Bai Xiaochun became anxious. He gritted his teeth fiercely and took out a 21-colored flame from his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun currently only possessed 2 of these 21-colored flames. At this moment, he didn't have time to feel heartbroken. He directly took the 21-colored flames in his hand and fiercely placed them on the turtle pattern cauldron. The yellow light surged violently, engulfing the sky. Amidst the deafening explosion, it was as if the earth was shaking and mountains were trembling. The destructive force formed by the spirit refining, which had been continuously fleeing, seemed to be infused with life, finally revealing a fierce spirit and confronting the will of the broken fan. But clearly, it was still not enough. It was likely it wouldn't last much longer. However, the power of the 21-colored fire spirit refining, at this moment, also played a crucial role. Although it couldn't hold out for too long during this resistance, the destructive force contained within it had firmly erased nearly 2/3 of the will of this broken fan. Even these 2/3 loss caused the oppressive divine consciousness within the fan, which had been cutting off everyone, to loosen its grip. Bai Xiaochun knew time was of the essence. Someone could return at any moment. On the other hand, the 21 colors of fire forming the spirit refining power had begun to show signs of decline. His eyes turned crimson, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn it, I'll risk it. With a low roar, Bai Xiaochun seized the opportunity while his consciousness could still barely spread out, extending it towards the ground. He was engaging in an invisible struggle with the will of this fan, stubbornly pushing aside the erased will, altering the empty space on the fan, and imprinting his own divine consciousness onto it. Under different circumstances, this would be almost impossible to accomplish. Even an ancient emperor couldn't do this, unless a lord himself came. But now, this impossible event, beneath Bai Xiaochun's Gwen cauldron where he was refining the spiritual energy, had finally undergone earth-shattering reversal. Even the Lord who created this fan and left behind this legacy could never have imagined, in his wildest dreams, that his treasure would one day be stolen in such a manner as if he had seen a beautiful female cultivator not approaching her, but directly pinning her to the ground. Bai Xiaochun roared softly, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, his divine consciousness surged wildly, relentlessly invading the empty space within the fan, repeatedly imprinting his mark upon it. The will of this tattered fan was also struggling fiercely, possibly neutralizing the force that was erasing the spirit refining, but Bai Xiaochun still managed to enter while it was weak. Although all of this quickly ended, the force that was erasing the spirit refining was forcefully eliminated by the will of this tattered fan, as if at a great cost. But facing the area inside that was already 2/3 occupied by Bai Xiaochun's traces, the will of this tattered fin finally seemed unavoidable, eventually showing anger, and then slowly disappearing. After dissipating, the fan restored its tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Bai Xiaochun was exhausted, his whole body drenched in sweat. He immediately retracted the turtle pattern cauldron, lay there, and panted heavily. In truth, this time, although it wasn't a direct battle against someone, for Bai Xiaochun, the mental exhaustion and spiritual fatigue felt like his body had been completely hollowed out. However, the satisfaction and excitement in his heart had reached their peak, especially when he sensed that this broken fan was vaguely transmitting some kind of connection to the netherworld. Bai Xiaochun even felt like he was dreaming. I actually succeeded. Haha, I can even place my spiritual imprint inside this fan. Old villain Guangmu, this fan is mine. Let's see how you can steal it. Bai Xiaochun was so excited he wanted to laugh out loud. Even if someone were to teleport back at this moment, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't notice. His entire focus was on this sensation. However, Bai Xiaochun's appearance, to those watching from the outside, would inevitably make him seem a little crazy. The monks of both the Holy Imperial Dynasty and the Evil Imperial Dynasty were utterly astonished. Could it be that they've been fighting at the 7th gate for too long and gone mad? At that moment, everyone present inwardly sneered, and Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His body had recovered somewhat. After sitting up and crossing his legs, his eyes shone brightly. Based on his previous perception, he had a better understanding. The 2 portions of this area he held were not actually the main body of the fan. To be precise, he held two portions of control over this broken fan. In a sense, it was like passing the 20th trial. But in reality, even if Guanmu Heavenly Venerate had reached the 20th trial and pinned the authority, he couldn't compare to Bai Xiaochun. It was like one was real, one was fake. One couldn't be taken away, while the other could be seized by the will of the broken fan at any time. Equivalent to 20 trials, that's enough. Bai Xiaochun's spirits were lifted. He felt that this kind of assistance had put him far ahead of others. Given their differing starting points, Bai Xiaochun felt confident in his ability to overcome the subsequent obstacles. He believed he could continue to leverage this advantage until he became the master of this tattered fan. The only thought he needed to conceal was that he couldn't let anyone see through his trick. Guanmu Heavenly Venerate, I, Bai Xiaochun, hate lies the most. I'll make you lie again. Bai Xiaochun enthusiastically relied on the connection between himself and this broken fan. In an instant, the image of each person passing through the trials within each of the fan's bones appeared in his mind. Not only that, he could directly sense the treasures within each trial. Especially after the 30th trial, Bai Xiaochun even saw several items comparable to his Northern Meridian Greatsword, a world treasure. And after the 60th trial, his eyes widened. He saw that there were unexpectedly ancient treasures inside, and the quantity of elixirs was enormous. All of this made Bai Xiaochun's breath become incredibly intense. But beyond the 100-gate barrier, he saw a cluster of gentle light emanating an immense and powerful aura of a lord. This was the inheritance. Bai Xiaochun suppressed his excitement. He now considered himself the master of this magical artifact. These rewards, in Bai Xiaochun's opinion, were all his. Not only are the items behind me mine, the rewards inside the upcoming trials are also mine. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Just as he was about to hurry to see Guanmu Heavenly Venerate, he suddenly noticed a half-god expert from the evil emperor dynasty struggling on the 8th step inside the 6th gate of a fan-shaped structure. Bai Xiaochun recognized this person. It was Li Donghao, who had previously helped Guanmu Heavenly Venerate and provoked him. His head was covered in sweat, but his eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Only the final step remained before him. He had attempted this trial more than 30 times, each time failing. But it was in these successive failures that his growth suddenly accelerated. At this moment, he was confident that he could successfully pass this trial. Li Donghao already knew about the feather reward for this trial. This feather had been recognized as a type of extinct immortal bird feather. When combined with his magic weapon, it could increase the weapon's speed, a truly astonishing effect. As long as I pass this step, I will succeed. In his excitement, Li Donghao slowly raised his foot, intending to step towards the 9th step. It was at this very moment that Bai Xiaochun's gaze, connected to the netherworld and the tattered fan, fell upon Li Donghao. Seeing his state, he realized that once Li Donghao succeeded, the feather reward for this trial would be gone. If it were before, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have felt anything. But now he considered himself the owner of this fan. All the treasures inside belonged to him. From then on, Li Donghao's actions, in Bai Xiaochun's mind, were like seizing his own magical artifact. Although he wasn't stingy, he disliked Li Donghao. Being taken away by such a person, Bai Xiaochun was instantly somewhat dissatisfied. This guy is lucky. If only I could increase the difficulty of this stage for him a few times, making him fail here. That would be great. Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling a little regretful. But almost instantly after this thought appeared, suddenly, at Li Donghao's 6th gate, an undetectable distortion appeared. This distortion was very small. It was precisely because of the connection between Bai Xiaochun and this broken fan in the netherworld that he could sense it. If it were anyone else, it would be virtually impossible to detect even half a point. Needless to say, at this moment, at Li Donghao's 6th gate, his heart was still brimming with confidence. His eyes were filled with excitement and immense exhilaration, as if all his goals, all his hopes, would be fulfilled at this very moment. He raised his right foot and took a step down towards the 9th step. We've waited so long for this scene. More than 10 training sessions, all for this moment. All the hard work will surely yield results. I finally did it. Li Donghao laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. This feeling of accomplishment after countless hardships made him feel as if his life, at this very moment, at this 6th gate, had undergone a transformation unlike anyone else's. The future would be incredibly bright, filled with hope and anticipation. Next is the 7th gate. Those cultivators outside who are at the same level will surely be shaken by my success. After all, I am the second person after the sea god Great Venerable to pass through this 6th gate with half-god cultivation. In Li Donghao's laughter, as his feet landed, his arms naturally extended, preparing to proudly welcome the teleportation after this gate was breached. Smiling, Li Donghao suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why isn't there a teleportation? Li Donghao was startled, looking around. He realized he was still inside the 6th gate. Based on his previous experience, after successfully passing through, he should have been transported out of the gate and appeared on a new pathway. Something's not right. Li Donghao was stunned. His laughter momentarily stopped. A vague sense of unease arose in his heart. As he lowered his head, his eyes widened in shock. In that instant, a colossal wave surged through his mind, as if 10,000 thunderbolts had simultaneously exploded within him. Li Donghao was completely bewildered. What he saw before him was a 10th step that was identical to the previous 9. It was impossible to tell it was an addition. They seemed to be one and the same. But Li Donghao clearly remembered that, whether he had guessed it himself or communicated with others after leaving, this 6th gate had always only had 9 steps. But now, a 10th step had appeared. Could it be because I've touched something mysterious? Li Donghao's breathing became rapid, his mind shaken. The unease he had reluctantly suppressed surged again. It was pure excitement. He felt that this time, it might not be a bad thing for him, but a great opportunity. But almost simultaneously with this surge of excitement, Li Donghao's eyes widened in astonishment. He was completely dumbfounded. Even a thunderclap seemed to strike his head. In his eyes, he immediately saw that beyond the 10th step, massive blocks of stone, overflowing with immense power, were slowly materializing. 11, 23, 35, 49, 67, 81. Up to 100. How could this be? 100 steps. Li Donghao felt dizzy and disoriented. His body was unsteady. Everything before him seemed utterly absurd, beyond his imagination. In his eyes, countless steps unfolded before him, a total of 100 steps, each ascending, radiating an aura of ancientness, towering before Li Donghao. He noticed that the further down the steps, the greater the oppressive force, exceeding his wildest imagination. Li Donghao's body trembled, his eyes filled with bewilderment. His mind was on the verge of collapse. After these 100 steps appeared, he fell to the ground, stunned. What's going on here? Li Donghao's face turned pale. Amidst his murmurs, his spirit collapsed, and his body couldn't withstand the pressure of the steps beneath him. A loud bang echoed in his head, and he was instantly flung off the steps. Following the flickering teleportation light, his figure was swept out of the 6th gate. When he reappeared, he was in the square where the fin handle was. Due to the immense force of the blow, as soon as Li Donghao appeared in the square, he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body staggered back a few steps. His eyes were still filled with a dazed, bewildered disbelief. He seemed to have been attacked in an unimaginable way. Even his belief seemed on the verge of shattering. It can't be like this. Why is it like this? Clearly there are 9 steps. Li Donghao was stunned, muttering to himself. At the same time, he truly didn't dare believe everything he saw. Even though he had been teleported out due to failure, he still felt as if all of this was just an illusion. At this moment, he suddenly grabbed a fellow demigod from the evil emperor dynasty beside him. Dao Su, you also passed through the 6th gate. How many steps are there in the 6th gate? The demigod cultivator, caught by Li Donghao, saw Li Donghao's eyes filled with bloodshot veins and a hazy look of fear, and he was also a little surprised. 9. Li Donghao, what's wrong? The demigod cultivator hesitated before speaking. Hearing the other party's words, Li Donghao's head was shaken again, and his breathing became ragged. Still seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, he stepped back a few paces, finding several demigods who had stopped at the 6th gate, and asked each of them the same question. 9. Everyone knew this. It was no longer a secret. Li Donghao, what are you doing? Do you even need to ask this kind of question? Wouldn't you know if you went and saw for yourself? Hearing everyone's answers, Li Donghao's body trembled even more. At this moment, following everyone's words, an intense, indescribable feeling of injustice completely erupted. You all have 9 steps. Why am I facing 100 steps? Li Donghao completely collapsed. He had already nearly broken down in the 6th gate. Now, after learning the answer, he felt that this tattered fan was filled with an indescribable malice towards him. This malice had driven him to despair. At this moment, everyone around, after hearing Li Donghao's words, was shocked. Although each person was skeptical, they became even more cautious. They felt that the difficulty of this stage would surely change occasionally. At the same time, they all felt sorry for Li Donghao. Li Donghao is so unlucky. Thinking about the probability of the difficulty of this stage changing, it's probably very small. Yet he still encountered it. We need to speed up even more. I don't want to see 100 steps at the 6th gate. While everyone was discussing, Bai Xiaochun, sitting in the distance, was also wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Others had only imagined different scenarios based on Li Donghao's words. But Bai Xiaochun had witnessed everything firsthand. 100 steps at the 6th gate, not to mention Li Donghao. Even Bai Xiaochun himself wasn't sure he could get through it. At this moment, he looked at Li Donghao, who was dejected, and at the people around him discussing. Gradually, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Then a feeling of ecstatic joy surged in his heart. I was just thinking, hoping the difficulty would increase so he couldn't pass. But this 6th gate actually changed the difficulty level, adding 100 steps. Bai Xiaochun's breathing became unsteady. A fierce light shone in his eyes. He felt that at this moment, a huge door had completely opened before him. It turns out, after my mark occupies 2/3 of this broken fan, not only is my state comparable to passing the 20th gate, I can even modify the difficulty of the first 20 gates. My God, I was too stunned before. I shouldn't have thought about how many more gates I could pass. I definitely need to change my mind based on my authority, based on my ability to control the level of difficulty. Damn it, I'm here. I'm the god. My goal isn't about how hard I try. I just need to prevent anyone from passing through the 20th gate. Then, after this trial ends, I will be the one who gets in through the back door first. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly excited as he thought about it. In the end, his eyes shone with boundless brilliance. He felt that this trial of the shattered fin had suddenly become the most exciting he'd ever experienced. Haha, inside this shattered fan, I am the greatest protector, preventing everyone else from succeeding. In this joy, Bai Xiaochun also felt a sense of mission. He happily tilted his chin up, about to get excited. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed a flickering light at the 17th gate where Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had passed. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had successfully passed the 17th gate. Not stopping there, after appearing at the fan-shaped barrier, he immediately entered the 18th barrier. So fast, Bai Xiaochun was shocked. But he quickly burst into laughter. Guangmu, you old scoundrel, I hate your deceit the most. This time, if you can pass the 18th barrier, Bai Xiaochun will take your surname, the 18th barrier of the broken fan. This place was a vast, boundless desert. In the sky, the sun shone brightly. On the ground, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Here, the storms seemed to want to cover the sky and the earth. Standing here, the first thing one felt was desolation. Through the wind and sand, one could vaguely see many skeletons lying on the ground. The skeletons were all very old, buried here for countless years. It was impossible to distinguish whether these remains were real or fake. Generally speaking, when Guangmu Heavenly Venerate entered the 18th trial, he instantly felt an intense sense of danger. But his eyes flashed. This sense of danger not only didn't frighten him, but instead ignited boundless enthusiasm. This time, I, Guangmu, will be the first to become a quasi-disciple. I will be the first to pass any trial. This is definitely Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's opportunity. This is definitely my destiny, and definitely. This time, I will become the master of the Lord's treasure. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate clasped his hands behind his back and took a deep breath. Then, a look of intense confidence appeared in his eyes. He was truly confident. Whether it was the previous trials or the 18th trial, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was always the first to enter. This was largely due to his own status as a great perfection Heavenly Venerate. It could be said that within this entire shattered fan, The only person he needed to pay attention to before was Gu Jianjun. As for Bai Xiaochun, in Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's eyes, his future was uncertain. But now that this person had just been promoted to Heavenly Venerate, he was merely a jumping clown. Although somewhat difficult to deal with, if he truly wanted to kill him, he still had the confidence and certainty to do so. Although the 18th trial has a certain level of difficulty, my goal will absolutely not stop here. I wonder what authority I will have if I can pass the 20th trial. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate smiled, his body flashed, and he plunged straight into the storm. In the blink of an eye, as Guangmu Heavenly Venerate rushed out, amidst the storm, countless grains of sand, accompanied by howling sounds, condensed together, transforming into an enormous head. Even radiating Heavenly Venerate cultivation, which suddenly roared and devoured Guangmu. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate narrowed his eyes, not hesitating for a moment. His body, like an iron tower, shot out like a sharp arrow from a bowstring, carrying a deafening sound, instantly engaging in battle with this gigantic sandhead with Heavenly Venerate cultivation. A thunderous roar erupted within the 18th barrier, echoing everywhere. At the same time, high above in this world, in a place Guangmu Heavenly Venerate couldn't see, a pair of eyes were staring intently. The owner of these eyes was none other than Bai Xiaochun. No one could detect that Bai Xiaochun's consciousness had entered the 18th barrier simultaneously with Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. He didn't immediately act rashly, but instead observed Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. This Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was truly formidable. At this moment, he was battling that enormous sand head. Loud explosions echoed, and waves of energy caused the heavens and earth to change color, constantly spreading in all directions. Even the ground trembled. The sand head, fighting alongside the Heavenly Venerate, was gradually becoming no match for him. "Let's see how I kill you this time." Bai Xiaochun snorted. This feeling of superiority made him feel very comfortable. But Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's combat power still terrified Bai Xiaochun the more he watched. This guy has an incredibly powerful physical body, surpassing even mine. It's just that in terms of recovery, although he's not as good, relying on his divine power, he's not much weaker. The only thing is that in terms of duration, his outbursts can't last too long. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Bai Xiaochun saw that after Guangmu Heavenly Venerate let out a low roar, he formed a hand seal. Behind him, a large wooden tree materialized, striking the large, severed head formed within the storm. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Under 3 consecutive loud explosions, a mournful scream came from the head's mouth, and it was finally pierced through. At the same time, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate suddenly took a step and directly charged into the head. He didn't know what technique he used, but his body instantly grew larger, becoming a giant, and he forcefully tore the severed head in two. The momentum was earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun saw this and trembled inwardly. This massive log exuded an oppressive aura, seemingly intent on destroying heaven and earth. Even the desert ground shattered over a vast area, and the sky lost its color. Furthermore, the opponent's ultimate divine technique suddenly erupted, not only in terms of his physical size, but also his cultivation level. After converging, it all transformed into an overwhelming force. Seeing the sand head shattering and even emitting a faint light, Bai Xiaochun was shocked. He couldn't possibly ignore the fact that he might change his surname after this door. Immediately, he mentally increased the difficulty level of the place. Almost simultaneously with Bai Xiaochun adjusting the difficulty level, the sound of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's loud laughter echoed throughout the desert. He watched as the massive sand head, which he had torn into, shattered and turned back into dust. Although his breathing was labored, and both his cultivation and physical strength were greatly depleted, an unusual feeling of joy surged within him. Just this 18th trial alone can stop all the heavenly venerables except for Gu Jianjun and the spirit-devouring Supreme Being. I didn't expect the difficulty of this trial to be this high. Thinking about the 19th and 20th trials, they'll be even harder. That's good. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. It means others don't have the qualifications to compete with me for the inheritance. With a loud laugh, Guangmu Heavenly Venerable's body leapt down. He had noticed the teleportation light appearing. He felt his body would soon be teleported. He had already planned to return to the square to rest and cultivate for a while. After I become the master of this fan, the first person I want to kill is this Bai Xiaochun. This person's recovery ability is too powerful. He will definitely be a great threat in the future. In a haughty mood, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate investigated the situation at the checkpoint Bai Xiaochun had passed through. After discovering that this person was still at the 7th checkpoint, his contempt grew even stronger. He felt utterly satisfied. He felt that this broken fan was his own creation. He even thought that with the help of this artifact, he might even be able to achieve the primordial realm. Thinking this, the excitement in Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's heart surged. But at this moment, suddenly, the teleportation light outside his body silently and without a sound disappeared in an instant. Is that so? Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was startled. He lowered his head to look at his body, then looked around. He couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. What's happening? Before Guangmu Heavenly Venerate could react, the storm that had disappeared in the desert suddenly erupted again. It was even more terrifying than before. Moreover, beneath this eruption, two enormous heads appeared. Their combat power and aura were far stronger than the previous one. With a roaring sound, these two heads charged straight towards Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's mind was shaken. He felt that this 18th trial was somewhat unusual. But now, he didn't have time to think much. Following the attack of these two heads, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath and let out a loud shout. He unleashed his divine abilities and techniques, engaging in a battle with these two heads. The sky was obscured by darkness. The world seemed about to be shattered into pieces. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate held nothing back, except for the Taoist power related to the Heavenly Venerate, which was severed here and could not be deployed externally. He almost unleashed all his other techniques and killer moves. Finally, after the time it takes for two incense sticks to burn, he desperately spat out fresh blood. After completely shattering these two heads, his body trembled, almost exhausted. But his eyes were filled with exhilaration. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. I underestimated this 18th trial, but so what? Seeing Guangmu Heavenly Venerate laughing maniacally, Bai Xiaochun was enraged, his eyes turning slightly red. Too arrogant, I want to make you despair. Increase the difficulty, increase it to the most difficult level. As Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, he roared inwardly. Inside the 18th trial, distortions immediately appeared. These distortions became increasingly clear. Very quickly, even Guangmu Heavenly Venerate noticed. His expression changed. At this moment, the 18th trial truly made him feel very uneasy. Could it be that it's not over yet? Guangmu Heavenly Venerate gasped in shock. Almost as soon as this thought appeared, a deafening explosion resounded throughout the world. As the storm descended, engulfing the entire world, countless heads materialized. Not just a few, but 10 enormous heads. If that were all, it would be fine. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, though frightened, wouldn't feel his scalp tingle. But immediately afterward, behind these 10 heads, a massive explosion occurred in the ground. A hand, thousands of feet in size, finally stretched directly out from within the earth. Very quickly, a giant figure rose from the ground. 10 giants rose up, their 10 heads joined together. Their heads reached the sky, their feet treading the earth, surrounding Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. From afar, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate now appeared like a frail woman, surrounded by 10 burly and ferocious men. Their aura made the world tremble, their presence darkened the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate stared blankly at all this, his body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible! It can't be like this! Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's body shook, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Facing the 10 giants who appeared all around him, the aura they emitted filled him with terror. That aura, though not of the primordial era, was infinitely close. Although this was merely a trial for Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, it felt incredibly real. He even had an unimaginable feeling, as if this tattered fan was playing a huge game with him. Before Guangmu Heavenly Venerate could resist or struggle, a thunderous roar erupted. 10 giants simultaneously attacked, displaying an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth, as if the world itself was collapsing, descending upon Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. It seemed as if 10 monstrous beasts, carrying ferocity and aggression, trampled through. This impact, this boundless momentum, erupted, and even Bai Xiaochun, observing from high in the sky, couldn't help but gasp. It was truly despairing. There were also mournful, heart-wrenching cries echoing throughout this world. Fortunately, all of this didn't last too long. The figure of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate disappeared after a few breaths, not because he died, because this trial wasn't a life or death test. Even if he failed, at most he would only be forcefully teleported out. But for Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, although it wasn't life or death, it was almost the same. His pride, his previous aura, everything he possessed, at this moment, all collapsed. What made him feel even luckier was that the rules within this shattered fin trial contained a teleportation power. He couldn't imagine what a miserable and tragic fate awaited him if there hadn't been a teleportation rule to return. At this moment, as the light flickered on the shattered fin square, the figure of Guangmu soon materialized. As soon as he appeared, he spat out a large amount of fresh blood, his body staggering back a few steps. He suddenly turned his head to look at the bone fin passage ahead. His eyes still held disbelief and bewilderment. How can this be? It can't be like this. This level of difficulty. If the 18th trial is this difficult, then wouldn't the ones after this be even more exaggerated? There must be something wrong here. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was utterly bewildered. This shock was truly overwhelming for him. Everyone else in the square saw Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's return, saw him dazed, saw his body trembling. Their hearts were shaken. Without much speculation, they could see that Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had definitely failed the trial. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was at the 18th trial before even he failed. Could there be something strange about the 18th trial? Otherwise, given Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's aura, it seems unlikely that he would be so distraught after failing. While everyone was utterly astonished, Bai Xiaochun, sitting in the distance, quickly cleared his throat. He glared, secretly observing Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's bewildered and somewhat flustered expression. He felt incredibly pleased, excited, and also arrogant and joyful. You liar, daring to challenge your grandpa Bai? Bai Xiaochun's lips curled into a smirk, his body and mind overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Especially the pathetic state of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, which only fueled his vengeful feelings. Thinking about how this person had not only provoked him but also threatened him with words, Bai Xiaochun felt that he was merely increasing the difficulty for the other party. This was truly because he was too kind. Alas, my biggest flaw is my extreme kindness. In this dog-eat-dog world of cultivation, I can't be like that. Bai Xiaochun sighed, still observing Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's stunned expression. He cleared his throat and checked on the others who had passed the trial. He casually increased the difficulty for everyone in a single breath. Very quickly, more teleportation lights flickered one after another. Every demigod and celestial being from the evil Emperor Dynasty and the Holy Emperor Dynasty was teleported out. After each person emerged, they spat out fresh blood, their faces showing fear and intense shock. Impossible. Yesterday, when I was at the third gate, I only encountered 3 living beasts. But today, there are 300. My God, you don't know what I encountered. In the 5th gate, I actually encountered a puppet comparable to a celestial venerate. What are you compared to that? Damn it, I clearly had clues for the 7th gate. But when I rushed in just now, this labyrinth was alive and spinning around. Everyone who was teleported back was frantic, all speaking at once. Very quickly, everyone gasped. Even Guangmu Celestial Venerate's eyes were incredibly deep. The difficulty has increased. This was the general sentiment of everyone at this moment. Very quickly, Gu Zhangjun, Sima Yunhua, Yuan Yaozi, and the spirit-devouring immortal were all teleported out one after another. They had all failed in the 16th trial. Their failure was one thing, but the sudden increase in difficulty made their faces extremely grim. Among the crowd, only Bai Xiaochun was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it at all. He pretended to frown and grimace. To make it even more believable, he even rushed into the 7th gate of the labyrinth in front of everyone, and when he returned from there, he feigned confusion and exclaimed in astonishment, "This 7th gate has changed its appearance. My God, you don't know what I saw. It was terrifying." Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in astonishment, his tone exaggerated. Under different circumstances, this would have provoked cold sneer from everyone present. But now, in this square, the cultivators on both sides wore somber expressions, their faces devoid of any interest in Bai Xiaochun. They had exhausted all means, yet in the past few days, they had all failed to overcome the obstacle. The broken fin had been open for over half a month. but everyone felt immense anxiety, seeing no glimmer of hope. According to Bai Xiaochun's plan, if they persevered for another 2 months, everything would be fine. But the world is unpredictable. After nearly half a month, suddenly, while Bai Xiaochun was indirectly battling the will of the broken fin using his spirit-refining power, it seemed to awaken from its previous slumber. Immediately upon awakening, the entire broken fin erupted with a loud bang. At the same time, at this very moment, all the checkpoints seemed to be purified and pacified once again, directly adjusting the difficulty level that Bai Xiaochun had previously increased back to its original state. Otherwise, this will would have awakened further, sweeping across all directions, directly targeting Bai Xiaochun. It seemed that for some reason, it couldn't directly target Bai Xiaochun, but the struggle for power and the crushing pressure were particularly evident. This startled Bai Xiaochun, causing his heart to race. At the same time, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His heavenly venerate cultivation circulated within his body, guarding his mind and maintaining the unbroken connection between himself and the tattered fan in the netherworld. Like a lone boat in a storm, a violent explosion occurred in Bai Xiaochun's mind. In the midst of this mental shock, the netherworld connection between him and the tattered fin seemed to be repeatedly pulled back, and a vague roar of anger echoed in his head. If it were a demigod-level expert, their mind would have undoubtedly shattered by now, and they would have been crushed by this will with the force of lightning and wind, severing their connection. But Bai Xiaochun possessed the cultivation of a heavenly venerate. Although he lacked the power to retaliate if he used all his strength to defend it, while he couldn't hold out for too long, he could still withstand it for a short time. And all of this went unnoticed by outsiders. Even the likes of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate didn't notice. This battle completely surpassed their level. This was a struggle for control over the broken fan. Time passed, 2 hours went by. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled incessantly, his face pale. Based on his cultivation, he had already reached his limit. He saw his mind about to collapse, about his connection with the broken fan about to be severed. But at this moment, a roar of unwillingness echoed in his ears. Following the roar, the will of the broken fin vanished like a receding tide, instantly dissipating, as if once again falling into a deep sleep. When Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His mental energy was greatly depleted, and he was now panting heavily. He felt that everything that had happened before was too brutal. The will of this broken fan seemed to harbor deep-seated hatred for him. Fortunately, this will itself seems to have some flaws, and it can't remain awakened for long. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. At this moment, as the will disappeared, his control over the broken fan returned. But in an instant, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Damn it, they've exploited a loophole. Bai Xiaochun clearly realized that during the 2 hours he had been battling this broken fan's will, quite a few people had managed to pass the level he had previously increased. Just like Li Danhao, who had already passed the 6th gate, the Sea God Great Venerable also reached the 9th gate. As for the heavenly venerable cultivators like Gu Changjun and Sima Yunhua, they all passed the 16th gate and proceeded to the 17th gate. What angered Bai Xiaochun was Guangmu Heavenly Venerable on the other side. He somehow found a way to team up with Yuan Yaozi and Shailing Shengren, and the three of them went to a single fin-shaped bone. Then they appeared together in the 18th gate. This was clearly because Guangmu Heavenly Venerable, after summarizing his experience, exploited some loophole unknown to Bai Xiaochun, causing the three of them to appear simultaneously in the 18th gate and instantly kill those sand-headed creatures that were comparable to Heavenly Venerables. After successfully passing the 18th trial, the three of them used the same method to break through the 19th trial. At this moment, as Bai Xiaochun looked back, they had already reached the 20th trial. Fortunately, the difficulty of the 20th trial was not low. The three of them were facing an enormous, bull-headed beast. This beast was extremely ferocious. In terms of speed and physical strength, it was in some ways even comparable to Guangmu Tianzun, especially their massive size, giving off an indescribable sense of power and a fierce temperament. Moreover, these bull-headed monsters were all male. Their low growls echoed from their mouths, making the plains at the 20th trial seem like a continuous series of thunderclaps in all directions. Not to mention the bull-headed monsters. They possessed extremely high intelligence, and even in their magical techniques, they seemed to have no need for incantations, as if they had some kind of innate divine ability. forming rings of earthy yellow light that diffused within. Even the three Guanmu heavenly venerables had to be extremely cautious. Once struck by this earthy yellow light, their bodies would tremble, as if an irresistible force had pierced through their bodies and directly struck their souls. If a demigod cultivator were here, their mind would likely shatter in an instant, and they would be expelled from this gate. Even a heavenly venerable, if the three of them came here alone, would be unable to endure for long under the combined attack of these bull-headed monsters. This 20th gate seemed like a turning point. From a certain perspective, it's almost impossible for any of the people here to pass through this gate. If it were truly possible, it could only be by Xiaochun. Based on his formidable regenerative abilities, he might be able to prolong the process within the time limit, relying on sustained energy expenditure. Furthermore, this type of beast simply doesn't exist in the eternal immortal realm. Evidently, this is a powerful beast that once existed in the world of the owner of this broken fan. It is precisely because of the inherent difficulty of this 20th trial that even with the combined efforts of Guanmu Heavenly Venerate and the other two, it was difficult to avoid taking up some time. Otherwise, it's likely that when Bai Xiaochun woke up, he would have seen Guanmu Heavenly Venerate and the other to successfully pass the 20th trial. Just thinking about such a result, Bai Xiaochun felt it was too dangerous. He didn't want the authority he had painstakingly obtained to be surpassed by others. It seems I was too kind before. This time, you old scoundrel Guangmu are still lying. This is unacceptable. Bai Xiaochun roared, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at the three evil Emperor Dynasty Heavenly Venerables inside the 20th gate. You want to play a game of deception with me? Let's see how I'll torture you all to death. Damn it, Bai Xiaochun hates deceit more than anything in his life. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. At this moment, he no longer paid attention to the other cultivators rushing through the gate. All his energy was now focused on the three evil Emperor Dynasty Heavenly Venerables in the 20th gate. No matter what, he couldn't let these three succeed. At this moment, connecting with the tattered fan in the netherworld, his consciousness immediately descended into the 20th trial, transmitting his divine thoughts and directly adjusting the difficulty of this 20th trial to the highest level. Without any reservation or hesitation, in an instant, invisible ripples of energy spread throughout the 20th trial. Meanwhile, the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables were fighting together against 10 incredibly powerful bull-headed monsters, their techniques clashing. Thunder rumbled incessantly in all directions. Although their expressions were serious, their eyes gleamed with determination. I have a feeling that once we overcome this trial, things will go extremely smoothly for us. Ultimately, who will obtain the inheritance will depend on the individual fortune of each of us three. Wang Muqianzun took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. He was still very excited. Although he could indeed find a loophole in this broken fan's barrier, it was certainly related to his status as a prospective disciple. But most importantly, the fan was incomplete. Therefore, it was also affected by this barrier. This gave him the opportunity, allowing him to devise a plan for the three of them to break through together. The three of them had also made an agreement. At this moment, Yuan Yaozi smiled, his heart also filled with a sense of heroism. Even though he was always cold, the spirit-devouring supreme being couldn't hide his excitement. Even though the bull-headed monsters here were all strong and ferocious, the three of them still had confidence. After a while longer, they would definitely be able to defeat each and every one of these bull-headed monsters. Anyway, their coordination, while not perfect, was still impressive given their years of experience and their usual teamwork. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was the main attacker, and Spirit-Devouring Supreme Being was the main force. Yuan Yaozi, on the other hand, relied on the power of the formation to protect them. Even though they appeared to be constantly fleeing, their defenses were clearly counterattacking, and they were still sharp. In fact, if you looked closely, you could see that the bull-headed monsters were almost exhausted. Only when they retreated would Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the other to instantly rush out to fight. With this back and forth, it seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to conquer this challenge together. Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly. He had been nervous before, but today, having adjusted his tactics, he no longer felt so apprehensive about this 20th challenge. He vaguely sensed that, with each successful confrontation with this spirit, his authority seemed to have become even more secure. Especially now, as Bai Xiaochun's divine consciousness descended into this barrier. He vaguely discovered that his authority seemed to be able to delay the appearance of the teleportation light. He just didn't know how long he could delay it. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. After touching his storage bag, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. It was at this moment, amidst a resounding explosion, that the 10 bull-headed monsters crashed down, having been defeated by Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the other two ahead of schedule, fulfilling the requirements of this barrier. It's over. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate secretly rejoiced. Yuan Yazi and Xiling Shengren were also excited. But just as the three were waiting for the teleportation light to descend, a sudden pressure descended upon the entire 20th barrier. This aura. The first to notice the abnormality was Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, who had experienced a terrible ordeal before. Almost instantly, his expression changed. He quickly retreated, shouting, "It's starting to get abnormal again." Almost simultaneously with Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's words, Yuan Yazi and Xiling Shengren also sensed an extraordinary pressure within the 20th trial. Their expressions changed, and they both retreated. In the blink of an eye, as the three of them turned around, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the 8 directions. Suddenly, from all sides around Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the other two, towering, powerful, and ferocious figures appeared out of thin air. 1, 10, 50, until 100 bull-headed monsters appeared. Their figures carried a ferocious aura as they suddenly descended. As soon as they appeared, their eyes fell upon Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, and simultaneously they roared and charged forward. In a short time, it seemed as if the earth shook and the mountains trembled, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's face instantly changed drastically. Yuan Yazi and the spirit-devouring Supreme Being both gasped. "Damn it, Guangmu, didn't you say that based on your calculations, there wouldn't be any changes? The 10 bull-headed monsters before already exhausted us. Now there are 100. Yuan Yazi gasped. The spirit-devouring Supreme Being's mind was also shaken. It wasn't that they didn't dare to fight, but those bull-headed monsters were truly unkillable, causing them immense headaches. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been so bad. But today, their glimmer of hope was instantly shattered. The difference was too great, like the depth of a river compared to the sea. At this point, they had no choice but to retreat. Almost instantly, as they retreated, 100 bull-headed monsters roared and charged forward. Seeing this from the sky, Bai Xiaochun sneered. "Want to run? If 100 isn't enough, I'll add a few more." Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely. He decided that this time he absolutely had to crush Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's momentum. Otherwise, he truly worried that one day, after the will of the broken fan awakened, it would attack him again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guangmu might actually break through the 20th barrier. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's expression showed determination, and once again, exceeding the initial extreme difficulty, he forcefully increased the difficulty beyond its limit. Immediately, a resounding explosion echoed within the 20th barrier. The 3 Guangmu Heavenly Venerables, already terrified and shaken to their core, desperately noticed that within the grassland surrounding the 100 bull-headed monsters, 1,000 more bull-headed monsters had unexpectedly appeared from the air. Each one was more ferocious than the last, roaring like a rutting bull charging forward with a deafening roar. Oh my god, even someone as powerful as Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, in this instant, his scalp feels like it's going to explode. "This can't be," Yuan Yazi exclaimed in astonishment, his body trembling. At this moment, his mind seemed to collapse, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even though he himself was a Heavenly Venerate, holding a high position within the evil Emperor dynasty, having reached the pinnacle and being admired and respected by countless people, today, in this 20th trial, seeing over 1,000 bull-headed monsters suddenly appear all around him, his mind was shattered. Truly, over 1,000 bull-headed monsters, even the evil Emperor himself would gasp in shock. If they were thrown into the eternal immortal realm, the eternal immortal realm would likely crumble and collapse. Fortunately, this hypothesis, in a certain sense, is illusory. However, for Yuan Yazi and the spirit-devouring venerable, it remains incredibly real. This is only the 20th trial. This isn't the 50th, the 80th, or even the 100th. How can this be? The difficulty has increased drastically. The 3 were shaken. Compared to Yuan Yazi and the spirit-devouring venerable, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's heart sank even more. After all, although Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring venerable had encountered situations where the difficulty increased, they hadn't been targeted by Bai Xiaochun before Guangmu Heavenly Venerate had been targeted before, almost crushing his confidence. Now, having finally regained his resolve, he was facing an even more terrifying difficulty than before. The only thing that brought him some comfort was that this time, he wasn't alone. He had Yuan Yazi and Shidling Shengren as companions. At this moment, all three were disheartened and quickly retreated. They weren't trying to escape, but rather were looking for a way to teleport out with the least amount of damage. Although they were disheartened by the difficulty of the 20th trial, they weren't overly afraid of death. After all, what they had experienced before had made them understand that this trial wasn't a matter of life and death. In the end, even if they couldn't pass, at most they would only be injured and teleported out. The three Guangmu Jianzun were decisive people. At this moment, they bitterly retreated, each dispersing, having decided to give up. Now they unleashed their full power, striving to minimize their injuries. Very quickly, from a distance, it was possible to see these bull-headed monsters directly engulfing the three people inside. Loud crashing sounds erupted, shaking the surroundings. But at this moment, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate was far from realizing that compared to this, the real nightmare was about to begin. Bai Xiaochun was filled with hatred. He hated that these three could reach the 20th trial. He hated even more that Guangmu Heavenly Venerate could outsmart him at the same time. His greatest worrying was that a powerful expert like Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, might in the future allow that guy to easily break through the 20th trial. It's a pity I can't kill him here. No, I have to find a way. It's best to trap this person here. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. This idea grew stronger and stronger. Then, seeing the teleportation light begin to appear on the three Guangmu Heavenly Venerables, he even noticed that their faces seemed to show a sense of relief. This made Bai Xiaochun even more uneasy. At this moment, his eyes flashed, staring intently at the three. The connection between him and the tattered fan in the netherworld suddenly became perfectly synchronized. As Bai Xiaochun successively transmitted teleportation prohibition thoughts from his mind. The moment the feeling of surviving a near-fatal accident surged in the hearts of the three Guangmu Heavenly Venerables, their bodies also became blurry under this teleportation. Their teleportation was finally being directly disrupted by some special force. With a loud explosion, to the astonishment of the three, their bodies, which had been blurry, suddenly became clear. After their figures became clear, the teleportation light on their bodies vanished in an instant. Impossible! What happened? The three men's breaths were caught in their throats as they immediately retreated, avoiding the onslaught of the bull-headed monsters. In that instant, an intense feeling of unease surged within them. This feeling was far more intense than when they had fought over 1,000 bull-headed monsters earlier. Compared to the three men's panic, Bai Xiaochun's spirits were high. He realized that there was still much he didn't know about his own abilities, and he needed to gradually learn more about them. At this moment, his concentration was high, completely immersed in his connection with the tattered fan. His unwavering resolve echoed in his mind again and again. Teleportation forbiddance. Teleportation forbiddance. This will spread out, like the formation of some kind of decree, causing the world inside the 20th barrier to ripple more, and the surroundings began to twist. Its intensity clearly caught the attention of the three Guangmu Heavenly Venerables. As they took a deep breath, their hearts were violently shaken, and in an instant, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted inside the 20th barrier. Following the thunderous roar, the three Guangmu Heavenly Venerables still didn't know the specific reason, but Bai Xiaochun, using his authority, clearly perceived it. After this loud explosion, teleportation here was completely eliminated. Although not permanently eliminated, unless the will of this broken fan awakens again, the three Guangmu Heavenly Venerables will be completely unable to teleport out again in the short term. You guys wanted to break through the barrier, didn't you? I'll grant your wish. You can break through the barrier here every day. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, about to leave. But before he went, his steps suddenly stopped. There's still something not quite right. I have to make sure that even after the will of this broken fan awakens and dissolves the decree I left here, those three old villains will be exhausted and unable to continue breaking through the barrier. Bai Xiaochun seemed to be thinking of something. After thinking this, he brought out a large pile of aphrodisiac pills. It's a pity there aren't many aphrodisiac pills. If I added a few more, it would be better, but this amount should be almost enough. I don't believe you'll still have the strength when the time comes. Bai Xiaochun snorted, directly crushing the aphrodisiac pills into dust and throwing them towards the bull-headed monsters. The powder from the aphrodisiac pill dispersed in the wind, merging into the bodies of these already audacious bull-headed monsters. Bai Xiaochun didn't see any concrete results. After throwing away all the aphrodisiac pills, he happily left the 20th checkpoint, a place destined to become an extremely miserable place. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't go to see the scene, but the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables, being the ones directly involved, saw it clearly. They almost immediately noticed the bull-headed monsters all around them. Each one that was running fast suddenly stopped, breathing heavily. In the next instant, they quickly merged into a single mass. At the same time, the eyes of these bull-headed monsters turned a deep red, and roars erupted from their mouths. This sound alone made the scalps of the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables tingle. What are those bull-headed monsters like? I have a strong feeling something is wrong. Damn it, are they going berserk? The three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, the bull-headed monsters became even more exaggerated. Each one's body swelled up, some even showing bulging veins, as if they had reached their limit and were about to explode. Over 1,000 bull-headed monsters roared simultaneously. When they looked at the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables, their eyes were so terrifying that they made the three of them tremble. Not good. In their panic, each bull-headed monster around them let out an earth-shattering roar. It seemed that at this moment, in their eyes, the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables had become the most beautiful and alluring of their kind in the entire world. One after another, like bamboo shoots sprouting from old bamboo, they charged madly towards them. No one knew what the outcome would be. Even Bai Xiaochun, after leaving, didn't pay much attention to it anymore. Occasionally, his divine consciousness would sweep over it. When he saw that image, it made his body tremble, and he quickly withdrew his consciousness. Don't blame me this time. It was really these three who provoked me. Moreover, they were deceiving me. With a cough, Bai Xiaochun quickly comforted himself. From then on, he didn't care anymore. Instead, he focused his energy on others. His greatest pleasure each day was preventing every cultivator from passing the trial. Of course, he also occasionally dealt with it himself, pretending to be distressed and complaining to everyone. Time passed quickly. Another half-month had gone by. Now, half of the deadline for the broken fin had passed. The disappearance of the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerates was gradually discovered. Everyone was extremely surprised, especially those cultivators of the evil Emperor dynasty. Each of them felt a little uneasy. Even Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua found this inexplicable. They became even more secretly vigilant. Only Bai Xiaochun, whenever he heard others mention the three Guanmu Heavenly Venerables, felt a pang of guilt. He wondered if he should show some concern. But then, remembering the scene he had witnessed, Bai Xiaochun coughed a few times and dismissed the thought. I'm still too kind-hearted. I'm worrying that after seeing them, I won't be able to resist letting them go in his emotional state. Bai Xiaochun felt that his biggest flaw was his overly soft heart after that day. Bai Xiaochun's days were filled with excitement. The feeling of joy from preventing others from passing through this barrier and protecting his possessions made him feel even more that this journey with the broken fan was truly worthwhile. Most importantly, as time passed, Bai Xiaochun was able to confirm that no one could pass the 20th barrier. This also meant that he would become the owner of this broken fan. This thought, this anticipation, filled Bai Xiaochun's spirits every day. But he knew this couldn't be seen by others. Therefore, he quickly developed the habit of feigning a sigh of relief and feigning a sigh. Until another half-month passed, Bai Xiaochun secretly counted the days in his heart, waiting for this final month to quickly pass. Since entering this dilapidated fan, Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua had almost completely ignored Bai Xiaochun, but now they suddenly sought him out. Facing these two suddenly appearing figures, Bai Xiaochun was startled. However, he outwardly appeared calm. Inwardly, however, his heart was racing, wondering if these two had discovered some clue. Fortunately, although Gu Jianjun's expression remained profound, Sima Yunhua wore a cheerful smile. After dismissing everyone around them, Sima Yunhua observed Bai Xiaochun several times before speaking with a smile. Bai Daoist, I see you've been at the 7th gate for 2 months. I have a deal. I wonder if you're willing to make it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He didn't answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes at Sima Yunhua. Sima Yunhua wasn't surprised by Bai Xiaochun's gaze. He maintained his sincere smile and explained, "Fellow Taoist Bai, you also know where Guangmu Heavenly Venerate Yuan Yaozi and Xiling Shangren are currently." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He naturally knew where these three were. But Sima Yunhua's words made Bai Xiaochun feel something was amiss. "Fellow Taoist Sima, just speak frankly." Bai Xiaochun glared, concealing his unease. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Bai, don't misunderstand. Sima has no ill intentions. Even though fellow Taoist Bai is from the Tongchen world, we are still from the Holy Emperor dynasty." Sima Yunhua still smiled. "As for the matter of Guangmu Heavenly Venerate and the other two, I won't hide anything from fellow Taoist Bai. I and my friend Gu have been investigating for a long time and have found some clues. These three probably took advantage of some loophole in the broken fan, allowing them to enter the same gate simultaneously with the combined strength of the three of them. They charged through the checkpoint together." Sima Yunhua's voice carried a sense of certainty. After speaking, he subtly observed Bai Xiaochun's expression. Bai Xiaochun, in turn, revealed a look of panic mixed with a hint of doubt. Currently, the three of them are either trapped inside one of the gates, or there's another way to explore another area of this broken fan. But no matter what, there's only a month left until the deadline for the broken fan's inheritance. If we don't join forces and do nothing, this opportunity might not be available to us. Sima Yunhua retracted his smiling expression and said seriously, "And during this time, we figured out the flaw discovered by Guangmu Tianzun, and we've found a way for all three of us to enter the gate simultaneously. To be frank, my friend Gu Dao and I are currently trapped inside the 18th level. With just the two of us, we can't get through. That's why I've come to you, Taoist Bai. We can help you pass the 7th level, even all the subsequent levels. Until you reach the 18th level, the three of us will join forces and make our way through within this final month." After saying this, Sima Yunhua looked at Bai Xiaochun. If it were when Bai Xiaochun was still a demigod, even if he needed Bai Xiaochun's help, he wouldn't have revealed such a harsh reality. But now Bai Xiaochun was a heavenly venerate. Although they had never fought before, Sima Yunhua instinctively sensed that Bai Xiaochun was clearly formidable. Such a person, it was best not to be seen together. But since they were together, if the truth had to be told, then it was best to be. Therefore, almost everything he said before was true. Now that he had finished speaking, he was waiting for Bai Xiaochun's choice. He didn't believe Bai Xiaochun would refuse. Based on his discussion with Gu Tianjun, Bai Xiaochun had no reason to refuse this. After all, Bai Xiaochun was stuck at the 7th gate. This had nothing to do with his cultivation level. The labyrinth at the 7th gate, without the right method, was impossible to pass through. And after accepting Sima Yunhua's suggestion, Bai Xiaochun would at least have no problem before the 18th gate. With Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's help, he would probably pass through everything very quickly. It could be said that regardless of Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua's intentions, at least in the earlier stages, they were the ones who contributed. This was also the reason why Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua were certain Bai Xiaochun wouldn't refuse. A pensive expression appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. To Sima Yunhua, Bai Xiaochun was making comparisons. But in reality, Bai Xiaochun was thinking of a way to avoid future trouble. These two are just causing trouble for no reason. I'll honestly break through my 7th gate. A month later, this fin will be mine. That's great. They won't need to ask me to team up with them. He couldn't refuse. Once he refused, his unreasonable behavior would certainly be scrutinized by these two. If they really figured out something, it would be a case of gaining 1 and losing 10. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a while, sighing inwardly. He knew he couldn't refuse. Although unwilling, after a flicker in his eyes, he coldly opened his mouth. So, how will the rewards from the 7th gate to the 17th gate be distributed? And how will the rewards for teaming up to break through the gates be distributed? Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Sima Yunhua's face broke into a smile. Bai Taoist's challenge, of course, belongs to you. As for what happens after the three of us join forces, it's simple. We can divide it equally, Gu Taoist friend, do you agree? Simon Yunhua said, looking towards Gu Jianjun. Bai Xiaochun felt disgusted, but he had to pretend to be indifferent. So he also looked towards Gu Jianjun. Gu Jianjun snorted coldly, and although he didn't speak, he nodded. After reaching a mutual understanding, Simon Yunhua saw this as a win-win situation. He didn't believe Bai Xiaochun would change his mind. Moreover, even if he did, he had other ways to talk to Bai Xiaochun again. There was nothing to worry about at this moment. Simon Yunhua immediately spoke up, explaining the key to breaking through the 7th gate to Bai Xiaochun. Destroying the labyrinth. Bai Xiaochun was startled. He hadn't considered the 7th gate at all these past few days. Now, after hearing Simon Yunhua's answer, he thought carefully. This was indeed a method, and one that suited the character of the first person to break through the Guanmu Heavenly Venerate's barrier. If they couldn't find an exit, then they would forge one. However, it was clear that only a Heavenly Venerate could accomplish this. Even a demigod cultivator, even if aware of this, wouldn't have the power to do it. Simon Yunhua smiled and continued to share his experience of breaking through the 8th to 17th gates with Bai Xiaochun. In this regard, he truly held nothing back. He was even more anxious than Bai Xiaochun about the speed of his progress. On this point, regarding the authority he held, and even the self-inflicted difficulty for Bai Xiaochun, he clearly understood Simon Yunhua's intentions without reservation. Although unwilling, he had no choice but to stand up and enter the 7th gate. However, Bai Xiaochun was a little petty, thinking he could stall for a few more days. After all, a month would pass quickly. Bai Xiaochun, however, underestimated Simon Yunhua and Gu Jianjun's worries. After Bai Xiaochun slowly delayed for 3 days, just as he broke through the 11th gate, Simon Yunhua and Gu Jianjun were impatient. Finally, they proactively deployed their secret techniques, using their flags to assist Bai Xiaochun, and directly entered Bai Xiaochun's gate. With unstoppable force, they didn't even need Bai Xiaochun to lift a finger. Amidst the explosions, in the short span of a day, to Bai Xiaochun's amusement, they had helped him directly pass the 17th trial. Holding these rewards, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He always felt that Gu Jianjun and Simon Yunhua's intentions were too profound. These two old villains, are they trying to harm me? Bai Xiaochun became wary. Simon Yunhua also felt helpless. If he could, he wouldn't want to be so obvious. But Bai Xiaochun's speed was really too slow. If he didn't intervene, he feared that even after half a month, he wouldn't reach the 17th trial. This guy is too cautious. However, no matter how cautious he is, as long as he enters the 18th trial, Simon Yunhua inwardly scoffed, but outwardly appeared very enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist Bai, I know you have doubts. I won't deceive you. This 18th trial truly requires the combined efforts of the three of us to pass. Time is running out, so we've stepped in to help. Can we proceed to the 18th trial now? Bai Xiaochun outwardly showed a skeptical expression, glancing at Simon Yunhua. As for Gu Jianjun, his expression remained unchanged, as if his partner had died. It was unclear whether he was deliberately feigning grief, but Bai Xiaochun couldn't discern many traces of it on Gu Jianjun's face. I wonder if Gu Jianjun really did die. If not, wouldn't he be exhausted from displaying such a somber expression every day? Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. If it were any other time, he would definitely have tried every means to get away from Simon Yunhua. But today, he felt confident. He couldn't say for sure about other places, but before the 20th checkpoint, inside this broken fan, Bai Xiaochun could rest assured, absolutely certain that nothing unexpected would happen. Because he didn't want to arouse unnecessary suspicion, Bai Xiaochun pretended to ponder for a moment before reluctantly nodding. The smile on his face became even more genuine, and he bowed to Bai Xiaochun. Then, the three of them walked onto Simon Yunhua's fan, to the 18th checkpoint. Gu Jianjun's expression remained unchanged. Bai Xiaochun, however, carefully observed. Although Simon Yunhua and Gu Jianjun had entered his checkpoints many times before, each time they arrived after Bai Xiaochun had entered. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun was very curious about how Simon Yunhua managed to get in. However, after observing for a while, Bai Xiaochun couldn't find any clues. He only noticed Simon Yunhua's hands forming a hand seal. He took out a handful of luminous spakes from his storage bag. Before Bai Xiaochun could see clearly, these spakes suddenly flickered, enveloping the three of them. In the next instant, a loud explosion echoed in Bai Xiaochun's ears. When everything before his eyes became clear again, the three of them had left the fan-shaped bone passage and appeared inside the 18th gate. Golden sand filled the air. A howling wind blew from all directions, stirring up clouds of sand. At the same time, a sandstorm was rapidly gathering in the distance. Looking around, the surroundings were incredibly desolate. Only swirling sand and rocks were moving about. It seemed that some unknown killing intent was hidden within the sand and earth. Fellow Taoist Bai, have you ever figured out the method I am using? Sima Yunhua's lips twitched slightly. He smiled, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. As he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he inwardly sneered. He had noticed Bai Xiaochun's gaze earlier. He knew the other party wanted to uncover the secret of how he was able to enter someone else's barrier. He had long been prepared for this. In fact, let alone Bai Xiaochun, even Gu Tianjun, who had witnessed Sima Yunhua employing this tactic several times, hadn't been able to discern the truth. Bai Xiaochun inwardly snorted, about to speak. But at that moment, a roar suddenly erupted from within the distant sandstorm, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The surrounding ground trembled. Clearly visible, the distant sandstorm seemed to surge, and in an instant, a gigantic head materialized. This roaring sound came from the head. The entire head radiated an oppressive aura, like a heavenly venerate. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua immediately showed serious expressions. After widening his eyes, Bai Xiaochun also quickly put on a solemn expression, his heart filled with doubt. Is it really just a mere head of sand that can trap you? Bai Xiaochun asked, knowing full well the answer, glancing disdainfully at Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. Bai Taoist friend, don't underestimate this 18th trial. If this trial only had one head of sand, any of us, including Gu Taoist friend, could have passed. But as soon as we break through this head of sand, 10 more heads will instantly appear. Moreover, not just 10 gigantic heads will emerge from within the ground. When they combine, they will become a complete giant sand creature whose strength is on par with ours. But the key to this pass is to completely defeat 10 giant sand figures before you can get through. As Sima Yunhua said this, suddenly 3 figures roared and charged straight towards them from the distant sand-covered mounds. Gu Tianjun's eyes flashed. Without waiting for Bai Xiaochun and Sima Yunhua to act, he suddenly took a step forward and raised his right hand. A phantom sword image instantly appeared in his hand. In an instant, this phantom sword directly solidified, becoming an ancient-style greatsword. After being grasped by Gu Tianjun, an earth-shattering aura surged from him, overwhelming everything. The aura was so powerful that even Bai Xiaochun felt a strong tremor in his mind. At this moment, he felt that Gu Tianjun's entire body was like the sword in his hand, incredibly sharp, displaying unstoppable power. At that moment, as the momentum surged, the earth-shattering head of sand roared ferociously and charged forward. Gu Tianjun narrowed his eyes, his sword in hand moving swiftly and cleanly without the slightest hesitation, aiming a single sword strike at the distant earth-shattering head, and slashing down. The screeching sound of the sword caused the sandstorm to momentarily halt. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to split apart. An endless stream of sword energy erupted. Wherever it passed, all the sand and rocks were destroyed. The ground trembled, cracks appearing on its own, as if facing this terrifying sword strike, completely unable to resist. The speed of this sword energy was too fast, emitting a deafening roar, and then directly struck the earth-shattering head of sand. The enormous head shook violently, its forehead splitting open. In just a few breaths, with an earth-shattering explosion, the head, which had just reappeared with such ferocious force, was directly severed by Gu Tianjun. After that single sword strike, even someone as powerful as Gu Tianjun felt his breathing become somewhat labored. Clearly, this sword strike was anything but ordinary for him. Bai Xiaochun, watching from the side, was somewhat dumbfounded, repeatedly taking deep breaths. He had previously witnessed Guangmu heavenly venerate fighting this head. In his opinion, Guangmu, though strong, was within a normal range. But now Gu Tianjun's attack was so powerful that it made Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingle. This guy is so powerful. However, it's also related to Guangmu's hidden strength. Moreover, Gu Tianjun himself is a swordsman, and he has his own unique strengths in terms of explosive power. Bai Xiaochun reluctantly suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart. Then, he immediately focused his attention on the severed head. In an instant, the storm raged even more fiercely. Howling sounds echoed from all directions. Storms erupted suddenly. One could even vaguely see new heads rapidly forming within these storms. The ground trembled even more. A low growl emanated from beneath the earth. The giant's arms suddenly rose from the ground. Bai Xiaochun hastily feigned shock. But at this moment, after Gu Jianjun caught his breath, he finally raised his right hand. The illusory sword transformed into a physical one. After grasping it, this time, he aimed a sword strike at Bai Xiaochun. Gu Jianjun, what do you mean by that? Bai Xiaochun was startled. His speed instantly increased. He was, of course, far more agile than that stone-headed fellow. At this moment, while retreating, he directly dodged the sword energy, which, although sharp, was still somewhat slower than his own. However, as Bai Xiaochun turned around, Sima Yunhua smirked, his hands forming a hand seal. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in his hands. Guiding spirit light, Sima Yunhua roared, pushing his hands forcefully towards Bai Xiaochun. Instantly, a beam of light shot from his hands, leaving his body and hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. This was clearly a calculated move, perfectly coordinated with Gu Jianjun's sword strike. Essentially, they gave Bai Xiaochun absolutely no chance to escape. If that were all, it would be fine. But at the same time, in this instant, the sand heads in the surrounding sandstorm roared and rushed out, merging with the 10 giant sand figures that suddenly rose from the ground. Their entire aura surged and exploded into overwhelming force. Finally, they ignored Gu Jianjun and Sima Yunhua, as if attracted by the guiding spirit light, and rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun from all directions. The ground exploded. The speed of these 10 giants was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they finally appeared all around Bai Xiaochun. It seemed to be the same situation that Guangmu Tianzun had faced before. Only this time, they appeared on Bai Xiaochun. If it were before Bai Xiaochun refined the broken fan facing all of this, he would have been completely helpless. He could only regretfully choose to give up. But today, everything was different. Bai Xiaochun was instantly enraged. Although he couldn't guess everything, he knew about 70 or 80% of it. Sima Yunhua, this is completely different from what you said before. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Bai Daoist friend, don't panic. To be honest, there's a problem with the teleportation at the 18th pass. If we don't hold on a little longer, we won't be able to teleport. If I were you, I would continue to resist, which would buy us some time. Our agreement would certainly continue. Sima Yunhua smiled and quickly retreated with Gu Jianjun. Each of them formed hand seals, and divine abilities and techniques surged forth. You dare to set a trap for me, Bai Xiaochun glared. As a heavenly venerate of the Holy Emperor dynasty, even though Sima Yunhua was so blatantly setting a trap for Bai Xiaochun, his expression remained one of a smile. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a hint of subtle remorse. The only problem was that all of this was a deliberate display. Inside, he was truly just sneering. He realized that overcoming this 18th trial, relying on himself and Gu Jianjun alone, was simply impossible. Unless someone was willing to make a sacrifice to distract those low-intelligence sand giants. Only then, with Gu Jianjun's sharp sword energy and Sima Yunhua's large-scale techniques, would success be possible. In fact, he had considered many methods before, but none had worked. Although these sand giants were low intelligence, all the formations and restrictions within the 18th trial had lost their effectiveness. As for finding a demigod to go in, they wouldn't last long either. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed that only Bai Xiaochun was the most suitable candidate. This shouldn't be blamed on me. Who told you to be so greedy for the reward of the 18th trial? Along with the achievement of passing the 18th trial, Sima Yunhua sighed inwardly. He cast a spell while observing Bai Xiaochun. Just as he had previously concluded that Bai Xiaochun would definitely not refuse, at this moment, he also predicted that Bai Xiaochun would definitely go to stop these giant sand people. Because everyone here is not an ordinary cultivator. Given the circumstances, even if there is a greater enmity, they will rationally resolve the immediate issue first, and if they obtain the benefits they deserve, they will certainly not let go. Sima Yunhua also confirmed that, although he intended to exploit the situation, if he truly succeeded, he would not refuse this promise. Thinking this, Sima Yunhua's smile became even more genuine. Bai Xiaochun looked at Sima Yunhua's smile and inwardly snorted. In fact, if Bai Xiaochun wanted to leave, it would be incredibly easy. However, seeing Sima Yunhua's smile, along with the mocking look in Gu Tianjun's eyes in the distance, Bai Xiaochun changed his mind. These two old scoundrels, your Bai family has wholeheartedly helped you. Before, I only targeted Guangmu and the other two. For you two, I only increased the difficulty, not drove you to despair. But now, you dare to plot against me. Bai Xiaojun understood very well that if he didn't obtain the 2 portions of authority from the broken fan, he would be in an extremely difficult position, with no way to leave. All he could do was be patient. In the end, even if he succeeded, he would either die or be severely injured. Even if the other party gave him 3 rewards for the 18th trial, what good would that do? Regardless of the 19th or 20th trial, Bai Xiaojun would still be repelled by the 2 because of this injury, thus being blocked from the outside. If they had been honest with me, I might have been able to accept it somewhat. But to openly exploit me like this, do they really think I, Bai Xiaojun, am easy to bully? Bai Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, his body rapidly retreating. The 10 giant sand figures surrounding him roared, relentlessly attacking. Bai Xiaojun also sensed that unless he used some divine abilities, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. In my territory, they dare to set a trap for me like this. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath, abandoning the thought of leaving. He thought that continuing like this would be too convenient for these two. Therefore, he let out a low growl, his body no longer retreating, but directly attacking the 10 giant sand figures that had rushed towards him from all 4 sides. At the same time, the connection in the netherworld between him and the tattered fan also expanded to a large extent. Twisting ripples appeared around his body. In the instant his body collided with these giant sand figures, a hazy look appeared in their eyes. After the hazy look passed, earth-shattering explosions resounded. Bai Xiaojun let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering back a few steps. No, you guys figure it out yourselves. These giants are so powerful. I'm injured. I'm going to die. While Bai Xiaojun was screaming in agony, he fell directly to the ground, lying motionless. These giant sand creatures seemed to genuinely believe that Bai Xiaojun had fallen. Without even glancing at him, after roaring in that spot, they simultaneously turned and looked towards Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun, striding forward with a ferocious and frenzied aura, charging straight towards the 2 of them. Damn it, this guy can actually fake his death. Sima Yunhua was stunned. Seeing these 10 giant sand creatures charging towards him, his scalp tingled. He didn't have time to think about why these giant sand creatures actually believed Bai Xiaojun was dead. He had already formed half a spell in his hand, and without further delay, he swung it forcefully, creating a massive blaze that spread in all directions. In an instant, he retreated. Gu Tianjun did the same. As they quickly retreated, they looked at Bai Xiaojun lying there feigning death, their expressions extremely grim. As a heavenly venerate, if you don't want to cooperate, just say so directly instead of feigning death. Truly shameful and disgraceful. Bai Xiaojun, even if you had the cultivation of a heavenly venerate, you don't have the heart of a true strong man. The disgust in Gu Tianjun's eyes intensified. In his opinion, even in a life or death situation, as a heavenly venerate, he would absolutely not resort to feigning death. At that moment, the giant sand figures surged forward, charging towards Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun lay there, witnessing this scene, his anger growing. With a flick of his mind, a sandstorm suddenly erupted around him. From within, 100 colossal sand figures emerged. Each of these giants roared and charged, preparing to attack the already terrified Gu Tianjun. He took a deep breath. His mind felt as if 10,000 thunderbolts were exploding within it. He didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly retreated. Sima Yunhua was also shocked by the scene. He exclaimed in astonishment, "There's even a 3rd transformation?" Hearing Sima Yunhua's cry, Bai Xiaojun felt a little regretful. He thought that if he didn't have so few aphrodisiac pills left in his bag, he could have made them a 4th transformation. While Bai Xiaojun was still excited, more than 100 giant sand figures, forming an aura capable of crushing everything, rushed through the area. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua continuously fled, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. They were also anxious. According to Sima Yunhua's judgment, there was a problem with the teleportation at the 18th pass. If they could hold out for another incense stick's time, a teleportation might appear. If there were 10 giant sand creatures, he and Gu Tianjun could certainly hold their ground. But now, with over 100 giant sand creatures, they felt their scalps tingle and had no other options. Damn it, how could it turn out like this? Sima Yunhua roared, gritting his teeth. The moment these giant sand creatures caught up, he instantly fell to the ground. His aura vanished in an instant. He chose to feign death, just like Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun saw this and was overjoyed. His thoughts stirred. Immediately, these giant sand creatures, who had originally intended to attack Sima Yunhua, seemed to be judging the situation, and also believed Sima Yunhua was dead. So they all changed their target, charging straight towards the only living person present at this moment, Gu Tianjun. Gu Tianjun was stunned. It was bad enough that Bai Xiaochun was faking his death, but Sima Yunhua was also faking his death. This made Gu Tianjun even more distressed. But when he saw over 100 giant sand figures surrounding him, their eyes filled with madness and radiating terrifying aura, getting closer and closer, and felt the ground shaking. Gu Tianjun gritted his teeth fiercely, directly falling down again, retracting his aura, and choosing to feign death. But his feigning death was clearly a failure. These 100 giant sand figures seemed to have targeted Gu Tianjun and continued to charge. Very quickly, Gu Tianjun's mournful cries echoed from where he had feigned death. He spat out fresh blood and quickly retreated. His heart was filled with extreme grief and indignation. Damn it, this is unfair. Sima Yunhua also faked his death. Why don't you go find him? This intense feeling of injustice drove Gu Tianjun almost insane. After hearing this, Bai Xiaochun also felt that what he said made sense. Therefore, he quickly dispatched another group of giant sand creatures, charging straight towards Sima Yunhua, who was breathing a sigh of relief. Sima Yunhua's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He cursed furiously in his heart. He felt it was unbelievable. In his judgment, the giant sand creatures didn't have high intelligence. But judging from what he saw today, where was their intelligence? This was clearly a mockery of them. He wasn't without suspicion of Bai Xiaochun. But truly, he couldn't have imagined that Bai Xiaochun's current identity was indirectly one of the owners of this tattered fan. Under the siege of over 100 giant sand creatures, Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun simply had no time to deal with Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, they didn't even have time to think about or investigate Bai Xiaochun. Their entire focus was on dealing with the 100 or so colossal figures of the earth and sand. A single misstep would have been their downfall. Fortunately, after enduring this torment, both of them spat out countless mouthfuls of blood and swallowed numerous recovery pills, finally managing to survive until the teleportation opened. When the teleportation light appeared on their bodies, both felt a sense of relief at having survived the ordeal. One after the other, they quickly departed. They had given up hope on this 18th trial. After they left, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, proudly and triumphantly rising from the ground. He brushed the dust off his clothes, lightly flicked his sleeve, tilted his chin up, and spoke calmly. With a wave of my sleeve, even a heavenly venerate would vanish into thin air. Your biggest mistake was provoking me. Bai Xiaochun felt that his last two sentences were truly profound. He thought he should say more like this in the future. At this moment, the giant figures of earth and sand surrounding him all stopped, remaining motionless. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over them. He felt a little regretful. He had considered taking these giants away, but he couldn't. On the other hand, through his authority, Bai Xiaochun knew that these puppets only truly existed here. If he took them away, they would only become illusions outside. I wonder how the Lord of the Underworld managed to create this fan back then, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. He pondered for a moment whether he should break through this 18th checkpoint and provoke Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun a little. After a moment of thought, to lessen his suspicions, Bai Xiaochun could only sigh, abandoning his boastful thoughts. With a whoosh, a teleportation array appeared. His figure was then gradually enveloped by the teleportation light, quickly disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already in the square of the shattered fan. Almost immediately after he stepped out, a furious sword energy shot straight towards him. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun was prepared. He glared, not retreating at all. He clenched his right fist, and in the instant the sword energy approached, he directly punched out. The heavens and earth exploded. Under the earth-shattering explosion, Bai Xiaochun's body retreated over 100 meters. The sword energy also dissipated. As for Gu Tianjun, who had attacked Bai Xiaochun, he was already severely injured and extremely exhausted. Even with the recovery pills, he was still not fully recovered. Although he had suppressed his anger and attacked, he was still thrown back more than 10 meters by the recoil of Bai Xiaochun's punch. When he looked up, he was breathing heavily, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, you set a trap for me. Sima Yunhua also appeared beside Gu Tianjun, her eyes filled with cold light as she stared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the two of them. If they weren't injured, Bai Xiaochun might have been a little wary. But now both of them were severely injured. Bai Xiaochun was naturally unafraid. Let's clarify this first. Who set a trap for whom? However, if you two still dare to cause trouble, then come here. I've tolerated you two for too long. Everyone, bear witness. It's impossible that I initiated this. It was the two of them who conspired to bully me. After returning to the Holy Emperor dynasty, even His Majesty the Holy Emperor will stand up for me, Bai Xiaochun glared, speaking firmly. He used sharp words. His words immediately left Gu Tianjun speechless. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, the killing intent in his eyes was constantly erupting. However, compared to him, Sima Yunhua was more rational. He glanced deeply at Bai Xiaochun, then suddenly smiled and said, I underestimated Taoist Bai. After saying that, he bowed to Bai Xiaochun, and without another word, turned and walked away. Sitting cross-legged to continue his meditation, Gu Tianjun stood there alone. After a while, he snorted coldly, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in his heart, and turned to walk away. At the same time, he knew that his current state was not suitable for fighting. On the other hand, he had an indescribable feeling. Fighting Bai Xiaochun here, even though his cultivation was much higher than Bai Xiaochun's, was still extremely dangerous. Seeing Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua finally leave, everyone around, who had been watching the commotion, secretly took a deep breath. They weren't stupid. They had already seen through the clues. Especially the sea god Great Venerable and his group. They vaguely understood some of the situation. The scene before them now showed Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun giving up. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's punch just now had shaken their minds. It's very clear that the three of them have a conflict with each other, but in the end, Bai Xiaochun has the advantage. This person looks completely harmless. But in reality, since entering this tattered fan, Bai Xiaochun seems to have never suffered a loss. Moreover, this person didn't need to exert much effort to reach the 18th stage. Each person took a deep breath. When they looked towards Bai Xiaochun, they all felt a sense of apprehension. Seeing their reaction, Bai Xiaochun felt even more smug. There's nothing I can do. Wherever I go, I attract everyone's attention. This isn't my intention. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, finding a place to sit down cross-legged. He was extremely happy, only hoping time would pass quickly. There was only a little over half a month left until the deadline. It seemed Bai Xiaochun's prayers were answered. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Only 2 days remained until the deadline. During this half month, no one continued to attempt the challenge. All had failed, causing almost everyone to give up. Only 3 to 5 people, though not yet completely giving up, had long since lost their initial enthusiasm. All that remained was a burning desire to succeed. After Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua rested and recovered, they each tried to break through the 18th trial. But in the end, they still failed. After sighing, they did not continue to try to pass the trial. Gradually, the most talked about topic in the square was the 3 Guanmu Heavenly Venerables. Their disappearance didn't seem to indicate they were trapped. Among the various speculations, the idea that the 3 Guanmu Heavenly Venerables had obtained some other kind of fortune predominated. Even Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua believed this. Only Bai Xiaochun, after hearing their discussions, coughed a few times. Finally, the last 2 days passed peacefully. At the moment the inheritance trial ended, everyone's divine consciousness, which had been severed, was released. Everyone felt a sense of disbelief. Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua felt the same way. Throughout their lives, they had overcome countless trials, but never before had anything been like this shattered fin trial, one that they found utterly unbearable. They could accept defeat, But this shattered fin trial seemed to possess sentience, a deep-seated malice. No matter how hard you tried, it would coldly and ruthlessly prevent you from passing. Until the end, no one felt regret. On the contrary, many breathed a sigh of relief. These last 2 months were torture for everyone. Perhaps only the 3 of them, Guangmu Tianzun, and the others will receive the final opportunity of creation. This thought arose in the hearts of many. But in the blink of an eye, as the trial ended, and before the will had even manifested, everything ended just as abruptly. Only one thing left everyone wide-eyed and speechless. They saw 3 figures crawling out from within the teleportation light in the square. They were actually crawling out. Their clothes were tattered, their eyes vacant. Their bodies were even unconsciously trembling. Blood covered their faces, mouths, and bodies. They were Guanmu Heavenly Venerate Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring Supreme Being, all of whom everyone believed had received a great opportunity. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone stood there stunned, staring blankly at these 3 heavenly venerates as if they had been trampled by 1,000 armies. After a brief silence, everyone, unable to control themselves, gasped in astonishment. My God, weren't those 3 supposed to have encountered some extraordinary opportunity? What exactly happened to them that they were tossed around like this? Look at their expressions. It's the result of successively experiencing despair and then going mad. And there's fresh blood on them. Amidst the astonished cries of everyone present, Bai Xiaochun's voice was particularly sharp. His face showed an exaggerated look of terror and disbelief as he pointed at Guanmu Heavenly Venerate and shouted, "How could this happen? I thought I was already miserable enough. But I didn't expect you all to be even more miserable than me." His words went unnoticed. Immediately, several half-god cultivators from the evil emperor dynasty rushed forward. Li Donghao was one of them. He hurried over, wanting to help the 3 heavenly venerates up. Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring venerable were still relatively unharmed. Although their breathing was labored, their senses had somewhat recovered. Only Guanmu Heavenly Venerate seemed to have been given special attention at this moment. As Li Donghao went to help him up, this towering figure finally let out a scream. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" Fortunately, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate's momentary panic was brief, and he quickly regained his composure. When he stood up, his eyes were a deep crimson, sweeping across the people surrounding him. Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring venerable were no exception. Their gazes were filled with madness and boundless hatred. It seemed they were searching for something. And once they found it, even if it meant a life-or-death struggle, they would unleash this overwhelming rage. After enduring these 2 months of torment, they were all suffering so much they wished they were dead, and they had long since realized the truth. They were certain that someone had targeted them, regardless of the method used. They were absolutely certain of this during those 2 months. At this moment, everyone around them was shocked. Then, they also noticed that the 3 of them, including Guanmu Heavenly Venerate, were acting strangely. They all seemed to be thinking of something. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt uneasy. He wondered how these 3 could actually survive and get out of here. They were incredibly powerful. I can't let them know it was me, otherwise they'll go crazy. Hinking this, Bai Xiaochun quickly imitated the expressions of everyone around him, pretending to be deep in thought. "Bai Xiaochun, it must be you." But just as Bai Xiaochun was feigning ignorance, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate let out a roar. His bloodshot eyes glared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was inwardly shocked, but outwardly he furrowed his brows and coldly stared at Guangmu Heavenly Venerate. "What do you mean by that, B?" Bai Xiaochun slowly stood up, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate gasped for breath, about to leave, but he was pulled back by Yuan Yaozi beside him. Yuan Yaozi's gaze lingered on Bai Xiaochun for a moment, then looked at everyone around him. Ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, everyone experienced all sorts of bizarre things. Clearly 9 steps, suddenly 100 steps appeared. Clearly only 1 puppet, but in an instant 10 puppets, 100 puppets appeared. To be honest with you all, the 3 of us together broke through the 18th and 19th trials. But inside the 20th gate, we encountered countless bull-headed monsters. That's not the worst part. But the teleportation eventually lost its effectiveness. That's one thing. But after 2 hours of trying to pass through the gate, we couldn't leave and were trapped there until now. This kind of thing is very unusual. It shouldn't have happened. If it really happened, then there's only one possibility. As Yuan Yazi spoke, everyone around him was violently shaken. Everyone gasped for breath, especially Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. In fact, during these past few months, everyone had long suspected the strange occurrences here, but they had no evidence and couldn't find an answer. Seeing Yuan Yazi speak, everyone became serious, occasionally glancing at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't blink, his eyes showing surprise and doubt, and he also looked around before his expression turned grave. Yuan Yazi continued to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with resentment, and slowly spoke. Among us, someone using some unknown method has become the master of this broken fan. Or rather, this person has secretly broken through the 20th trial. Only this answer can explain why this person targeted the three of us, wanting us to be trapped inside the 20th trial. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, then erupted in gasps. Everyone present took a deep breath. Gu Tianjun's entire body trembled, and he suddenly spoke. Among us, the one most capable of achieving this is Bai Xiaochun. Sima Yunhua's voice was cold and gloomy as he spoke slowly. His words, along with Gu Tianjun's, shook everyone around him. Without a second thought, they dispersed, surrounding Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was extremely nervous. He knew that a single misstep would lead to his downfall. He took a deep breath, his expression a mixture of sorrow, resentment, and anger, yet he managed to restrain himself. Is all this because I come from the Tongshan world? Is it because I am a heavenly venerate of the Tongshan world? Ancient heavenly monarch, Sima Yunhua, inside the 18th trial, you intended to kill me. Why didn't you mention this? These giant earth-shattering beings didn't attack me, nor did they attack you, Sima Yunhua. And you, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, from the very beginning, you targeted me. It wouldn't be difficult for others to exploit this weakness of yours. And you said I passed the 20th trial. Everyone here can see that I only passed the 17th trial. As Bai Xiaochun said this, before he could continue, the spirit-devouring supreme being, who had remained silent until now, suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke. Whether it's you or not, we'll know very soon. The trial period for this broken fan has ended. That means we'll soon select the person who has passed the maximum number of trials to become the master. By then, everything will be clear. The spirit-devouring supreme being's eyes held a ferocious glint as he spoke each word. His words were met with approval from everyone. Bai Xiaochun was worried, but helpless. He was surrounded on all sides. He feared that the moment the fan returned, the enraged people all around would erupt. And at this moment, he couldn't contact the broken fan at all. When the seal on the severed divine consciousness was truly lifted, Bai Xiaochun knew that any movement he made would be instantly detected by Guangmu and his group. Amidst Bai Xiaochun's anxiety, Guangmu was filled with murderous intent. Sima Yunhua sneered, and suddenly, the entire tattered fin shook violently. Following the shaking, a powerful repulsive force spread out, directly pushing everyone out of the square surrounding the tattered fan, directly towards the direction of the eternal immortal realm. It was at this moment that the evil emperor and the holy emperor, who had been waiting outside for a long time, suddenly attacked, simultaneously confronting everyone. Meanwhile, their bodies flashed, and as the mist dissipated, they rushed towards the fan. At the same time, the vast tattered fan, under the shaking, swayed more and more violently. Gradually, in everyone's eyes, it broke free from the giant lord's hand, not flying towards anyone, but once again floating towards the distant void of the starry sky. Bai Xiaochun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was also extremely surprised. Based on his judgment, the fan should have returned to him. But today it had gone far away. He was unwilling to accept this, but dared not show it, because at this moment, the evil emperor and the holy emperor were relentlessly pursuing it. He didn't know what methods the two of them used to resist the pressure, stubbornly stepping into the broken fan, following it further and further away. Bai Xiaochun was worried. But today, the evil emperor and the holy emperor were both here. Everyone around was still suspicious. No matter what, he didn't dare contact the fan. In his anger, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked towards Guangmu Heavenly Venerate Yuan Yaozi and the spirit-devouring supreme being. After looking at each of them, his gaze also swept over Gu Tianjun and Sima Yunhua. "Did you see that?" he asked. During this process, I neither cast any spells, nor used my divine consciousness, nor did I take any action. This fan didn't fly towards me this trial. I wasn't the one interfering. I didn't pass the 20th trial, nor am I the owner of this fan. What you all experienced, I experienced too. I didn't do any of this. Guangmu Heavenly Venerate, you were manipulated. Yuan Yaozi, your judgment was wrong. Devouring Spirit Supreme, what more do you have to say now? And you too. Sima Yunhua, this matter isn't over yet. Bai Xiaochun almost roared, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word. Everyone around him fell silent. Sima Yunhua and Guangmu Heavenly Venerate were left speechless by Bai Xiaochun's questioning. In the silence, their eyes flickered, gazing towards the fading fan, vaguely seeing the figures of the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor. Bai Xiaochun hadn't mentioned these two. But today, under everyone's gaze, the answer seemed to be there. Time and again, they had no way to ask for it. In the silence, Guangmu Heavenly Venerate couldn't utter a word, turning and leaving. Yuan Yazi's heart was filled with complex emotions. The spirit-devouring Supreme Being's expression was extremely grim. He also turned and left. Sima Yunhua and Gu Tianjun exchanged glances. Then each of them sighed inwardly, shaking their heads as they departed. Soon, everyone here, using the light techniques left behind by the Holy Emperor and the Evil Emperor, slowly descended from the starry sky. Each returned to the capital city of the eternal immortal realm. After returning to the Holy Emperor city, Bai Xiaochun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first major danger had been resolved. Next came the matter concerning the broken fan. It had become Bai Xiaochun's biggest worrying. Why didn't it pass? Could it be because I didn't transmit my divine sense at that time? This is the Lord's ultimate treasure. Bai Xiaochun felt his heart bleeding. He had wanted to try contacting him many times, but he had always restrained himself. Before the Holy Emperor returned, Bai Xiaochun felt he couldn't act rashly. If he couldn't contact him, so be it. But if he did manage to contact him and the Holy Emperor discovered it, he would be completely at a disadvantage. With a mournful sigh, Bai Xiaochun returned to the blessed land in the Holy Emperor city. He didn't care how wary the cultivators of the entire court were, nor did he care how Liu Jian, who was once again watching and staring at him. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had no mood to do anything. He spent the whole day inside the blessed land anxiously waiting. Time passed. After half a month, Bai Xiaochun didn't wait for the Holy Emperor to return, but instead waited for a feeling that seemed to descend from the heavens. Echoing throughout the entire eternal immortal realm, it was as if all living beings at this moment were shaken, their minds trembling, and indistinct murmurs lingered in their ears. At this moment, all beings of the Evil Emperor dynasty and the Holy Emperor dynasty felt the shock that had emerged from the darkness months ago. When Bai Xiaochun ascended to the Heavenly Venerate realm, once again descending. Only this time, the source was no longer the Holy Emperor city, but the Evil Emperor city. Someone ascended to the Heavenly Venerate realm. My God, within a year, 2 people have ascended to the Heavenly Venerate realm. After the noble cultivators of the Holy Emperor dynasty discovered this, they all exclaimed in astonishment, looking towards the Evil Emperor city. Gu Tianjun, Sima Yunhua, and Chen Su, each of whom were originally meditating in their respective blessed lands, suddenly opened their eyes, their minds shaken. Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged, breathing heavily. The murmuring sounds in his ears seemed to gradually become clearer. He felt the whispers of someone ascending to the Heavenly Venerate realm, shaking the entire eternal immortal realm and the heavens and earth. After a moment of astonishment, Bai Xiaochun raised his head. In an instant, the final murmur in his ears, in the ears of the 3 Gu Tianjun, in the ears of the powerful cultivators, and even in the ears of people all over the world, became clear. There is a Heavenly Venerate in the world, ranked 12th, whose name is Tongshan Taoist. This voice echoed in the ears of all beings, causing the bodies of everyone in the Holy Emperor dynasty to tremble. Their breaths quickened, unable to believe it. At the same time, everyone in the Evil Emperor dynasty was exhilarated, overjoyed. Another Heavenly Venerate has appeared. Tongshan Taoist. This name, I've heard of him before. He's also from the Tongshan world. But wasn't he dead, the Tongshan world? To have 2 Heavenly Venerates appear in the same year, with only a few months' difference, such a situation is terrifying. Fortunately, these two don't get along. As everyone was shaken, Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised his head and stood up. His expression was extremely grim. His eyes revealed a murderous intent, filled with madness. He stared intently in the direction he sensed from the netherworld. Blood vessels gradually appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he finally suppressed the surging killing intent emanating from his body. "Tongshan, old villain, you really didn't die," Bai Xiaochun muttered softly, each word uttered with difficulty. At this moment, he remembered everything in the Tongshan world, the battle between the two of them, Bai Hao, Du Lingfei, and many other images that caused him immense pain. Tongshan Taoist truly didn't die. In fact, when the Tongshan world shattered, although Tongshan Taoist's cultivation was at the quasi-heavenly venerate level, his extraordinary talent and his research into the immortal longevity technique had allowed him to condense a Tao seed within his body. The seed, like object surrounded by runes that Bai Xiaochun saw when Tongshan Taoist's body shattered, was the Tao seed. Initially, barring any unforeseen circumstances, with the world collapsing, the Tongshan Taoist would be severely injured, and even with a portion of his Tao seed, he would inevitably fall. However, the place he was teleported to was the immortal realm of the evil emperor dynasty. Because of the fluctuations of his Tao seed, the evil emperor was the first to detect it. After taking action and bringing the Tongshan Taoist back to the evil emperor dynasty, this matter was kept secret from even the other heavenly venerables within the evil emperor dynasty. Needless to say, others couldn't possibly know about it. For the evil emperor, the Tongshan Taoist was simply a tool for profit. Just a few months prior, the Tongshan Taoist had attempted a breakthrough with Bai Xiaochun. He had also sensed Bai Xiaochun's advancement. However, he never imagined that his own breakthrough from demigod to heavenly venerable would be so difficult. During the third heavenly tribulation, despite the approval of the Eternal Mother, he nearly failed. Fortunately, although the evil emperor had left, before the Tongshan Taoist went into seclusion, he gave him a black stone. Although it was only the size of a small hand, this stone proved unexpectedly effective at a time when the Tongshan Taoist thought he would fail. At the same time, it was only at this moment, as the Tongshan Taoist's cultivation broke through and his heavenly venerate aura erupted, that everyone in the evil emperor dynasty learned of the Tongshan Taoist's existence. At this time, the mournful sound, like that of the Eternal Mother, echoed in the ears of all beings, shocking not only the Holy Emperor dynasty, but also countless cultivators of the evil Emperor dynasty. But the most terrified were those scattered throughout the immortal realm of the Tongshan world. At this moment, everyone's hearts sank, filled with endless complexities. However, all this complexity pales in comparison to what the Tongshan Taoist was experiencing at this moment, inside a secret chamber in the evil Emperor city. After opening his eyes, he looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally. His eyes held a stubborn determination. After standing up, the first direction his gaze fell upon was the Holy Emperor city. It seemed that in this instant, he and Bai Xiaochun were separated by vast distances, yet they both sensed each other's presence. Their eyes held murderous intent and icy coldness. "Bai Xiaochun, you were one step faster, so what?" The Tongshan Taoist whispered, waving his right hand, a black robe enveloping his body. This black robe even covered his head, making him appear as if he were a man in black. "I really like the murmuring sound from the Eternal Mother when she ascended to heavenly venerate, because this tells everyone who knows me, knows that I have returned." The Tongshan Taoist's hoarse voice trailed off. He withdrew his gaze from the Holy Emperor city. He turned and vanished into the darkness. It was at this moment that Bai Xiaochun, inside the Holy Emperor city, also withdrew his icy gaze. "If he doesn't die, then I'll kill him again later." Bai Xiaochun slowly took a deep breath, his eyes closed, silently sitting cross-legged, motionless. Time passed again. 10 days later, the Holy Emperor returned. No one knew whether he had gained anything this time. He also did not summon the entire court of civil and military officials. In fact, if it weren't for a decree issued a few days later, no one would have known about his return. The decree contained only one instruction. He ordered Bai Xiaochun to be appointed as the second immortal venerable of the Holy Emperor dynasty's immortal realm, guarding the entire immortal realm. The second immortal realm, to be precise, only encompassed a little over half of the Holy Emperor dynasty's territory. Several northern provinces had been seized by the evil Emperor dynasty many years ago, similar to the provinces coexisting in the third immortal realm, which the Holy Emperor obtained through an exchange with Gongsun Wanner. In the area belonging to the evil Emperor Dynasty's third immortal realm, the Holy Emperor Dynasty also had a certain foundation. This second immortal realm, constantly on guard against the evil Emperor Dynasty, even experiencing small-scale wars at its borders, naturally has an immortal venerable guarding it year-round. This heavenly venerable, a veteran within the Holy Emperor Dynasty, is named Zhou Yuanhen, with the Taoist title Lingju. Lingju Heavenly Venerable has guarded the second immortal realm for many years, almost never having been replaced. This time, the decree didn't mention Lingju Heavenly Venerable's return, but instead assigned by Xiaochun, both immortal venerables, to guard it. This appears as an appointment, but in reality, it clearly implies Bai Xiaochun's departure. After receiving this decree, Bai Xiaochun realized that the Holy Emperor had returned. Looking at the decree, he knew that he would have no power in this second immortal realm. It was a very direct message to him. Cultivation resources would be provided, and his status and position would be guaranteed. But power, he absolutely will not be given even a fraction of it. I consider myself to be going to become a celestial venerable guarding a celestial realm, but in reality, it's just a chaotic mess that didn't go as planned. Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry. On the contrary, he felt it was a good thing. Especially since this second celestial realm was also the territory of the Giant Ghost King. Thinking about meeting the Giant Ghost King again, Bai Xiaochun felt a little nostalgic. At the same time, he was also very excited and wanted to contact the tattered fan. However, Bai Xiaochun's cautious nature allowed him to restrain himself. He decided to wait a while, at least until after he left the Holy Emperor City, before trying again. With that, Bai Xiaochun packed his bags and didn't stay in the Holy Emperor City long. Early the next morning, he transformed into a rainbow and broke through the void, departing. His departure caused all the powerful cultivators in the Holy Emperor City to breathe a sigh of relief. In a short time, early in the morning, Bai Xiaochun left. Although there was no fanfare, the laughter emanating from the noble family's homes was noticeably more boisterous. This calamity is finally gone. Haha, it'll give Ling Jushin a headache again. What a pity, this Tongshan King actually still has some ability. If only he could go to the evil Emperor City. I absolutely believe that with enough time and conditions, he could single-handedly destroy the evil Emperor Dynasty. Outside the Holy Emperor City, Bai Xiaochun stood alone in the air, turning his head to look back at the Holy Emperor City. With his current cultivation, although he couldn't hear the excited laughter of the noble families inside the city clearly, he could still hear it in general. It feels like a long time. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but cough a few times. Although he knew what was going on, he still felt a little embarrassed. The only problem was that Bai Xiaochun was very skilled at resolving awkward situations. This is all my fault. Bai Xiaochun's expression was one of helplessness as he gradually withdrew his gaze from the Holy Emperor City. A wave of emotion surged through him. In fact, he had long since discovered that he seemed to possess a lifelong advantage, being exceptionally outstanding. If I weren't so outstanding, how could the moods of the people there change so drastically every time I stayed in one place for a long time after I left? Mar Mountain, Linksy Sect, Bloodstream Sect, Reverse River Sect, Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, even the Savage Wilderness. Now, even everyone in the eternal immortal realm knows of my excellence. Bai Xiaochun sighed, and with a slight wave of his sleeve, he roared and sped off into the distance. Well, this time, after I arrive in the second immortal realm, I should still keep a low profile. Before leaving, Bai Xiaochun carefully considered the Holy Emperor's decree. This kind of expulsion, no matter how you look at it, felt like being kicked out of his own home. I'm afraid that if I remain in the second immortal realm and continue to display my excellence, the Holy Emperor will have other ways to suppress me. Bai Xiaochun understood this clearly, especially since the second immortal realm already has a heavenly venerate. If I go there and a conflict arises with that heavenly venerate, the Holy Emperor won't be able to favor me. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun realized even more that he really should hide himself a bit. Too much excellence isn't good. There's a saying, isn't there? Good wood is found in the forest. Bai Xiaochun thought of the scene on the tattered fan where everyone was targeting him and felt a little unwilling. At the same time, as his thoughts drifted back to the tattered fan, his heart began to beat faster, but he still forcefully suppressed it and gradually walked away. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by and no time. Bai Bai Xiaochun was dissatisfied with this pace, and as he walked forward, he observed the scenery below. With his heavenly venerate cultivation, it could be said that there was almost nowhere in the eternal immortal realm that he couldn't go. He didn't need to worry about anyone trying to stop him. Currently, there were only a handful of people who truly had the qualifications to stop him. After another 7 or 8 days, Bai Xiaochun finally entered the territory of the second immortal realm. By this time, the burning desire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Especially after analyzing the situation, Bai Xiaochun felt that although contacting the tattered fan still involved certain risks, he couldn't ignore them. If, due to his carelessness, this broken fan were truly lost, Bai Xiaochun would definitely regret it immensely. I can't wait any longer. After making this decision, 3 days passed, and Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth fiercely, beginning to try and connect with the broken fan in the netherworld. He felt a great deal of anxiety and unease, a strong sense of both hope and loss. However, after trying, his expression slowly changed. After several attempts, Bai Xiaochun was somewhat bewildered. How can there be absolutely no reaction? Could it be that the fan flew too far away? Or has it been stolen by a holy emperor or an evil emperor? Damn it, that's the fan I protected with so much hardship. Bai Xiaochun became anxious and unwilling to accept this. He began to try to connect again. Thus, the remaining journey, which was originally only half a month long, was stubbornly delayed by Bai Xiaochun for a whole month before he could barely complete it. Every day he would try multiple times, diligently attempting to summon the broken fan. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely ineffective. By the 20th day, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He vaguely sensed that, in a distant place, the connection between this broken fan and himself seemed about to be severed at any moment. Finally, it's not too late, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, increasing his divine consciousness and distance, continuously re-establishing the connection between himself and the fan. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to Jingzhu in the second immortal realm. Along the way, countless mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurked on the ground. Sects and towns everywhere, like a veil covering the eternal immortal realm, were constantly being lifted before Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Just as Bai Xiaochun had known before, this second immortal realm was actually divided into 2 factions, north and south. The area closest to the first immortal realm of the Holy Emperor dynasty was its southern side. The entire second immortal realm originally had 16 provinces. However, the Holy Emperor dynasty currently held only 11. The remaining 5 provinces, desolate and barren, were all in the north. To be precise, this second immortal realm was as if it had been severed by an invisible, sharp blade. 5 provinces in the north, 11 in the south. Each province had a different shape. However, at this moment, Bai Xiaochun had no time to observe. He appeared to be traveling, but in reality, all his attention was focused on the tattered fan. Finally, after continuously extending his connection and sensing, when he was only 3 days' journey from Jingzhu in the second immortal realm, Bai Xiaochun felt his consciousness lingering on the tattered fan. The moment his mind perceived the broken fan, it was like a rolling thunderclap, directly exploding with immense force. His body, suspended in midair, gasped for breath. In an instant, an image seemed to appear before him. The image showed a vast expanse of starry sky. This starry sky was dark, boundless, and infinite. A broken fan, the size of a continent, was slowly floating within this starry sky, its origin unknown, seemingly endless, constantly drifting. My fan! Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. The image in his head was almost clear, but because of the great distance, it began to distort. Bai Xiaochun, terrified, hastily increased his spiritual sense, trying to summon the broken fan to stop flying. However, his authority was still too limited. He should have, after the inheritance trial ended, based on his achievements, been able to pass the 20th trial and gain the fan's approval. But now, upon closer inspection, all of this was merely Bai Xiaochun's imagination. In reality, the fan still hadn't found its master. He held only a fraction of the authority and sensory perception he possessed. It seemed that if he delayed another few months, even that fraction would be gone. It must be the will within the fan. This thing, while I was away, wanted to erase my consciousness. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced, and he intensified his senses. The dilapidated fan, which had been calmly flying away, suddenly trembled. A dazzling light flickered faintly on the fan. Bai Xiaochun was instantly excited. But before he could make any further move, a furious roar suddenly echoed in his ears. This furious roar seemed to emanate from within the fan itself. It was the will within the fan. Obviously, since their last encounter, this dormant will had awakened. Previously, it had tried to gradually erase Bai Xiaochun's mark, even succeeding more than halfway. Now, seeing only a small area remaining, Bai Xiaochun's appearance seemed to shatter its hopes. How could it possibly agree to that? It exerted all its strength to resist. Although it couldn't completely erase Bai Xiaochun's traces, it prevented Bai Xiaochun from controlling the broken fan. Damn it! Bai Xiaochun roared. From an infinite distance, relying on the connection between himself and the fan in the netherworld, he began to contend with this will once again. Although he wasn't a match, as long as he maintained a connection with the fan, the mark he left on it wouldn't easily disappear. Loud explosions continued to reverberate within the explosion's head. Bai Xiaochun lost track of time, casually finding a spot and immediately sitting cross-legged in meditation. He didn't know how long had passed, but when the sky had darkened and his entire body was drenched in sweat, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with unconcealed exhaustion. Even his breathing was labored. As he lowered his head, Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell on his right hand. A ball of light had suddenly appeared there, slowly condensing and gradually transforming into a black token. This token was something he had conjured in his hand after his confrontation with the will of the shattered fan, once the other party had fallen into a deep sleep again. The will of this broken fan is truly difficult to resolve. Am I, Bai Xiaochun, not qualified to be its master? If it hadn't obstructed me, I could definitely have summoned the fan back this time. Now, summoning the fan is impossible, and all I have is this token. Bai Xiaochun felt a little unwilling. He didn't understand the token at all. He only had a feeling that the token was like a key representing his authority. After a moment, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He was about to put the token away, intending to carefully study it after resting for a while. But at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly looked at the token in his hand. This aura, what kind of aura is this? Bai Xiaochun was extremely surprised. He carefully sensed the aura emanating from within the token. He discovered that after holding the token for such a short time, his body, which was already exhausted, had naturally recovered more than half of its energy. This wasn't the body's recovery power. After all, Bai Xiaochun's exhaustion was mental. But today, he clearly felt his energy rapidly recovering to its peak. This made Bai Xiaochun even more pleasantly surprised. He brought the token to his face and carefully examined it. Afterwards, although he still couldn't see any clues, he was certain that the aura emanating from the token could indeed restore his energy. It's not spiritual energy. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He could only surmise that the previous owner of this tattered fan, within the world of that powerful lord, possessed a similar spiritual energy to the eternal immortal realm. A kind of heaven and earth force. Let's see if this aura has any other miraculous properties. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he tried it out. Finally, while practicing breathing exercises with the cultivation token, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, as he sat in meditation, the aura within the token suddenly became vibrant. After merging into his body, it accelerated his cultivation speed. Not only did the speed of spiritual power circulation increase, but the speed of absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy also increased. In short, all aspects of his cultivation accelerated. Especially the feeling of clear thinking and a full spirit made Bai Xiaochun feel like he had found a treasure. The aura within that token is comparable to all elixirs. It's just that the token itself is so mysterious. This fan must be even more powerful. Unfortunately, there were too many people there before, so I couldn't conveniently investigate. The next morning, when Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, his heart was filled with excitement. His resolve to reclaim the broken fan from its will grew even stronger. After making up his mind, Bai Xiaochun finally put away the token. He glanced around, and in an instant, he sped straight towards Jingju in the second immortal realm. He traveled like an arrow, teleporting through the air. 3 days later, he saw a magnificent city standing firmly in the distance. The city was vast, surrounded by mountain ranges, resembling a giant beast. Many cultivators resided within it. Even at dusk, there was still a bustling crowd coming and going, the number of people unknown. Scanning the entire city, Bai Xiaoqun cleared his throat. He thought to himself, given his status, even if he wanted to conceal himself, being a heavenly venerate, arguably the second most powerful person in the second immortal realm, being low profile seemed inappropriate. It seems I still need to learn a little more about how to properly conceal myself. In his impulse, Bai Xiaoqun didn't immediately release his divine sense to lure anyone in. Instead, he moved swiftly, like an ordinary cultivator, towards the city's main gate. This enormous fortress has 8 large gates. Normally, 5 gates are open, and many cultivators enter and exit. Bai Xiaoqun wasn't in a hurry. He stood at the very end of the line entering the city, outside the city gates. He glanced left and right, his heart stirred by the prosperity of this holy emperor dynasty. Especially since this was Jingju, the second immortal realm, guarded by a heavenly venerate. No one dared to show off their power here. The guards here all possessed extraordinary cultivation. Even the guards at the city gates were all clad in armor, their eyes gleaming with brilliance. Their cultivation levels were generally at the great perfection of the core formation stage. Inside the tower above the city gates, a wave of heavenly human energy constantly emanated, causing those approaching to scrutinize them cautiously, creating a sense of intimidation that made everyone entering and exiting the city extremely wary. Another heavenly human expert is conducting an inspection. It seems this world is truly chaotic. Alas, who knows when peace will finally come? Have you heard? War has broken out again in the north. This evil emperor dynasty is truly infuriating. War in the north seems to erupt almost every few years. Many cultivators surrounding Bai Xiaoqun were preparing to enter the city. After witnessing such strict inspections, they all whispered amongst themselves. Bai Xiaoqun listened to their words, his eyes widening. Most of what he knew about this second immortal realm came from a few ancient texts he had acquired. He didn't have much specific information about the situation there. He had heard about the war in the north, but hadn't paid much attention to it. He continued to look around, observing the commotion. Occasionally, some seemingly important cultivators would fly in from afar, landing outside the city gates. After brushing off the dust, they entered the city without queuing, under the respectful and courteous gaze of the guards. Each time such a person appeared, everyone around would look at them with envious eyes. Bai Xiaoqun was eager to try it himself, but remembering to be humble, he reluctantly suppressed his impulsiveness. I must get used to hiding myself. Bai Xiaoqun comforted himself for a while. Soon, he followed the group into the city, slowly moving forward. Before long, it was Bai Xiaoqun's turn. But as soon as Bai Xiaoqun stepped forward, paid some spirit stones, and was swept over by a heavenly human's divine sense, he was naturally allowed to pass. Just as he was about to enter the city, a rainbow suddenly roared from afar, its speed incredibly fast, hurtling straight towards the city gate. In an instant, the rainbow approached, creating a powerful pressure that terrified everyone around. A fierce wind also lashed against their faces. Amidst the swirling dust, the rainbow dissipated. More than 10 people emerged from within. More than half of them were at the great perfection nascent soul stage, possessing a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Clearly, they all had battlefield experience. The remaining 5 were all heavenly human powerhouses. Leading this group was a burly man. This imposing figure, clad in a purple robe, exuded an aura of authority without anger. His appearance immediately caused a change in the expressions of the city gate guards. Compared to the privileged individuals who had entered the city earlier, he was even more respectful. Greetings, Marquis Zilin. Even the celestial beings inside the city gate tower emerged. They hurried forward, bowing respectfully to the man. Greetings, Marquis Zilin. Seeing even these celestial beings do this, the people queuing to enter the city were astonished. Upon hearing the guards and celestial beings addressed to the man, cries of surprise erupted from within the crowd. It's the great venerable guarding the northern shore continent, the last remaining northern province, Marquis Zilin. It really is the old man. I once caught a glimpse of him from afar. This is the Marquis of Zilin, bestowed the title of Marquis by the Holy Emperor. The murmurs of the crowd echoed, filled with astonishment at the identity of this purple-robed man. However, no one was particularly surprised that he didn't fly directly into the city, but instead chose to pass through the city gate. Bai Xiaoqun seemed to be deep in thought. He realized that within Jingju City, there were rules. Even half-god powerhouses were forbidden from flying in the city's airspace. The Marquis of Zilin smiled and nodded to the heavenly beings who had just emerged from the pavilion and bowed to him. Without saying much, he directly headed towards the city gate. His subordinates, each carrying a murderous aura, followed behind him. The guards on all sides hurriedly pushed aside anyone outside, not allowing anyone to obstruct the Marquis of Zilin's path. In fact, there was no need for them to chase people away. The people by the city gate were all respectfully retreating. Bai Xiaochun. It was supposed to be his turn to enter the city. Now, he had been naturally pushed into the crowd leaving. This made Bai Xiaochun feel uncomfortable, especially since everyone else had retreated, leaving him standing there alone, particularly conspicuous. Get out! Seeing Bai Xiaochun standing there, the city gate guard was instantly displeased, shouting softly and stepping forward to push Bai Xiaochun aside. Bai Xiaochun glared. That one glance instantly stunned the guard. His mind went blank, as if he had lost his mind. It wasn't that he recognized Bai Xiaochun, but rather that Bai Xiaochun's gaze contained a soul-suppressing power, causing the guard to stand there like a dazed fool. I have already paid the spirit stones. On what basis are you telling me to get out of the way? Bai Xiaochun said indifferently, flicking his sleeve, ignoring everyone and walking directly towards the city gate. This scene surprised everyone around him. They all looked back. Even the Marquis of Zilin glanced over. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't discern Bai Xiaochun's true cultivation level. But they didn't take it to heart. They withdrew their gazes and looked towards the old heavenly human guarding the gate. This old heavenly human guarding the city gate frowned. He knew that the Marquis of Zilin was a direct descendant of the Lingju Heavenly Venerate. He dared not offend him. At this moment, he raised his right hand. Instantly, a screen of light appeared inside the city gate, directly blocking Bai Xiaochun's path. Bai Xiaochun didn't rush in, but turned around, smiling a smile that wasn't quite a smile as he looked at the old heavenly human guarding the city gate. What do you want? Bai Xiaochun asked, his smile unreadable. From beginning to end, no one here could have guessed Bai Xiaochun's true identity. Nor could anyone have seen that the person passing by them was now one of the 5 great heavenly venerables of the Holy Emperor dynasty. Bai Xiaochun suddenly found himself enjoying this feeling of concealment. He thought it was much better this way. No wonder those great figures like to travel incognito. It turns out this feeling is so wonderful. Bai Xiaochun secretly rejoiced. This kind of thing was completely safe. He had always loved it. At this moment, even his smiling expression carried a hint of delight. As his words were spoken, for some reason, the heart of the old heavenly human seemed to pound. But he didn't pay too much attention, casually opening his mouth. This person's appearance is suspicious. He trespassed into Jingju City without permission. Guards, we should arrest him for further investigation. If his identity is normal, we can release him later. If he resists, execute him on the spot. As soon as the old heavenly human spoke, everyone around immediately retreated. Each person looked at Bai Xiaochun with a mixture of sympathy and amusement. However, many still had a mocking expression on their faces. Is this guy crazy, daring to show off here? This guy's finished. For the past few days, not a single person deemed suspicious has made it out of prison alive. As everyone whispered amongst themselves, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of each of the other guards manning the city gate. Except for the one who had been stunned by Bai Xiaochun's attack, the others quickly rushed forward, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun hadn't expected these heavenly human cultivators guarding the city gate to directly attack him. His expression showed surprise, and he sighed softly. Why go to such lengths? I just wanted to enter the city. I originally intended to be discreet. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, raising his right hand. He didn't reveal his heavenly venerate cultivation, only a nascent soul realm force equivalent to 10 times that of these core formation guards. A storm of wind instantly erupted around him. With a loud bang, after the guards who had formed their core arrived, a sound echoed. An extremely powerful force pushed these guards back, each spitting out fresh blood. How dare you kneel down for me, the old man, a celestial being, roared softly. His figure flashed, and he lunged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand. His celestial being cultivation directly erupted, fiercely striking down towards Bai Xiaochun. If he were hit, he believed that even if the person before him didn't die, he would be forced to kneel from then on, unable to stand upright. He was inwardly mocking him. He thought that if this guy didn't resist, he would at most only punish him a little. Now, if he chose to resist, it would be sheer stupidity. Death wish. Whatever he did now would be in accordance with the laws of Jingju City. But just as the old man was about to strike, Bai Xiaochun's side, his right hand instantly raised. Before the old man could strike, he delivered another slap. "You're still kneeling." As Bai Xiaochun uttered these words, a deafening crash resounded. The old man, a celestial being, felt his vision blur. A powerful force directly struck his face. He had no way to dodge. At that moment, his mind went blank, his ears ringing. He spat out blood. His body, still in midair, was directly slammed down by this powerful force. With a loud thud, he knelt before Bai Xiaochun again. His knees shattered, blood gushing out. The intense pain caused the old man to let out a mournful cry. He wanted to stand, but his knees were shattered, and even his cultivation seemed to be on the verge of collapse, making it impossible for him to rise. This scene stunned everyone around. They all gasped, their mouths agape. You're not a nascent soul cultivator, but even if you were a celestial being, you're still doomed. The old man, a celestial being, suppressed his pain, his expression contorted. With a roar, he took out a jade slip and crushed it. This jade slip was meant as a warning. After crushing it, numerous rainbow-colored beams immediately shot up from within Jingju City, hurtling towards them. Bai Xiaochun felt a little helpless. He had originally intended to enter the city. Seeing the significant disturbance he was causing, he shook his head, turned around, and headed towards the city gate, intending to pass through the light barrier and enter directly. But just as Bai Xiaochun was about to leave, Marquis Zilin, standing not far away, remained silent for a moment before slowly uttering a single sentence. "Stop him." Instantly, the subordinates behind him, their eyes flashing with cold light, charged towards Bai Xiaochun. 5 celestial beings and more than 10 nascent soul great perfection cultivators, their combined force creating an earth-shattering aura. Everyone around was shocked, yet also somewhat expectant. Each person felt their eyes had been opened today. They witnessed a spectacle they had never seen before. What a pity! If he had the heavenly human cultivation level, wouldn't it have been better to reveal it earlier? This is clearly preparation. Let's end this now. The subordinates of the Marquis of Zilin are all battlefield veterans. Each of them has killed over 10,000 people. While everyone around was sighing in amazement, Bai Xiaochun felt a little angry. He felt he hadn't gone to cause trouble for the Marquis of Zilin, yet the other party was actively provoking him. "Is this bullying me?" Bai Xiaochun glared, his right hand suddenly raised. The moment the more than 10 people arrived, he directly swung his hand. This time, he deliberately revealed the fluctuations of his great perfection heavenly human cultivation. In an instant, the hearts of Zilin subordinates trembled violently. They were terrified. The sound of thunder became the only sound in their ears. Everyone's vision blurred. They only felt a powerful force, like moving mountains and filling seas, coming towards them. They were completely unable to resist. The 5 heavenly humans at the forefront bore the brunt of it, their entire bodies shaking violently. Each of them spat out fresh blood, their bodies directly slammed to the ground by this immense force, all kneeling. The more than 10 great perfection nascent soul cultivators suffered the same fate. Under this powerful force, even when they were all knocked to the ground, their minds were still hazy. But the intense pain from their bodies caused mournful and agonizing screams that echoed incessantly. All of this happened too quickly. So quickly that in the blink of an eye, everything reversed. Everyone watching from all sides was stunned. Each person held their breath, staring at the people kneeling at the city gate. Their eyes gradually filled with disbelief. How interesting! While everyone was still reeling, a glint appeared in the eyes of Marquis Zilin. A hint of mockery flickered at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward with incredible speed, instantly stirring up a storm. This violent storm, in terms of its momentum, was even sharper and more terrifying than Bai Xiaochun's attack. Even the sky darkened momentarily. The surrounding void twisted and warped. Therefore, it was clear that Marquis Zilin was not just an early-stage demigod, but a peak demigod. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged. However, he raised his right hand and casually slapped directly at Zilin. You kneel down too. Bai Xiaochun's voice was calm. As these words echoed, his right hand seemed to become an invisible mountain, suppressing and destroying everything. Zilin, whose speed before Bai Xiaochun was like a crawling turtle. The storm he stirred up was like a child blowing air. His astonishing sharpness, along with the distorted void all of this, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, was weak and unable to withstand a single blow. This was the difference between a heavenly venerate and a demigod. This was a crushing realm, and this was the supreme Tao seed. A thunderous roar resounded. Bai Xiaochun's palm strike did not land on Zilinho, but behind him, in a vast, empty void. Suddenly, this void twisted and tore apart. A second Marquis Zilin appeared within. This was Marquis Zilin's plan. From beginning to end, he hadn't revealed his true form. Only his clones had appeared before everyone. The fact that the transcendent demigod world didn't have clones didn't mean the eternal demigod immortal realm didn't. The reason he attacked just now was precisely to have his clone test Bai Xiaochun. But he never imagined that this test would directly hit an unbreakable mountain. With a thunderous roar, the faces of both Marquis Zilin's true form and his clone simultaneously contorted. His cultivation within his body nearly shattered. He felt an immense force emanating from those kneeling before him. His expression changed drastically. His body trembled. His eyes held disbelief, fear, and panic. He seemed to have figured out who the person before him was. But before he could even open his mouth, this powerful force slammed down again. With a loud bang, Marquis Zilin and his clone were spitting out fresh blood, letting out a mournful and agonizing scream. His body was directly slammed to the ground by this powerful force. Boom! Dust flew up from the ground. Everyone watching from all sides gaped in astonishment. Even the subordinates of the Marquis of Zilin were completely dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably in fear. Even the old man guarding the city gate, a celestial being, felt breathless. A great wave surged through his heart. He looked at Bai Xiaochun. An answer he had never imagined before appeared. At this moment, even if he didn't want to confirm it, it still frantically arose in his mind. Heaven. Heavenly venerate. Outside the city gate of Jingzhou. At this moment, everyone's minds were blank, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to believe what they had seen. In their eyes, Bai Xiaochun, standing beside the city gate, was like a god. In this instant, he made everyone's hearts tremble, their breaths suddenly stopping. Earlier, when Bai Xiaochun slapped away several nascent soul guards, they were secretly startled, guessing that the opponent was a master. But when Bai Xiaochun slapped again, making the old heavenly human kneel, everyone gasped. They immediately realized that this young man before them was a powerful expert. However, when Bai Xiaochun slapped again, making all 5 heavenly humans and a group of nascent soul cultivators kneel, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps at that moment, they all thought Bai Xiaochun was at most a demigod. They wouldn't even consider the possibility that Bai Xiaochun was a heavenly venerate after all. Heavenly venerates are too rare. In the entire eternal immortal realm, there are only 12. Until when Zilinho intervened, Bai Xiaochun, standing there, was able to still deliver a single slap. When Marquis Zilin was beaten and everyone else knelt outside the city gate, everyone around felt as if their minds were about to explode. Amidst the endless explosions, it was like a million thunderbolts erupting simultaneously. Then came emptiness. They dared not think about it, dared not ponder it deeply. Everything that had happened before their eyes proved something that would shock them for the rest of their lives, something they could never forget. Until from the mouth of this heavenly human guard, a nearly desperate whisper, like a sob, echoed throughout the extreme silence. This sound, like thunder, after exploding in everyone's ears, seemed to awaken all those who were stunned. Following that came countless gasps. Heavenly venerable, how could this be? Am I dreaming? Having hallucinations? I actually saw a heavenly venerable. After a moment of suppression, amidst the resounding shock and astonished screams, a sudden outburst erupted. In an instant, the place became noisy. Following the explosion, everyone kneeling outside the city gate trembled. At this moment, the core formation guards, having realized Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level, fainted from fear. Even the subordinates of the Marquis of Zilin were particularly pale. Each of them felt a chill in their hearts. Their eyes, fixed on Bai Xiaochun, held a fear and terror they had never experienced before, along with profound regret. He's a heavenly venerate, damn it! If you're a heavenly venerate, just say so. Why do you have to do this? These people were all going crazy. But even more devastated than them was Marquis Zelin. His face had turned the color of tomato paste. His eyes were filled with shock. He felt an immeasurable bitterness in his heart. If outsiders still had a trace of hesitation or uncertainty, then as a peak demigod, having personally faced that slap from Bai Xiaochun, he had completely confirmed Bai Xiaochun's cultivation. Only a heavenly venerate could act as if nothing had happened, regardless of whether they faced a nascent soul, celestial being, or demigod. Simply raising a hand and instantly crushing everyone to their knees. After determining Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level, he no longer needed to consider Bai Xiaochun's identity. In an instant, he understood clearly. After all, the Holy Emperor had bestowed the title of Tongshan King upon Bai Xiaochun as the heavenly venerate guarding the second immortal realm, a matter that had spread here months ago. Furthermore, he had met several other heavenly venerates of the Holy Emperor dynasty. Only Bai Xiaochun, having recently been promoted, was someone he had only heard about, not seen in person. Putting all these clues together, Zelin, whose heart felt like it was about to burst. He felt as if he had just drunk a mouthful of honey. From inside out, he felt bitter and miserable. Zelin, greetings, Tongshan King. Zelin Ho said with a bitter smile. At this moment, both his legs had lost all feeling. But he gritted his teeth, clasped his hands, and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. As soon as Marquis Zelin finished speaking, the surrounding crowd, which had been murmuring, suddenly fell silent. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Bai Xiaochun. Very quickly, even louder cries of astonishment erupted. The Tongshan King, he is Bai Xiaochun, the 11th heavenly venerate, Bai Xiaochun. From the Tongshan world, Bai Xiaochun. Amidst the intense cries of astonishment, Bai Xiaochun stood beside the city gate, watching the people kneeling before him, feeling a pang of regret. He reflected on his original intention. He truly wanted to conceal himself, simply to enter the gate. Yet, time and again, the people here wouldn't let him in. Not only would they refuse to let him in, but they even attacked him. This made Bai Xiaochun somewhat angry. At this moment, hearing Marquis Zelin reveal his identity, Bai Xiaochun wasn't surprised. In fact, if Marquis Zelin still didn't know who Bai Xiaochun was, Bai Xiaochun would find it strange. Knowing my identity, yet still daring to attack me. Marquis Zelin, you have quite the nerve. Bai Xiaochun glared. He felt that his plan to conceal himself had been ruined by these people before him, especially Marquis Zelin. He thought to himself that if this person had arrived earlier, or even later, after he entered the city, everything would absolutely not be as it is now. King Tongshan, please calm down, Marquis Zelin wanted to explain. But he also understood that this wasn't the time to speak. He could only bow his head again. However, the hatred in his heart towards Bai Xiaochun had naturally deepened. But he didn't dare show it, only secretly gritting his teeth. You heavenly venerables, you really know how to play games with people. Lord Zelin was going crazy. He felt incredibly unlucky, but he considered himself even unluckier than that heavenly human guard. At this moment, he regretted it so much that he felt sick to his stomach. He felt as if the world before him was spinning. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his expression was pleading. Just then, those inside the city who had received the warning signal earlier, now, amidst the roars, flew out of the city in an instant. Before they even arrived, their voices rang out, "Who dares to court death? How dare they break into Jingju City? What audacity! Kneel down!" A total of 8 cultivators arrived. Among them were 5 men and 3 women. Their cultivation levels were all at the great perfection of heavenly human. They roared as they charged forward. As their figures descended, their voices still echoed. They clearly saw those kneeling outside the city gate. For a moment, these 8 people were furious. But very quickly, they saw that among those kneeling there was also Marquis Zelin. This discovery was like a bucket of ice water suddenly poured over their heads, causing all 8 of them to flinch and not dare to approach. They quickly retreated. In midair, they looked towards Bai Xiaochun standing there. Their eyes showed bewildered astonishment. They were extremely frightened. Bai Xiaochun frowned, raising his head to look at these 8 people. He was considering whether to drag them down. The moment this thought appeared in his eyes, the 8 heavenly beings in the sky immediately changed their expressions and retreated further. Each of them instantly crushed the jade slips in their hands. It was precisely in the blink of an eye, as they crushed the jade slip, that an incredibly powerful divine consciousness suddenly erupted from within Jingju City, seemingly capable of suppressing all living beings, spreading out with a thunderous roar. This divine consciousness was like a storm, capable of overturning heaven and earth. Compared to it, even celestial beings were like insignificant ants. Even demigod-level powerhouses seemed like meerkats and dogs in the face of this divine consciousness. This divine consciousness suppressed everything, crushing all directions. In that instant, all the cultivators in Jingju City felt a violent shock in their hearts. Their bodies trembled, and their cultivation was put under immense pressure. Even their thoughts seemed to stop. The people kneeling outside the city gates were no different. Marquis Zilin's body trembled. As a direct descendant of the Lingju heavenly venerate, how could he not recognize the opponent's divine consciousness? As for the others, they could probably guess what was happening. There could only be one person within this city of Jingju who possessed such a powerful spiritual force. The world trembled, the heavens and earth twisted, and all living beings bowed their heads. Only Bai Xiaochun stood beside the city gate, unharmed by this storm-like divine consciousness. He raised his head, looking towards the direction from which this divine consciousness was emanating from within Jingju City. After sensing the displeasure within it, he sighed. Bai, greetings to Taoist Lingju. Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, and after about 10 breaths, a voice as cold as ice slowly spread throughout the heavens and earth. Bai Taoist's manner of arrival is truly extraordinary. Guards, welcome the Tongshan King, Bai Xiaochun. As Lingju's voice rang out, each word was like thunder, exploding within Jingju City. Very quickly, figures rushed from within the city towards this place. Among those figures, 10 half-god powerhouses holding important positions who were stationed in Jingju City were all flying towards the city gate. Very quickly, the 10 half-gods, under the command of Lingju Chanzun and holding important positions, were rushing forward amid streaks of rainbow light, almost reaching the city gate. Among these 10 were 7 men and 3 women. There were old men, middle-aged men, and beautiful women. Each of them displayed a solemn expression. After seeing Bai Xiaochun, their eyes showed extraordinary surprise. They all advanced, ignoring the group of people kneeling there. They bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun with clasped hands. Greetings, Heavenly King. This bow brought everyone around back to their senses, as if they had just woken up from their shock. Everyone gasped for breath. Today's events truly exceeded everyone's imagination. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly. Everyone understood that he was no longer a mere novice cultivator in the cultivation world. As a heavenly venerate, he couldn't say he could see through people's hearts, but he could guess 7 or 8 parts of them. These 10 demigods before him, while seemingly respectful, actually revealed their true intentions from their manner of address. No matter how grand the welcoming ceremony, it couldn't hide the hostility emanating from Jingju City. Very quickly, a large number of celestial beings, even tens of thousands of guarding cultivators, rushed into Jingju City. They used the fastest time possible to form lines inside and outside the city gates. The sound of bells echoed throughout Jingju City, reaching in all directions. The cultivators who came to welcome Bai Xiaochun surrounded him, showing respect all the way through the city gates. As for the Marquis of Zilin kneeling outside, no one helped him up. Although they might not obey his orders when Bai Xiaochun appeared, outward politeness was essential. The Marquis of Zilin had been personally reprimanded by Bai Xiaochun, so naturally no one would try to curry favor with him at this moment. No one wanted to offend him. Again, amidst the seemingly grand but uninspiring welcome, the hearts of all the cultivators in the city were shaken. From afar, they watched as Bai Xiaochun made his way through the city gate to a luxurious mansion in the center of Jingju City. The mansion, approximately 10,000 feet in size, stood majestically. Inside, there were artificial mountains, courtyards, small bridges, flowing streams, and pavilions everywhere. The entire mansion exuded an astonishing aura of power, and a dense spiritual energy flowed within, as if a grand formation surrounded it, drawing on the earth's energy from the second immortal realm, making it completely different from the outside. More than 1,000 male and female cultivators stood respectfully outside the mansion. These were all Bai Xiaochun's personal attendants, responsible for his daily life. Among them were handsome men and stunningly beautiful women. Every single one of them, at first glance, was exceptionally radiant. This ostentatious display, this extravagance, Bai Xiaochun couldn't find a single flaw. Within the entire city of Jingju, there were only 2 mansions like this. One currently belonged to Bai Xiaochun. The other, its spiritual energy was even more concentrated than the surrounding area. It represented the peak power of the second immortal realm and was the mansion of Ling Jiu Chanzun. Fortunately, the 2 residences weren't far apart. They could even see each other from a distance. The noble cultivators from Jingju, with respect and courtesy, escorted Bai Xiaochun inside, then one by one they departed. From beginning to end, Ling Jiu Chanzun never appeared. He had merely released a single divine sense at the very beginning, uttered a single sentence, and that was it. Bai Xiaochun knew in his heart that the other party didn't intend to meet him. He also understood that this second immortal realm was originally guarded by only one heavenly venerate. Now that he had arrived, there were 2. In the struggle for power, conflicts were inevitable. Bai Xiaochun was even more aware that this Lingju heavenly venerate had guarded the second immortal realm for many years. It could be said that almost all the heavenly beings and demigods here were his disciples, promoted by him. This place, rather than being called the second immortal realm of the Holy Emperor dynasty, was more like the iron fortress of this Lingju heavenly venerate. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun was an outsider. Even though he held a similar position to Lingju heavenly venerate, he understood that if he caused any trouble here, similar to what happened inside the Holy Emperor city, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lingju heavenly venerate would absolutely not let it go. Alright, I was planning to remain hidden anyway. Previously, I was always living off others' generosity. Now, I can be considered half a master. Although I don't care about everything, no one dares to provoke me, Bai Xiaochun sighed. After thinking for a while, he decided to be content with his lot. In this second immortal realm, he had no intention of vying for power. He prepared to return to peace and quiet and focus on cultivation. Daoist Tongshan, sooner or later, there will be a day when I can slay you a second time. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. Besides the choice of granting qualifications to cultivators in the Tongshan world, this was another important reason motivating his cultivation. After making his decision, Bai Xiaochun felt at ease and stayed within his mansion. Although the mansion was large, with over 1,000 servants inside, it was still quite suitable. Half a month passed quickly. During this half month, almost no one came to visit. As for Ling Jiushan, there was absolutely no contact. It seemed everyone was deliberately ignoring Bai Xiaochun's existence. Normally, all matters related to the second immortal realm were reported by these 10 demigods. After they had sorted things out, they would go to seek instructions from Ling Jiushan. Bai Xiaochun didn't pay much attention to this. Every day he stayed in his secret chamber, cultivating with the tattered fan token. Gradually, the few cultivators in Jingju City who had initially intended to watch the commotion slowly lost interest. Even cultivators from other regions of the second immortal realm gradually came to know this Tongshan king, and to some extent, they seemed to show inferiority to Lingju Jianzun. Bai Xiaochun's gain was that whatever he needed, he only had to ask, and someone would bring it to him. During his cultivation, relying on his status as a Tianzun, Jingju City seemed to be able to satisfy him to the greatest extent. Everything seemed peaceful and uneventful. For the second immortal realm, whether Bai Xiaochun was there or not made no difference. Bai Xiaochun was also happy to enjoy his leisure, immersing himself in studying the token. Every day he absorbed the aura within the token. His cultivation speed was increasing rapidly. At the same time, he also obtained many immortal elixirs and spiritual herbs, using his status as a heavenly venerate to enhance his cultivation. Even in his free time, Bai Xiaochun began researching fire refining, striving to find a substitute for fire refining in the eternal immortal realm. This wasn't difficult. After much thought, Bai Xiaochun found the answer. The eternal immortal realm had a complete cycle of reincarnation. Harvesting souls was extremely difficult. However, there were many substitutes. Whether it was an item called soul stone or some rare fuels, after modification, they could, to some extent, form multicolored flames. In fact, Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one doing this. In the eternal immortal realm, all the soul refiners from the savage wilderness did the same. As for Zhang Daopeng and his group, they used a similar method. The advantage was that it made refining souls a little easier, since the materials were abundant, But there was also a drawback. That was, after 7 or 8 attempts at refining souls, finding multicolored flames was not impossible. It depends on chance. Anyway, that year, the reason Man Huang had a unique advantage in spirit cultivation was directly related to soul refining fire. Unfortunately, there aren't enough souls. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, glancing at the back of his hand. Bai Hao's soul had burned, leaving behind traces of fire. Bai Hao was still in a deep sleep, not yet awakened. Bai Xiaochun gradually realized that perhaps only fire cultivation was the chance to awaken Bai Hao. However, high-grade multicolored flames were difficult to find. But under 7 or 8 attempts at refining spirit artifacts and elixirs, Bai Xiaochun had still managed to create quite a few. He even took out the Northern Meridian Greatsword and refined its spirit for a while. Initially, Bai Xiaochun thought that the next 5 months would pass like this. Until 3 months later, while Bai Xiaochun was cultivating and researching the token, he suddenly heard a deafening bell ringing from within Jingju City. The urgent ringing of the bell echoed throughout the city. Simultaneously, cries of astonishment and chaos erupted from many places within Jingju. Bai Xiaochun was also startled. After opening his eyes, he emerged from the secret chamber. Immediately, a bewildered servant cultivator rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, he immediately bowed respectfully. "My lord, the last remaining northern province was conquered half an hour ago by the Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate of the Evil Emperor Dynasty, who led the Evil Emperor Dynasty's army. From now on, the 5 northern provinces of the Immortal Realm are completely separated from our Holy Emperor Dynasty. War is about to begin." The servant cultivator's voice trembled in his panic, as if filled with despair and hopelessness. "What are you panicking about?" Bai Xiaochun glared. The servant cultivator's heart immediately trembled. After taking a deep breath, he quickly tried to calm himself down. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel this was anything to be overly worried about. Whether the Evil Emperor Dynasty and the Holy Emperor Dynasty went to war or not was irrelevant to him. However, based on his intuition, these 2 great dynasties were unlikely to go to war anytime soon. If they were facing a powerful enemy, that would be one thing. But wasn't the rumored giant Lord of the Sky truly standing there? Under such circumstances, how could they possibly start a war at will? Furthermore, in Bai Xiaochun's opinion, the northern part of the second immortal realm had already lost 4 provinces. This last province would be lost sooner or later. It didn't seem like anything surprising. However, it was clear that this kind of loss of a province hadn't happened for a very long time, which was why it was causing such alarm. The moment Bai Xiaochun shook his head, his judgment was quickly confirmed. The Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate had only occupied the last remaining northern province, and after that, she did not wage any further war, nor had she killed anyone. All the demigods, and even many cultivators within that province, were simply driven back to the territory of the Holy Emperor Dynasty. How did Gongsun Wanner get here? Bai Xiaochun didn't pay much attention to the war. What piqued his curiosity was Gongsun Wanner's arrival. Every time he thought about replacing the Ghost Mother with Gongsun Wanner, Bai Xiaochun felt very pleased. At the same time, after that evil emperor found out, his mood would undoubtedly be terrible. Although the Demon Mother and Gongsun Wanner were the same person, there were clear differences between them. The Demon Mother was subservient to the evil emperor and possessed ruthless methods. Gongsun Wanner, though equally ruthless, still had too many connections to Bai Xiaochun due to their intertwined relationships. Furthermore, this last northern province, why does it feel so familiar to me? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment about matters related to Gongsun Wanner. Then he thought of this northern province. After a while, he suddenly became joyful. Isn't that the province guarded by the Marquis of Zilin? Bai Xiaochun realized that the Marquis of Zilin was the Grand Venerable of the last northern province. Bai Xiaochun had paid some attention to matters related to the Marquis of Zilin. He had initially forced the Marquis of Zilin to kneel there. It wasn't until several days later, when the Lingju Heavenly Venerable ordered his release, that he finally left Jingju City. On this matter, Bai Xiaochun also saw through Ling Jiushun's attitude. While seemingly considerate of Bai Xiaochun's feelings, in reality, the hatred of Zilin Ho towards Bai Xiaochun would only deepen with each passing day. And the other demigods below, sharing the same enmity, would also harbor deep-seated resentment towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun understood this tactic perfectly, but he truly had no interest in power here, nor was he willing to engage in any shady dealings. In his view, he should be the one to accomplish great things. How could he be bogged down in such power struggles? Back when I was in the savage wilderness, I was called the poison god. Bai Xiaochun arrogantly raised his head, flicked his sleeve, and, no longer paying attention to the outside world, turned around and entered the secret chamber to begin cultivating. A few days later, with the last remaining northern province lost, the Holy Emperor dynasty and the Evil Emperor dynasty began another round of protests and disputes. Within this second immortal realm, everyone seemed to have accepted the situation. Everything began to calm down. It was at this time, one afternoon, that Bai Xiaochun, meditating in his secret chamber, suddenly took out a communication jade slip. His divine consciousness swept through it. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. He immediately left his seclusion and went to the main gate of his mansion. He saw standing there a towering figure, as tall as a small mountain, none other than the giant ghost king. Big brother giant ghost, Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, stepping forward to embrace the giant ghost king. Since arriving here, he had immediately contacted the giant ghost king. The giant ghost king was also overjoyed. However, his province was too far from Jingju. At the same time, he himself was the grand elder of a province and could not leave arbitrarily. Therefore, he did not immediately go to catch up. Bai Xiaochun was also attracted by the research on the token and cultivation. He originally intended to visit after a short while. Now that the giant ghost king had arrived, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. However, faced with Bai Xiaochun's enthusiasm, the giant ghost king hesitated slightly. He forced a smile and, unusually, didn't correct Bai Xiaochun's words. Previously, when the giant ghost king heard Bai Xiaochun address him as older brother, he would usually glare and remind Bai Xiaochun that he was his father-in-law. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, sensing something was amiss. But he didn't say much, instead leading the giant ghost king to the main hall. The two then sat together, waiting for the servants to bring fine wine and fresh fruit. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun dismissed everyone else. He raised his wine glass and looked at the giant ghost king. "Father-in-law, your humble son-in-law invites you." Hearing Bai Xiaochun's address, the giant ghost king felt warmth in his heart, and his worries lessened somewhat. He chuckled and muttered a few insults, then picked up his wine glass and took a sip. The two of them drank glass after glass, reminiscing about the past. Gradually, they talked about the small town in the Evil Emperor dynasty. When they mentioned the widow in the small town, the giant ghost king also smiled. Slowly, they even talked about their lives after their separation in the Holy Emperor city. The giant ghost king was like a local emperor in his own province. At this point, after drinking quite a bit, he suddenly patted his chest. "Bai Xiaochun, let me tell you, your father-in-law in the Divine Luo continent is a man of absolute authority. Any female cultivator with beauty would secretly harbor feelings for me." Bai Xiaochun looked at the giant ghost king with a hint of disdain. He drained his glass and remained silent. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun didn't believe him, the giant ghost king became furious and immediately began exaggerating and fabricating stories about his time in the Divine Luo continent. Speaking with a gleeful expression, Bai Xiaochun listened, occasionally making sarcastic remarks, which only provoked the giant ghost king to laugh and scold him loudly. Soon, Bai Xiaochun also recounted his experiences in the Holy Emperor city, from his fishing adventures to lotus seeds, lotus pods, and finally, lotus roots. Although the giant ghost king had heard of all this before, after hearing Bai Xiaochun's description, he slammed his hand on the table. He felt that Bai Xiaochun was truly a jinx, capable of causing disaster wherever he went. By late night, the two had drunk enough and talked quite a bit. Then, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the giant ghost king. He had already noticed the great demon king's haggard appearance, as if he had suffered a great blow. At this moment, he softly asked, "Now, can you tell me, father-in-law, who bullied you?" The great demon king fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, he picked up the wine jar beside him and poured it down his throat. After finishing, he took a deep breath, his eyes slightly reddened, and slammed his hand on the table. "This is outrageous. It's one thing for Lingju Chanzun to imprison cultivators from the Tongshan world who came to Shenluo continent. I can't defeat him. I can only endure it. He doesn't care about Shenluo continent. He doesn't inquire about it. I can also endure that. His attitude implies that other continents are isolating me. Moreover, every time he summons me here for regular meetings, he's always scolding me. I can still tolerate that, but today, on what basis? That Marquis Zilin is a coward. He lost an entire province in the north, and upon his return, not only was he not punished, but he was directly assigned to our Shen Luo province. Fine, I can tolerate this, but damn it, this Lingju Heavenly Venerate actually bestowed the title of Grand Venerate of Shen Luo province upon Marquis Zilin. I committed no wrongdoing, yet I was stripped of my Grand Venerate title and relegated to being Marquis Zilin's assistant. Shen Luo province, I poured all my heart and soul into it. I wanted to make it the foundation of my Tongqie world, but now, it's all lost. The giant ghost king let out a bitter laugh, clenching his fists tightly. He didn't want to tell Bai Xiaochun about this. He knew Bai Xiaochun had just been promoted to Heavenly Venerate, and his foundation was unstable. Especially here, within Lingju Heavenly Venerate's territory, Bai Xiaochun had no say. Telling Bai Xiaochun about his situation would likely cause even bigger arguments. But this matter couldn't be kept secret. The giant ghost king was also distressed. Only after he and Bai Xiaochun had reminisced and Bai Xiaochun inquired did he reveal it. Hearing the giant ghost king's words, Bai Xiaochun remained seated, motionless. His hand, holding the wine cup, seemed unmoving. However, a light slowly emanated from his eyes. As this light grew stronger, it transformed into flames, bursting into a raging inferno. Xiaochun, don't get agitated. The giant ghost king was startled, regretting having told Bai Xiaochun. He quickly spoke. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. His gaze fell on Ling Jiushan in the distance. Gradually, the flames in his eyes darkened, and he spoke softly. Father-in-law, if we don't retaliate, it's easy to imagine how difficult things will become for everyone in the Tongchen world within the Holy Emperor dynasty in the future. They've already bullied us to the point of being on top of us. How can I turn a blind eye? Zikun, don't get agitated. Without the divine Luo Pearl, we can still find other ways. My identity has been officially recognized by the Holy Emperor. I think this Ling Jiu Chanzun wouldn't dare to suppress me too much. He will give me justice. The giant ghost king looked at Bai Xiaochun in front of him. He felt a little uneasy. In fact, every single thing Bai Xiaochun had done terrified him. Now he regretted it even more. He shouldn't have told Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun shook his head heavily and slowly stood up. Xiaochun, even if you want to do this, we need to discuss it more carefully. Just rushing to Ling Jiushan's place like this won't solve anything. The giant ghost king anxiously tried to stop him. Hearing the giant ghost king's words, Bai Xiaochun was slightly surprised. I didn't say I was going to find Ling Jiushan. This guy isn't very kind. I just intend to discuss them a little. Brother, you don't need to worry about this anymore. You should rest well. I'm going out for a while. After saying this, Bai Xiaochun left. The giant ghost king was somewhat unprepared for Bai Xiaochun's sudden departure. He hesitated, wanting to stop him, but Bai Xiaochun's body vanished in an instant. Standing in the main hall, the giant ghost king sighed and stamped his foot. He knew his cultivation level was no match for Bai Xiaochun. He could only sigh and sit there, holding his wine gourd, continuing to drink. After arriving in Shenluo continent, he felt satisfied. But today, everything had vanished into thin air, including his ambition, which had been repeatedly attacked here, leaving him somewhat disheartened and despondent, his haggard and distraught expression clearly visible to Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, outside Jingju City, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Bai Xiaochun's figure emerged from the void. He didn't turn back to look at Jingju City, but instead unleashed his highest speed, rushing straight north. The speed of a heavenly venerate, fully unleashed by Bai Xiaochun, was incredibly fast, surpassing everything. Although the distance to northern Jingju wasn't particularly close, it wasn't exceptionally far either. At lightning speed, before dawn, Bai Xiaochun could see the northern part of the immortal realm from afar. Here, ice and snow covered everything. The air was frigid. Snowflakes fell, the ground was dark and gloomy, and a cold wind howled. Upon arriving, Bai Xiaochun swept his divine consciousness across the area. He then directly identified and sealed off a certain region, teleporting away. In this northern part of the immortal realm, within a seemingly ordinary cave dwelling in a city, Gongsunwater sat cross-legged in meditation. As a heavenly venerate guarding the northern part of the immortal realm, she didn't need to stay here year-round. However, since returning to the evil emperor dynasty due to her differences from the ghost mother, the evil emperor had been somewhat hesitant towards her. To prove herself and to gain a foothold in the evil emperor dynasty, she had come to this place. Some time ago, she seized control of a province and intended to garrison it, indirectly demonstrating her loyalty. At this moment, she was meditating when suddenly a thought stirred within her. Her phoenix eyes slowly opened, revealing a glint of light. Her face, already exceptionally beautiful, now radiated a captivating beauty as her eyes opened. However, beneath this beauty lay a layer of cold frost, a chilling gaze directed towards the large door of the cave dwelling. Soon, Bai Xiaochun's voice came from outside the cave dwelling. "Water, you already know I've arrived. Why are you still keeping the door closed?" Bai Xiaochun stood outside the cave dwelling, accompanied by countless falling snowflakes. He glanced at the slightly closed door and quickly cleared his throat. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with what he said. This time he was seeking help, so his first thought was to speak softly, and secondly, to make Gongsun Water feel a sense of intimacy with him. After Bai Xiaochun's words reached Gongsun Water's ears, the skin on Gongsun Water's exquisite face twitched a few times. She deliberately ignored Bai Xiaochun. But after a moment of silence, she still raised her right hand and waved it. The large door of the cave opened. Bai Xiaochun quickly entered. When he looked at Gongsun Water, he saw that her face was no longer the cold one from before, but a figure with a smiling expression, a familiar glint in her eyes, a memory he cherished. "Little brother, you've come to see me so late. Are you planning to stay here for a night?" Gongsun Water smiled naturally. The glint in her eyes intensified. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "Stay for a night." Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. He quickly took a deep breath, sighing inwardly. If he didn't really need Gongsun Water's help, he absolutely wouldn't have come to see this woman. Before she could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed and his body abruptly recoiled. Almost instantly after he retreated, Gongsun Water smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother has ascended to the heavenly venerate realm. Water would like to see if you are qualified to stay overnight." Her ethereal form instantly reappeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. With a hand gesture, she pointed a finger downwards, piercing through the void where Bai Xiaochun had just stood, creating a hole. Light swirled around the hole, and a rumbling vortex appeared. "What are you doing? I'm not staying overnight," Bai Xiaochun hastily exclaimed as he retreated. But Gongsun Water remained silent. Her smile only grew brighter, and with another step, she moved closer. "Gongsun Water, are you crazy? I'm your life-saving benefactor." Bai Xiaochun's heart leapt, and he dodged. Seeing Gongsun Water approaching again, he became somewhat angry. "You're crazy. We've known each other for so many years. I have no ill intentions, and I'm your life-saving benefactor. This time I came to find you, to ask for your help." As Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a strange light flashed in Gongsun Water's eyes. Clearly, after she noticed him, Bai Xiaochun dodged several times, and her speed increased. Her whole body seemed to become a streak of light, her right hand, sharp as it, thrust straight towards Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Bai Xiaochun was truly enraged. This time he didn't dodge anymore. He raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, the essence of past reincarnation contained within his hand. A direct collision. Boom! A loud sound echoed. At the moment of impact with Gongsun Water cried out in surprise, her body trembling. In an instant, countless runes appeared all around her. These runes were all her memories. They spun, making Gongsun Water feel as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body shaking. Bai Xiaochun wasn't doing any better either. In fact, Gongsun Water's light attack seemed to pierce through Bai Xiaochun's body, creating an invisible black hole, with streaks of death energy coming from all directions. Even in Bai Xiaochun's consciousness, the cave twisted and conjured countless ferocious vengeful spirits, seemingly wanting to pounce on him. "Damn it, you know I'm afraid of ghosts, yet you still scare me," Bai Xiaochun glared. Before these vengeful spirits could attack, he and Gongsun Water were very close. His right hand naturally landed on Gongsun Water's round buttocks, directly slapping her. Slap! A loud sound echoed. This extremely loud sound shook the surroundings. The territe creatures that were about to rush forward all paused for a moment because of Gongsun Water's twisted emotions. At this moment, Gongsun Water's body trembled, her face instantly changed. At the same time, for the first time, a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. But as soon as this murderous intent arose, Bai Xiaochun, seeing that it was effective, slapped her again. Bai Xiaochun, you're courting death? Gongsun Wan'er was furious, her whole body struggling to break free from the restraints of the runes formed by her past reincarnations. But how could Bai Xiaochun let her escape? He stepped forward and slapped her again. And so, after more than 10 slaps in quick succession, Gongsun Wan'er's anger finally subsided. Instead, a look of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. This dazed state terrified Bai Xiaochun. As soon as he relaxed, the murderous intent in Gongsun Wan'er's eyes reappeared. Bai Xiaochun was so frightened that he quickly patted her again. Again, Gongsun Wan'er calmed down. The dazed look in her eyes gradually turned into a daze, and her breathing became labored. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled, and he quickly spoke. Wan'er, do me a favor. Tomorrow, find an opportunity and tell them that although you were able to capture this pearl, it was because the half-god Grand Venerable guarding the pearl, Zilin Ho, had surrendered to your sect. Impossible! Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Wan'er's dreamy eyes momentarily cleared. Bai Xiaochun's impatience grew. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and he raised his right hand, striking down more than 10 times in quick succession. Then, Gongsun Wan'er's body trembled, her whole body seemingly going limp. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't supported her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel his heart pounding, and he viciously asked, do you agree or not? Gongsun Wan'er gasped for breath, gritting her teeth, unable to utter a word. But Bai Xiaochun struck again. The dreamy look in her eyes replaced everything else. Finally, her whole body seemed to go limp, and she uttered a sentence that was barely audible. I agree. Get out of here. Bai Xiaochun felt that his words to Gongsun Wan'er this time were strangely unsettling. Hearing her words, he quickly retreated, swiftly leaving the cave. Along the way, he felt as if he had a sudden shock, and he himself was somewhat disoriented. This Gongsun Wan'er can actually endure being beaten like that. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, muttering to himself. But there seemed to be an inexplicable, evil fire burning inside him that wouldn't dissipate. A demon, she must have actively seduced me. Finally, he sighed. He felt so superior that even he himself was frightened. They arrived and departed in a hurry. After Bai Xiaochun traveled all night and returned to Jingju City, dawn had broken. The giant ghost king had not rested all night, constantly drinking. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, his heart filled with worrying for Bai Xiaochun. He feared that Bai Xiaochun, in his impulsiveness, might cause trouble. As soon as Bai Xiaochun returned to his mansion, the giant ghost king immediately noticed him. He stood up, approached Bai Xiaochun, and, with hesitation in his eyes, asked, You, brother, calm down. No need to rush. Just wait and see the show. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, smiling arrogantly. He picked up the wine gourd beside him, took a gulp, and then calmly spoke. When I, Bai Xiaochun, take action, I've never failed. Within 7 days, Brother Giant Ghost, I will restore you to your original position. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's confident and assertive demeanor, Giant Ghost King was somewhat dumbfounded. He carefully recalled all of Bai Xiaochun's actions in the savage wilderness, but couldn't find a shred of confidence. Instead, a deep sense of unease grew stronger. You killed Marquis Zilin, Giant Ghost King gasped, staring at Bai Xiaochun. How could that be? Bai Xiaochun felt Giant Ghost King was underestimating him, blaring back. I just smeared some excrement on his face and can't be washed off no matter how hard I try. Bai Xiaochun, having never considered his flawed plan, revealed a smug smile. In fact, if he had put in a little thought, he could have come up with a solution that could be considered perfect. It's just that the way Lingju Jianzun handled it was utterly disgusting. Therefore, this time, Bai Xiaochun didn't intend to handle this matter perfectly. Instead, he openly let everyone know that he was essentially throwing excrement at the other party. The Giant Ghost King, standing beside him, pondered endlessly, unable to comprehend. He never dreamed that Bai Xiaochun's method could be considered so utterly harmful. In his disbelief, seeing that Bai Xiaochun refused to elaborate, the Giant Ghost King could only suppress his anxiety. He thought that if Bai Xiaochun was so confident, perhaps in a few days, he might truly see the clouds part and the sky brighten. Thus, amidst the giant ghost king's anxieties and uncertainties, his mind, weary for days, finally found some respite within Bai Xiaochun's residence. Meanwhile, in his anxious anticipation and Bai Xiaochun's eager waiting, another day passed. By noon on the third day, within the sphere of influence of the evil emperor dynasty, in the northernmost province of the second immortal realm, the large gate of Gongsun cave dwelling slowly opened. As the cave entrance opened, Gongsun expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of anything unusual. She calmly walked out. As a heavenly venerate, her appearance immediately drew attention. Especially after emerging from seclusion, Gongsun, the sole heavenly venerate guarding the northern part of the immortal realm, issued an order summoning the 7 northern provinces' great venerates and their subordinate heavenly beings to immediately come to her. No demigod from the 7 northern provinces dared disobey Gongsun command. Upon receiving the order, they all immediately dropped what they were doing and, along with their heavenly being subordinates, rushed from all directions. When they arrived, they gathered in the hall of the 7th northern province's great venerate, where Gongsun was seated on a high chair, her eyes half closed, her right hand resting on the chair, her index finger tapping rhythmically. This sound echoed everywhere, gradually building up pressure, causing the 7 demigods and more than 10 celestial beings present in the great hall to tremble with fear, not daring to even breathe heavily, until the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and the pressure on everyone reached a certain level. Gongsun eyes suddenly opened. A dark light shone in her eyes, causing everyone to tremble inwardly. Ladies and gentlemen, Gongsun slowly spoke. In the resounding voice, all the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty below immediately became extremely respectful, concentrating their minds and listening intently to her words. You all know why I was able to seize the last remaining northern province in a single night. Gongsun said slowly, appearing normal, but inwardly feeling very uneasy. The reason she had been silent for so long was because she was struggling internally. But in the end, as if possessed by a demon, she spoke up. As her words spread, the cultivators of the evil emperor dynasty below were stunned, somewhat unable to grasp the meaning of Gongsun words. They all exchanged glances, not daring to be the first to speak. Each of them bowed their heads, continuing to listen. The reason we were able to successfully capture this continent is thanks to Marquis Zilin of the Holy Emperor Dynasty, the heavenly venerable who originally guarded this continent. Marquis Zilin's heart is loyal to our evil emperor dynasty. I must report his contributions to the evil emperor. After Gongsun persistently said these words, she herself felt uneasy. In an instant, she stood up and left the great hall. In the main hall, there was still a profound silence. The 7 demigods and more than 10 celestial beings were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. They felt as if they were dreaming. Gongsun had actually mobilized her forces and summoned everyone here. They had expected something major to happen. However, they never imagined she would simply say this one sentence very quickly. The 7 demigods recovered their composure. They all gasped. After exchanging glances, they all saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. This Marquis Zilin, has he offended the heavenly venerable? It must be so, and not just a small offense. But with the heavenly venerable's cultivation, if he wanted to eliminate this insignificant Marquis Zilin, why would he use such a strategy? Most importantly, this plan feels simple. Who would believe it? The 7 demigods thought about it more and more, finding it incredibly bizarre. The surrounding celestials stared at each other in disbelief. Regardless of their inner thoughts, one thing was certain: Gongsun intensely disliked this Marquis Zilin. Very quickly, after a brief discussion, they all realized that Gongsun purpose in summoning them and saying these words was clear. She hoped to use their mouths to spread the word. They needed to consider not whether the plan would be effective after it spread, but how to spread it as quickly as possible. After reaching a consensus, everyone in the hall hurriedly left, using their own methods to spread the news. Very quickly, rumors about the Marquis of Zilin's heart turning towards the evil emperor dynasty spread throughout all 7 northern provinces. The northern region was also part of the second immortal realm. Although they belonged to 2 great imperial dynasties, there was still a secret connection. In almost less than 2 hours, this news spread through various channels to one of the 10 southern provinces of the immortal realm, and then to the city of Jingzhou. The news spread like wildfire, causing a temporary shock. It's safe to say that everyone who heard it reacted with astonishment, their faces showing disbelief. Whether it was demigods, celestial beings, or even nascent soul and golden core cultivators, almost everyone with a shred of reason was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Truly, this news is too unbelievable, too absurd. The Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate summoned the great venerables of the provinces just to announce this. This is too outrageous. The Marquis of Zillan secretly assisted, allowing the last remaining northern province to be taken. Isn't that just nonsense? With the Heavenly Venerate taking action, who could possibly protect it? The Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate wants to report the Marquis of Zillan's achievements to the evil Emperor. Is the Marquis of Zillan stupid? If he truly betrayed them, he would have fled long ago. How could he possibly return? Various discussions and rumors spread incessantly throughout the southern region of the Second Immortal Realm. Of course, not everyone disbelieved it. A small number of incredibly naive individuals, upon hearing the news, immediately believed it. But such people were few and far between. Almost the vast majority were stunned. Then came contempt. Even if they were slow to react, a glance would reveal that this was simply slander from the Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerate. Especially since this kind of slander lacked any subtlety whatsoever. It was blatant fabrication, enough to infuriate anyone, but even falsehood has its advantages. Because it was so fabricated, many intelligent people, initially disbelieving, gradually began to feel something was amiss. Eventually, they started to become suspicious and paranoid. But the most enraged was the current Grand Venerable of Shenluo Continent, Marquis Zillan himself. After hearing this news, he was completely stunned, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. His first reaction was one of injustice. He then surmised that someone was trying to frame him. But if the other party could enlist the help of the Ghost Mother Heavenly Venerable to frame him, logically speaking, they should have come up with even more perfect slanderous accusations. Yet, time and again, this fabricated story infuriated him. Could it be that Tongshan King? Marquis Zillan's eyes flashed as he made his guess. As this news spread throughout Jingju City, countless cultivators within the city discussed the matter, and the rumors about Marquis Zillan being slandered grew increasingly frequent. After the Giant Ghost King heard about this, after a moment of shock, his first reaction was that this must be related to Bai Xiaochun. He sighed inwardly. He actually felt that Bai Xiaochun's method lacked any real offensive power. This no one would believe it at all. The Giant Ghost King felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly went to find Bai Xiaochun, wanting to ask for his opinion. But before he could even enter Bai Xiaochun's secret chamber, the large door suddenly opened. Bai Xiaochun, clad in a purple dragon robe and wearing a crown, exuded the supreme aura of a heavenly venerate from head to toe. As the door opened, he stepped out, an indescribable aura pressing down. The Giant Ghost King's breathing momentarily stopped. He felt that the Bai Xiaochun who emerged from the secret chamber was completely different from his memory. Bai Xiaochun's robe radiated an aura that seemed to transcend all living beings. Especially in his eyes, there seemed to be an overwhelming surge of mental power. It was as if all life in his eyes was nothing more than insignificant ants. It was as if he stood at the summit of a great mountain, controlling the pulse of the world, wielding the mental power of all living beings. The moment the Giant Demon King's breath paused, his heart was still deeply shaken. He had so many words he wanted to say, but at this moment, they all stopped at his lips, completely unable to be uttered. He could only stare in astonishment at Bai Xiaochun before him, a figure he had never seen in his memories. This robe? It was the robe of a heavenly venerate. This robe was bestowed upon Bai Xiaochun by the Holy Emperor after he achieved the heavenly venerate realm. Looking across the entire Holy Emperor dynasty, including Bai Xiaochun, only 5 people were qualified to wear it. Normally, it wouldn't be worn. It was only worn once every 10 years, at a grand court or during an extremely solemn ceremony. The same applied to the crown. Now, after putting on this robe, which could be considered a treasure, Bai Xiaochun's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. He glanced at the Giant Ghost King. The shock in the latter's eyes made Bai Xiaochun feel a little smug. However, he maintained a serious expression and nodded towards the Giant Ghost King. "Follow behind me, my lord." Bai Xiaochun knew that his imposing aura couldn't be diminished at this moment. After speaking, he confidently walked towards the main gate of the mansion. The Giant Ghost King's aura subtly rose. He vaguely guessed Bai Xiaochun's plan. Although he hesitated inwardly, he looked at Bai Xiaochun, who seemed to possess a certain trustworthy sincerity. Especially the aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun at this moment. It caused the giant ghost king to feel a shock for the first time, similar to when he first saw the Emperor Kui. Back then, before the Emperor Kui was stripped of his power by the Grand Heavenly Master, he was a ruler who struck fear into the hearts of the savage wilderness. His gaze could make even the raging heavens and earth calm down. Watching Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure, a strange light flickered in the giant ghost king's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he finally bowed slightly, like a subject accompanying an emperor, following behind Bai Xiaochun. As Bai Xiaochun walked straight ahead, all the servants and cultivators in the mansion were instantly shaken. Each of them seemed to hold their breath, completely overwhelmed by Bai Xiaochun's attire and aura, involuntarily bowing and kneeling. Even after Bai Xiaochun left the mansion, everyone inside remained kneeling, not daring to stand up. At the same time, after leaving the mansion and standing at the end of the street, Bai Xiaochun's aura not only didn't diminish, but instead erupted even more. He walked slowly towards the mansion of Ling Jiushan. Wherever he went, any cultivator from Jingju surrounding him, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, regardless of their cultivation level, would instantly be shaken and overwhelmed by his aura. They all took deep breaths and bowed in reverence. Greetings, Heavenly Venerable. Greetings, Heavenly Venerable. Greetings, Heavenly Venerable. These sounds were initially scattered, but quickly grew louder. It wasn't that they did it willingly, but instinctively under the oppressive aura. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun's residence wasn't too far from the residence of Lingju Heavenly Venerable. Very quickly, when Bai Xiaochun's aura reached its peak, he arrived in front of Lingju Heavenly Venerable's residence. Without even glancing at the stunned heavenly human elders guarding the place, Bai Xiaochun stepped inside. The giant ghost king's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed. As for the heavenly human cultivators guarding the place, their duty was originally to prevent it. But today, under Bai Xiaochun's imposing presence, they were completely unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. Once again, Bai Xiaochun proceeded leisurely and smoothly, without any obstacles, into the mansion of Ling Jiushan. The moment he entered, he sensed that in a large hall ahead, there were more than 10 people. Zilin Ho was among them, seemingly engaged in a discussion. The aura of one person was indistinct, but in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, that person's presence was like a torch in the dark night, extremely noticeable. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaochun sensed Ling Jiushan, feeling a slight headache, suddenly looked up. The moment he lifted his head, the doors of the hall where he and his demigods were standing creaked open, slowly pushing them aside. This sound drew the attention of the 10 demigods and Zilin Ho present. The moment they instinctively turned around, each of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were all stunned, staring in amazement at Bai Xiaochun, who stood outside the main gate, clad in a heavenly venerate robe and wearing a crown. His aura had risen to an unimaginable height, like a god descending to earth. Zilin Ho was also present. He took a deep breath, his mind instantly blank. Bai Xiaochun, however, completely ignored the 10 demigods and Zilin Ho. After the gate was pushed open, his eyes fell directly on an old man seated at the highest position in the hall. This old man also wore a purple robe, but it wasn't a heavenly venerate robe. His entire being exuded the pressure of a heavenly venerate, seemingly capable of influencing the changes in heaven and earth. He was clearly seated there, yet he gave off an ethereal, unreal feeling. No matter who looked at him for a long time, they would inevitably feel a sense of awe at the other party. At this moment, the more than 10 demigods in this grand hall were all in shock. First, they hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to come. Second, they hadn't expected that Bai Xiaochun, having arrived, would even be wearing a heavenly venerate's robe, his entire aura overwhelming, clearly displaying the royal status bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor. What made them even more uncomfortable was that they were now sandwiched between Bai Xiaochun and Lingju Heavenly Venerate. At this moment, the gazes of these two deities met, creating an oppressive atmosphere that caused these demigods and Zilin Ho to secretly groan in distress. Lingju Heavenly Venerate narrowed his eyes. His expression remained unchanged from beginning to end. He stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. To be precise, this was the first time the two had met. "I'm so sorry. I arrived late to this regular conference," After staring intently at Ling Jiuchanzun for a while, Bai Xiaochun calmly opened his mouth and stepped inside. His gaze swept across the surroundings, then he raised his right hand and waved it. Suddenly, countless stones appeared from nowhere at the entrance. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, they instantly merged together, forming a massive chair. Having created this chair using his technique, Bai Xiaochun then flicked his sleeve and sat down. He and Ling Jiuchanzun, separated by the courtyard, looked at each other.